What is ethical hacking? Gaining access to a remote computer. Gaining access to a remote computer that you are not supposed to have access to is hacking that computer. Reading information that you are not supposed to able to read again is considered hacking. So you can see that there is a large number of ways to hack into a system, and the word hacking can refer to a number of things, but the concept is the same. Gaining access or being able to do things that you are not supposed to be able to do is considered hacking. Types of hackers. Now there are three main types of hackers. Black hat hackers. These are the bad people that hack systems illegally in order to steal money or to achieve their own illegal goals. The second part of hackers are the white hat hackers. So this is us. These people use the same techniques used by the black hat hackers, and they also hack into systems. But they only hack into systems that they have permission to hack in order to test the security of these systems. And finally, we have the grey hat hackers. These are a mixture of the two. So they will hack into any system even if they don't have permission to test the security of this system. But they will never steal money or damage that system, and in most cases they will go ahead and tell the administrator of that system. But what they do is still illegal because they test the security of systems that they do not own or do not have permission to test. Why hacking? Now one big question that people always ask is why hacking? Why teach or learn hacking? Well, hacking is an existing industry. There are lots of job opportunities for ethical hackers, for people like us who would go ahead and test the security of systems to make sure that these systems are secure and not vulnerable to black hat hackers. There is actually a huge demand for ethical hackers these days because of the increased amount of hacking attacks. So we hear on the daily basis that big systems and big companies are getting hacked. So companies like Facebook and Google, Yahoo, they hire hackers in order to try and hack into their systems and tell them where the weaknesses are so that they can fix it. They also have bug bounty programs where they literally ask all the hackers around the world to go ahead and try to hack into their websites and with their web applications. And if they could, they will pay them a bounty for the bugs that they find. Let's get started. Hello and welcome. My name is Bhavesh Chunch. I am a business analyst and ethical hacker, and I will be your instructor in this course. In this course, I am going to teach you website hacking and penetration testing tools. So I am going to assume that you have no prior knowledge, and by the end of it, you will be at a high intermediate level. So we will start by teaching you how to set up a penetration testing lab and how to install the needed software so you can practice hacking safely. This course is going to be highly practical. In this course, we will cover Kali Linux latest 2020 version. We will learn how to install latest version of Kali Linux 2020, setup and installation process, terminal and Linux commands, network commands. Once you install Kali, you will have access to so many hacking tools. We will learn how to install VirtualBox and how to use Kali Linux as a virtual machine in your main host machine, whether it is Windows or OS X. Information gathering. We will see all the tools and techniques to gather information of your target or website. The first thing that we do before we start trying to exploit or find any vulnerabilities, we do information gathering. How to gather as much information as possible about the target and web applications, like the target's IP address, domain name info, technologies used on the websites, programming languages used, what kind of server is installed, what kind of database is used, find any files that are not being listed or any subdomains that are not visible to other people. Website hacking. Learn how to hack websites and discover sensitive files and data on website. Performing SQL injections, cross-site scripting, exploiting database, automated tools for SQL injections and website hacking, discovering information related to servers and exploiting it, and practice attacks on metasploitable virtual machine. Penetration testing tool OAPS ZAP. This is the must-have tool for the ethical hackers. Some bug bounty hunters also use this tool in order to get the feature-rich informations from the target site and in order to hunt the information or get the information that is hidden over the web pages. It is free and open source penetration testing tool, best for hackers and penetration testers, recognized all over the world by the professionals. OAPZAP alone can take down the entire server. It is easy to install, supports cross-platform like Mac, Windows, Linux. It is the powerful tool in order to take the web applications down and hunt for the vulnerabilities or the insecurities. Penetration testing tool Burp Suite latest version 2020. One of the most popular penetration testing and vulnerability finder tool and is often used for checking web application security, used to evaluate the security of web-based application and do hands-on testing. It can intercept everything your browser sees, faster brute forcing and fuzzing, facilitate deeper manual testing, the option to passively scan every request you make or to perform active scans on specific URLs, settings to automatically modify responses, match and replace rules for both responses and requests, and the BApp Store customizes and extends capabilities. Burp extensions offer a powerful product to perform any web app testing. Bug bounty programs. Learn how you can start your journey on bug bounty platforms. Choose your target, find bug against the program, how to report vulnerabilities, and earn bounty. So let's get started. As I mentioned, this course is going to be highly practical. What is lab? Therefore, you will need a lab, a place where you can practice and experiment with the things that you are going to learn in the course. Not only that, but having a lab is essential for hackers or pen tester, because let's say you discovered a new attack or you want to experiment with a new attack or you learn something new online and you want to test it. Then the perfect place for you to test this and practice hacking is a hacking or a testing lab. How to create a lab? Now to create a lab, you just need a number of computers with different operating systems and you will need a number of networks. If you are testing network attacks and if you are testing website attacks, then you will need to install websites on these computers. Or you can do all of this inside your computer, inside one machine, and install everything else as virtual machines. And this is what we are going to do. So let's say you have your computer that you use every day to check your emails and do work. Your computer might be running Windows, OS X or Linux. It does not really matter. It can run any operating system. You can keep all the programs that you love and like and install a virtualization software such as a VirtualBox. What is VirtualBox? A virtualization software allows us to create a number of virtual computers inside your main computer. So we can have 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 computers all inside your main operating system inside your main computer. The really cool thing about this is you will not need a number of computers. You can do everything inside a single computer. So what we are going to do is we are going to have a hacking machine. We are going to install Kali Linux on it and we will talk about what that is later on. Now it is very important to understand that you will not lose any functionality when you install an operating system as virtual machine. You can use that machine exactly as if it's a real physical machine. It will not affect your host machine. The other cool thing is that you will be able to have a number of different versions of each of these machines and you will be able to change the configuration easily, change the network settings or switch between different states of these machines and so on. So by using virtualization, you will not lose any functionality, but you will gain so many cool features. And the main thing to keep in mind is your host machine, your main computer will never be affected. It's completely isolated. And this way you can always use your host machine for daily use, for checking emails, for watching the videos, doing whatever you do normally, and then use your virtual machines for hacking and practicing the attacks. So you can see I have my host machine running Windows 10 and I never use this for hacking. But right here I have VirtualBox and as you can see I have this operating system Kali Linux installed on it and I can start by selecting it and just click on start. Now don't worry about this, I will show you how to install virtual machine as we go through the course. But what you need to do right now is download and install the VirtualBox. To download a VirtualBox, in Google type download VirtualBox. Click on this first link. You can install VirtualBox on Windows, OS X or Linux. So it supports all operating systems. Just pick your operating system from here. Download the relevant installer and install it. And installing it is very simple. All you have to do is literally double click the installer, click next and it will install it for you. Once you started, you will see a program similar to this, but you will not have virtual machines here. So it will be empty and I will show you how to install Kali Linux machine as we go through the course. One more thing to do, as soon as you install VirtualBox, you need to download and install the extension pack. This will give you better compatibility and it will allow you to use USB devices on the virtual machines. So you will be able to use a USB mouse, USB keyboard and USB wireless adapters. Again, downloading and installing the extension pack is very simple. There is only one file. It's always the same for all operating systems. It's the same for Windows, for Linux, for OS X. You just have to click on the download link in here. Once you download that, I already have it downloaded, so I have it right here. And this file will only work if VirtualBox is installed successfully. So first of all, install VirtualBox from these links right here. Once you download it and install it and can see a window similar to this without any machine right here, We will see how to install this later. Then download the extension pack from here. You will have its file similar to this file, and only then you can double click this file and it will automatically open in VirtualBox. As you can see, it's telling me that I want to install the extension pack. It's given me the version which is the same version as the version of the VirtualBox that I downloaded. It has to be the same version, otherwise it will not work. I am going to click on install. We are going to agree the license. And as you can see, it's telling us that the extension pack is installed successfully. So now we can go ahead and install virtual machines in VirtualBox. In this session, we will learn how to install the latest version of Kali Linux 2020.3. Now throughout the course, we are going to be using a number of hacking tools. You can go ahead and install each of the tools manually, or you can do what most hackers do, including myself, and save time and effort and use an operating system designed for hacking. We are gonna be using an operating system called Kali Linux, and it has a lot of hacking and penetration testing tools pre-installed and pre-configured. Therefore, once you install Kali, you will have access to do so many hacking tools without the need to install or configure any of them, which will save you a lot of time and a lot of effort. Now, just like any other operating system, you can install it as a main machine or as a virtual machine. Now I am going to install it as a virtual machine because, like I explained in the previous lecture, we will not lose any functionality by using operating systems as virtual machines. And it comes with a lot of benefits because it's completely isolated from our computer that we always use. So if we break the virtual machine or if you want to delete it and reset it, it will not affect our main operating system. Now, as mentioned in the previous lecture, before creating and using virtual machines, you have to install VirtualBox. And I showed you how to install it on Windows, Linux and OS X. So once you have VirtualBox installed, you can go ahead and follow the steps that I am going to show you right now to install Kali Linux latest version 2020.3. Now keep in mind, I am doing these steps from an Windows computer, but you can follow the exact same steps on any operating system you have, whether you have Linux or OS X. As long as you have installed VirtualBox on your system, as shown in the previous lecture, now the first thing that you want to do is download the VirtualBox image of Kali Linux. To download, go to Google and type Kali Linux. Click on the first link, kali.org. Now go to downloads and click on download Kali Linux. All you have to do is just scroll down and make sure you click on the Kali Linux VirtualBox image, not on the VMware, and then download the version of Kali that's compatible with your system. So if you have a 64-bit computer, download the 64-bit. If you have the 32 bits, download the 32-bit. You can see Kali Linux 64-bit VirtualBox is available on the Offensive Security VM download page. Click on this link. Now scroll down and click on Kali Linux VirtualBox images. Now click here to download Kali Linux VirtualBox 64-bit. Kali Linux launches time to time new updates and gives us a new look and feature in the Kali Linux newer version. Kali Linux 2020.3 is the latest version of Kali. In this update, Kali solved the many bugs we were facing in Kali Linux 2020.2 like installation timing, offline installation problem, new packages logo, and many more new features and updates. To check the official Kali releases, go to Google and type Kali Linux release. Click on this link, official Kali Linux releases. It will show you all the release of Kali Linux versions with release date and bug fixes. So now we will download the latest version of Kali Linux, which is 2020.3. Click on this link. Save file. Click on OK. Now this is a big operating system, so I have actually already downloaded this before recording this lecture and I already have it right here. So as you can see, you should get a file with a .ova extension. So you have the file name followed by .ova. To import this in VirtualBox, all we have to do is literally double click the file. As you can see, this will automatically run the file in VirtualBox and you will get a window which you can use to modify the settings of this virtual. For now, I am going to keep everything the same and I am just going to click on import. Agree. Importing will take some time. Give it some time. And as you can see now, this is imported into my VirtualBox and we can go ahead and try to start it. But before doing that, I want to modify some settings. So we are going to click on the virtual machine, the Kali Linux version, which is 2020.3, the latest version of Kali. And then I am going to click on the settings icon. Now, depending on the host operating system that you are using, the layout of the settings menu in here might be slightly different, but using it is exactly the same. So make sure you follow the steps that I am going to show you right now. And it should work on all operating systems, whether you are using Windows, Linux or OS X. So the first thing that I want to do is modify the system settings. So I am going to click on System and in here first of all modify the amount of RAM or memory that will be allocated for the virtual machine. Now dependent on how much RAM you have in total, you can give this more or less, but 2 GB is enough. You can get away with 1 GB, but it might be a little bit slow, so I am going to leave it at 2. I have 8 gigs, so 2 will not cause any pressure on my host operating system. Next I am going to click on the processors. And as you can see, by default it's only given 2 cores. Again, you can give it more or less. You can get away with 1 core. It will be too slow, so 2 is good enough. The more the better. Again, it all depends on how much resources you have and can afford to give to virtual machines. Now I am done here, so I am going to click on OK. And we can start the virtual machine like any other virtual machine. If we scroll down, we can see here the default username is Kali and password is Kali. Now we are just gonna click on the virtual machine and then click on start. It is starting the virtual machine. And as you can see, we have the login screen for Kali Linux. So right now it's asking me for the username and the default username is Kali. I am going to hit enter. And then it's asking us for the password, which is Kali. Hit enter. And that's it. Now we are inside the virtual installation of Kali Linux. Now don't worry about how this operating system looks different and if you don't know how to use it. 2020.3 release is the same as previous release but with some changes in graphical interface and bug fixes which we had in previous versions. We will cover all of that and we will cover its basics as we go through the course. Now if I just go to my web browser, let me open Google. As you can see, we have internet access in Kali Linux and this is provided from the host computer. So Kali is connected to the internet through the host computer. That shows how to install Kali Linux 2020.3 as a virtual machine. If Kali feels a little bit too slow, please give it a few minutes if this is the first time you are on it, because when you started for the first time, it will automatically check for updates. Once this process is done, the system will start running a little bit smoother. But as you will see throughout the course, 2 GB of RAM is enough to run Kali smoothly. The first thing to do after installing Kali Linux 2020 is to set the root password. Beginning with Kali 2020, the super user account, which is the root user, no longer exists. And the default user is Kali and the password is Kali, which means there is no more user root and the password Tor, which we had in previous versions. So this is our first priority, to set the super user account root. To do that, open the terminal. If we see here, we do not have the super user account root. We have a default user which is Kali. Now to set the super user account root, type the command sudo space su and hit enter. It will ask you to enter the password for Kali and the password for Kali was Kali. Type in Kali. You won't be able to view the password for security reasons. Hit enter. Then type the command password space root. Enter new password for root user, whichever you want. Hit enter. Retype the password again. hit enter. Password updated successfully. Now we can switch the user and log in as super user account, which is root. To switch the user, click on this icon, switch user, enter the username root and password which you had set and click on login. Let's open the terminal. And as you can see now, we are logged in as the main super user account, which is the root. So in this way you can set the root password after installing Kali Linux 2020. So this is the first thing that we have to do after installing Kali Linux 2020 is to set the root password. After setting the root password, the next thing we need to do is we have to update and upgrade the Kali Linux. So we will get the latest update of Kali Linux. So our command will be apt update and apt-y full upgrade -y and reboot. As I have already upgraded my Kali Linux, so it won't take much time for me. But if you are doing it for the first time, then it will take time for updating and upgrading the Kali Linux, and it also depends on your internet speed. Let's hit enter. Enter the username and password. So your Kali Linux system is now fully upgraded. If you are upgrading your Kali Linux first time after installing it, then it will definitely take time, and the time also depends on your internet speed. Okay. Now that we have Kali Linux installed, I want to give you a basic overview of this operating system in this lecture so that you are comfortable with it. And we are going to use it throughout the whole course, so everything is going to become easier for you as we go through the course. Now the first thing that I want to talk about is the status bar in here. So you can see we have an applications menu in here. And inside it, you can see all the applications are categorized. So we have information gathering applications, vulnerability analysis, web application analysis, and so on. So you can go on each one of these entries and just select any program that you want to run. And the next menu that we have is the places, which shows you the most common places in the file system. So we have desktop, we have the documents, downloads, and so on. So you can access the places from here, and then you click on open folder, or you can just click on the home icon here on the left, and both of these will bring you to the home directory, which is the root directory. So inside this you can see we have downloads, musics, pictures, similar to the way that you would have it in Windows and OS X. We have more controls. So the first thing that we have in here is the workspaces. So Linux comes with multiple workspaces by default. Basically what this allows us to do is we can have this desktop in here. For example, we can open the places and we can, for example, navigate to downloads and do some work in here. But if we go here to the workplaces and go to the second one, you can see that I have an empty desktop that I can do whatever I want. And for example, I can launch Firefox in here. And then again, if I want to go back to the first workspace, all I have to do is click on here and I am back in here. And because I have already used up 2 spaces, I can create another workspace. I have to go to the workspace and click on workspace settings. And I can create multiple workspace by clicking over here, close. So it will create the other 2 workspaces for me. Now you can also navigate between the workspaces by pressing Ctrl plus Alt and right and left arrow key. The next part of the status bar is this last part in here. You can see the date and time. You can control the sound. Next you will see your connections. So as you can see right now, as I showed you before, this is showing up as if we are connected to a wired network. We also have the battery settings. You have this button to lock the machine. You can click on this button to log out, restart, shut down, switch user. So you can spend some time getting familiar with this. It's very easy. Same goes to the file manager in here. You can click on the applications menu and access your favorite applications. And you can also access all the other applications by clicking on this. You can add any application to your favorites doing right click and add it to favorites. And when you go to favorites, you can view that application in your favorites. You can also search for any application by typing in here. In this way, you can spend some time getting familiar with this, and it's really very easy. Okay, now that we had a quick overview of Kali Linux, I want to spend some time talking about the Linux terminal. So you can access the terminal through this application right here. So if we click on that, it will open the terminal window for us. And as you can see, all it is a black screen where you can type commands. Now the Linux terminal is actually very powerful because it can be used to do anything that you can think of really. A lot of the applications in Linux that have a graphical interface where command prompt programs first and then people made a graphical interface for it. So a lot of the time maybe the graphical interface will be buggy or crash and the terminal program will still work. Also, a lot of the penetration testing tools do not even have a graphical interface. A lot of them can only be used throughout the terminal. Not only that, but in many scenarios, you might only have an SSH or a command prompt access to a machine. So you need to know how to use this command prompt in order to achieve your goals. So throughout the course, we are gonna be using the terminal a lot, and that's why I want to spend some time just showing you the basics of it and making sure that you are gonna be comfortable using it. Now the basic idea is you type a command and the result will be displayed for you on screen. So let's have a look on a very simple command which is pwd. Now this command prints the current working directory, hence the name pwd. So if I hit enter, you can see it's printing /root, which means right now I am in the root directory. So basically I am in here. This is the root, it's home. So if I do ls, which is a command to list all the directories and files in the current working directory, we should get all of these directories that we see in here. So if I hit enter, as you can see, I can see all these directories in the current working directory. Now another very useful command is the cd command. This command allows us to navigate into another directory. So for example, let's say I want to navigate into the downloads. All we have to do is type cd followed by the name of the directory that I want to navigate to. So I'm gonna type downloads. Now if I hit enter, I should be inside the downloads now. So if I do pwd to see my current working directory, you will see that it's saying I am in /root/downloads. So if I do ls here, it should show me all the directories and files inside downloads. I have 2 files in downloads, and these are the exact same files that you will see if you double click on the downloads. These are the 2 files I have in downloads folder, and it's the same. Now if you want to go back one directory, so similar to pressing the back button in here, all we have to do is do cd, again the command to change the working directory followed by ... And now if I do pwd, you will see I am in root, and if I do ls, you will see all the directories and files in root. So that's all good, and there's actually a huge number of commands that you can use. Now if you are using a command and you are not sure about how this command works, you can just use the man command to display the manual of this command. For example, we have used the ls command here to list the files and directories in the current working directory. But if I do man followed by ls, this basically means I am requesting the manual of ls. So I am asking how can I use the ls command. So if I hit enter, you will see I get a screen similar to a text file, and basically it's giving me a lot of information on how to use the ls command. So you can see that it's telling us that this command will list the directory contents. You can see the way it works by typing ls followed by the options followed by a file. If you want to run it on a file, you can see a longer description of the command, and then you can see all the options and arguments that we can use with this command. Now in Linux, most of the time the options will always follow the same syntax. So you either use dash letter or dash a word to specify the argument. For example, in here the dash a and dash all will ignore entries starting with dot. So if you keep going down in here, you will see all the options and arguments you can use with the ls command. And we have another example here. We have the dash l, which means it's going to use a long listing format which will display more information about the files in the current working directory. So let's have a look on that. I'm gonna press Q to exit this, and then we are going to do ls as usual. And since we read the manual, we know we can do -L to see more information about the files. And if I hit enter, you can see I am still getting the same directories, but it's also showing me the permissions, the users, the date created, and so on. So you can use the man command on any command you want, not only on the ls. So you can use it on the pwd, you can use it on cd or any other command, and it will show you a full description or the manual page of how to use this command. Now I am going to clear this screen by typing clear. And the next thing that I want to show you is the --help. So this is something that you can use again in almost all commands and all programs in Linux. So you can just type the program name or the command name followed by --help. As you might think, this will show you a help message telling you what this command is or what this program is, the arguments that it takes, how to use these arguments, and examples at the bottom. Now another useful thing with the terminal, so I am gonna clear this again, is the arrows. So you can press up to go up to see all the commands that we executed before, and again you can go down to navigate between the commands that you executed previously. You can also use the tab for autocomplete. So again, let's do ls, and you can see all the files. And let's say we want to go into documents, so we can do cd followed by documents. You can type documents, or if you are lazy like me, you can just do doc and press tab, and as you can see, it's automatically completing the rest of the word for me. So this is something that comes very handy when you are using the terminal for a long time. Now here I would like to give you brief related to network configurations. When you create a new virtual machine, you have one of many options when it comes to choosing your network connectivity. Two common options are to use either bridged networking or NAT network, which is network address translation. NAT means it will share the virtual machine host's NAT IP address. Because when we install Kali Linux in our virtual machine, then by default we have our network configuration set to NAT network. Let's go to settings, click on network. We can see that by default it is set to NAT. We have to change this to NAT network. Click OK. Now if we go to Kali machine, terminal, and type ifconfig, then this IP address 10.0.2.4 is the IP address of the virtual machine NAT IP address. Now if we change the NAT network to bridged adapter and click on OK. Now if we go to Kali machine, terminal, and type ifconfig, then our IP address is 192.168.1.10. When selecting bridged networking, the guest, which is virtual machine, becomes a part of the same network the host machine is using, means the one running VirtualBox. And here my host machine is Windows 10. If the host received its IP address from a DHCP server, the guest may also receive one this way. To check the IP address of host machine, open command prompt and type ipconfig. If your host machine IP address is 192.168.1.9, then the guest may be offered IP address will be 192.168.1.10 by the DHCP server. That means your guest virtual machine will be in the same network as your host machine, and my host machine is Windows 10. And one more thing, if you are using Kali machine as an attacking machine and Metasploitable as a victim machine for testing purpose, then make sure your Kali machine and Metasploitable machine are on the same network. Select Kali machine, go to settings, network, set it to net network. OK. Now select Metasploitable machine, click on settings, network. So Metasploitable is also set to net network and it's on the same network as my Kali machine. Okay, so now let's cover network commands. So the first command I want to cover is ifconfig. So you may be familiar with the Windows version of this, which is ipconfig, and they pretty much do the same thing. So it shows you here your different interface types and the IP address associated with them. So each 0 here, Ethernet 0, has an IP address of 192.168.1.6. You can see the net mask, the broadcast address, and you can see the MAC address as well. And we also have a loopback address here. Now if your machine has a wireless adapter or at some point you want to do wireless penetration testing, you are going to need iwconfig, and you should not expect to see anything on this at the moment unless you are using a laptop. Then you actually might see a configuration down here for it. If you would see something under iwconfig, you would see like a WLAN 1, WLAN 0, something along those lines. And another command that we are gonna see is gonna be the ping command. So we can just type in ping and the address that we are trying to talk to. So for example, I am going to try to ping my IP 192.168.1.6 and hit enter. And I get talking back. So if I tried to ping something that was not in my network, like ping 192.168.1.5, enter, and you are going to see the results changes. Destination host unreachable. So with ping here, ping is going to be endless until we hit something like Ctrl+C to stop it. It will ping forever until you hit Ctrl+C. So you see that we attempted to ping here and we got replies. We got information back. Well, that's good. That means we are talking to the other machine and says, hey, are you there? It says, yeah, I am there. And when we try to ping this machine here, this machine's not talking back. It could mean that the machine is not on the network or the machine is just blocking ICMP traffic. ICMP is another word for ping. So moving on to the next command, I want to show you ARP. So the best way I like to type in is ARP-A and hit enter. And ARP is just going to show you the IP address it talks to and the MAC address associated with it. So if an IP address reaches out, say 192.168.1.6, talked out to this machine, it's going to say, okay, hey, who are you? It's to get a broadcast message out and say who has this IP address. And the IP address will respond and says, hey, I do, and this is my MAC address. So ARP is just a way of associating IP addresses with MAC addresses. And once you know that, you can also look at netstat. So netstat-ano is another one of my favorite commands, and this shows you just the active connections that are running on your machine. So if you scroll way up, and you can just kind of see what's open and what's talking here. Well, this really comes in handy on a penetration test is to see if a machine is talking to somebody else. Same thing with ARP. You want to know what that machine is associated with and is it talking to something on port. So this is more just internal right now, but it's still good to know. So for example, if I were to open up a Firefox page and connect out to the internet, then I went and I did netstat again, I would see information of that port being open and that I am going out with it. So just kind of keep that in mind. These are not commands that you really need to know in depth right now. Networking does come into play when you are doing penetration testing, but we are going to cover these commands time and again. I just wanted to give you a brief introduction to them. Okay, in the last command that I have for you today is route. So if you type in a route, that's going to print you routing table, and the routing table is important because it tells you where your traffic access essentially. So for this VM, my traffic is accessing on 192.168.1.0. So any traffic goes out of this 0000 gateway in this range, right? So when it goes out this gateway, it's doing NAT, network address translation. So the best examples aren't here, but it's important to know route as well, because there could be a machine that you are attacking that has multiple routes. So you might see a 1 and a 2 because it has a dual homed NIC, the meaning it has two NICs inside of it. So it's actually talking to a completely different network that you didn't know existed. So you might have been attacking one network at the one range, and then two can be just out there, and this computer can talk to both, and until that point you had no idea. And that's the idea of called pivoting when you switch a network from one to the other. So that's it in this lecture. In this lecture, we will be talking about viewing, creating and editing files. So the echo command, we use echo to create a file. We can just echo hello and hit enter, and it will say hello back. So what we can do with echo is we can use it to write to a file. So if we say echo hey, and then we write it to hey.txt, well, we can look and see that hey.txt is here. So if we get hey.txt, all cat does is print out to the screen what is in a file. It says hey. So let's say we want to append hey.txt. So we can type it hey again and add a second greater than symbol here and hit enter. Now if we do cat, you can see that we actually appended to the end of it. So this becomes incredibly useful when we are either adding stuff to a list, say we are gathering IP addresses, or we just want to combine our lists, or when we are creating a series of commands and we are going to use those commands to send all at once. So this becomes useful when we have a series of commands and for other reasons as well, as you will learn as you go on in your Linux career. So we have talked about echo and we have talked about cat. So let's talk about some other ways to create a file. We can use something called touch and to say new file dot text, and if we do ls, you could see that new file dot text here. But if we cat new file dot text, there's nothing in there because we have not put anything in there yet. So there's a few things that we can do. We could use echo and append the file, right? We could also use a tool called nano. Now nano is a terminal text editor. There are other terminal text editors like vi and vim, y and vim. I don't prefer those personally. I like nano the most. Some people have their preferences. So I encourage you to play around with any of them as you wish. Y and Win are the other two, but for this course we are gonna be using nano. So if I say nano new file dot text, I could type whatever I want in here, and we are gonna be using nano a lot to create scripts and to edit shellcode as we get into a little bit exploit development. So I'm going to hit Ctrl X and hit Y for saving and hit enter. We will save it to new file.txt. If we cat this, now it says how are you. So that's one way of editing it. So that's the overview that I wanted to cover. So just know that you can create files pretty much using echo, touch, and actually you can create files using nano as well. Nano, say new file 1.txt, say I am good, then Ctrl X, Y and hit enter. Now do ls. You could see the new file 1.txt. Let's do cat, hit enter, and we can see the text here, I am good. So you can use all of these tools in different ways to create files. It's completely up to you how you want to do it. Personally, when I am creating a file, I use nano and I just create a new shell script, Python script, a text document that way. So just know that we are gonna be using this a lot and try to get comfortable with this. And from here we are going to be moving into controlling Kali services. So we are just going to briefly talk about what services you need running on boot and how to do that. Alright, so let's talk about starting and stopping services. So we are in Kali. There are a couple of different ways that we can start and stop services. And when I talk about a service, I am talking about something like a web server or SSH or maybe a MySQL database. So when we cover this lecture, today I am going to show you a few different services and how to start them and stop them. So let's start with our first service, which is going to be Apache 2. Now Apache 2 is a web server. So let's go ahead and do a proof of concept first. Let's start with the command that we learned in an earlier video, which is ifconfig. Now I'm going to copy this IP address and go to the web browser and paste this address over here. Now you will notice that it says it's unable to connect. This is expected here. We are not running a web server. Now let's go back in here and let's just say service Apache 2 start, hit enter. Okay, looks like it went through. Let's go ahead in browser and hit enter. And now you can see the Apache 2 Debian default page has been loaded. So what is changed? Well, when we boot our machine, this Apache 2 server is not running by default. So if we want to run a web page, then we actually have to start up the service for it, as you just saw here. Now you could see that if we want to add files or replace files here, well, we are going to have to edit var www html folder. So if we come out here, open folder, file system, and then we go into our var www folder, html folder, you will see that the index.html page is here. So if we actually wanted to maybe host a malicious web page and have it point back to us, this is one way we might do it right here. If we want to serve up some files, say we have something that we want to upload to a machine that might be malicious, or a file that we want to transfer to somebody else or download on another computer, doesn't have to be malicious. We can host that file in this folder here. Now that is fine. This is a one way to do it right. You can put your files all in one location, but it's not my favorite way. It was my favorite way when I first got started. There is a much easier way now, and I will show you how to do that. So let's go ahead in terminal. Type ls. You will see we have no documents here. So I'm just going to do echo hello into hello.txt and then ls. So now we have hello.txt here. Now what we can actually do is we can spin up a web server. So we can say python -m for a module and say simple http server and then say 8080 for the port and hit enter. So let's look at what happens. So let's just go to the browser and call out 8080, and you can see here that I can go to hello.txt file and actually get the file. I have information here in real time whether or not that file was captured, and overall this is just a web server that's so easy to spin up. I can put it in the directory that I wanted to. So if I wanted to serve my desktop folder, I would navigate to desktop and then spin this Python module up. I don't have to put everything into a var www folder, and it just makes life really simple. So just proof of concept. We can do a service Apache 2 stop, service Apache 2 stop, and we can come back and make sure that the web server has been stopped by going here and refreshing, and I could see that it's gone. Now we can cd into something like downloads. We say ls, there's nothing in here, so we can tab up a couple times and just serve up port 80 now, because you can see it's not in use anymore, and come back here, refresh. You can see there's nothing in the directory listing because there's nothing in the folder. So this is just an easy way to spin up a web server. I think it's much easier than Apache 2. I'm showing you both because I like to give alternatives. but using Python moving forward is a great future. As usual, the first thing that we do before we start trying to exploit or find any vulnerabilities, we do information gathering. So we try to gather as much information as possible about the target and web applications. So we are going to start by trying to get as much information as we can about the target's IP address, the domain name info, the technologies used on the websites are, what programming language is used, what kind of server is installed on it, what kind of database is being used. Then we are going to gather information about the company, the DNS records, and we will also see if we can find any files that are not being listed on any subdomains that are not visible to other people. I am going to be focusing on technologies that you will see in websites such as domain names, DNS records. So the first thing that we are going to have a look on is Whois lookup. Whois lookup is a protocol that is used to find owners of internet resources. For example, a server, an IP address or a domain. So we are not actually hacking or doing anything. We are literally just retrieving information from a database that contains information about owners of stuff on the internet. So for example, when you sign up for a domain, if you wanted to register a domain name for yourself, for example ystraffic.com, when I do that, I have to supply information about myself, my address, and then the name will be stored in my own name. And people can see that Bhavesh owns this domain name ystraffic.com. So this is all we are going to do. If you Google Whois lookup, you will see a lot of websites providing the service. So I am using whois.domain-tools. And I am just going to put my target domain name ystraffic.com. Click on search. So as you can see, very simple, and we get a lot of information about our target website. You will see the email address that you can use to contact the domain name info. Usually you will be able to see the address of the company that has registered this domain name. But we can see that this company is using privacy on their domain. So you can't really see the address, but if they are not using privacy, you will be able to see their address and more information about the actual company. You can see when the domain name was created, its expiry date and updated date. You can see the IP address of ystraffic.com. So if you ping this, you should get this IP address, and I will show you. If I do ping www.ystraffic.com, here we are, you will see the same IP address. You can see the IP location. We can see the status. Obviously it is active. You can also access the history, but you need to register for that. And obviously you can see the title here. And something that's very useful here, we can see that it's using Jinx web server. So this is software that can be used as a web server, and we can see that ystraffic.com uses this web server, and this is of version 1.17.6. So again we can use this to find exploits. Now right here you can find more information about the company who registered this domain. So again, ystraffic is using privacy, so you won't be able to see the address. You can see that it's saying that the target person is using privacy, but usually you will be able to see phone numbers and addresses of that company if they are not using the privacy protection. So as you can see, very simple stuff, but it's very helpful in the long run just to know what your target, what's their IP, what services are they using. We can also see the name servers that are being used, and you can see that they are provided by a company called HostGator. Now if you go on HostGator, you will see that this is a hosting company. And again, you can even use this hosting company and try to social engineer your way maybe into hacking into your target website viastraffic.com. Today we are going to learn how to get information about the technologies used by the target website. So we are going to use a website called Netcraft. Let me open the site sitereport.netcraft.com. And I am going to put my target here, ystraffic.com. First of all, you will see some basic information such as the website title, description, and when the website was created. Scrolling down, you will see the website itself, the domain name, the IP address, just like we have seen in the previous video, the domain registrar, so the company who registered the domain for us for viastraffic.com, and you will see information about that organization. And here you can't see it for this example because ystraffic.com is using privacy protection, but usually you will be able to see it and see more information if they are not using privacy protection. We can also see that it is hosted in United States. We can see the name server, which is HostGator. And again, if you go to HostGator, you will discover that this is a website for web hosting. So we know this is a web hosting company, and in worst case scenarios, we can use this or try to hack into them to gain access to ystraffic.com. Scrolling down, you will see the history of the web hosting companies that ystraffic used, and we can see the latest one is this one, and it is running on Linux. Again, this is very important to find vulnerabilities and exploits on our target computer. Scrolling down on the web trackers, it will show you the third-party resources or applications used on our target. So we can see that no known targets were identified. There is one tool, builtwith.com, to find out what websites are built with, which we can use for discovering the technologies used in target website. Just type in the target website here. Let me type in my website ystraffic.com and click on lookup. In technology profile, we can find all the technologies used to build the target website. As you can see that it is using Google Site Tag and Google Analytics for analytics and tracking. It uses the following widgets: WordPress social share buttons, Yoast WordPress SEO plugin, Slider Revolution, WordPress plugins, Google Font API, Contact Form 7 for the Contact Us page, Visual Composer, and HubSpot. And if we scroll down, it uses PHP framework. WordPress is open source PHP framework. The website is mobile compatible. And if we scroll down, it uses WordPress and the version of WordPress is 4.1. Users below JavaScript libraries and functions. Website is hosted on HostGator and uses HostGator DNS and HostGator email service. From this, we managed to know that the website runs PHP, runs JavaScript, it uses WordPress, so we can use WordPress to hack into the website. Site technologies is one of the most important tabs or sections in here because it shows us the technologies used on the target website. We already know that on the server side we can see that the website uses PHP. So this means that website can understand and run PHP code. This is very important because in the future if we manage to run any kind of code on our target, then we know this code should be sent as PHP code. So for creating payloads and meet exploit, we should create them in PHP format and the target website will be able to run them because it supports PHP. On the client side, we can see that website supports JavaScript. So if you run JavaScript or if you manage to run JavaScript code on the website, it's not going to be executed on the website. It will be executed on the users who see the website because JavaScript is a client. So JavaScript is a client-side language and PHP is the server-side language. So if we manage the PHP code, it will be executed on the server itself. If you manage to run JavaScript, it's going to be executed on the users or the people who visit the website. Same here with jQuery, this is just a framework for JavaScript. So builtwith.com is very useful to find the technologies used to build the target website. In this lecture, we will see how we can get comprehensive DNS information about the target website. So just to give you a quick refresh on what the DNS is. So when you type in facebook.com, a DNS server will convert that name into an IP address. The process is a bit more complicated. So the DNS server contains actually a number of records, each pointing to a different domain or to a different IP, sometimes to the same IP. So in general, you requested domain name, it gets converted to an IP address, and dependent on that, this information needs to be stored somewhere. So we are going to query DNS server and see what information we can get through it. Now we are going to use a website called roptex.com and I am just going to put the target website that I want to get information about. So I am going to type ystraffic.com and I am going to hit enter to get a report. As you can see, we will get a big report. So there is a lot of information in there. But you can actually use the buttons in here to navigate to any of the sections below. So if you want to directly go to the records or to go through the SEO, all you have to do is just click in here and you will go directly to that section. What we are going to do right now, we will go over all the sections one by one and see what kind of information we got. So keep in mind the order of this information might be different, but you should have the same sections. So in the analysis, you can see we have general information about the target. So you can see that it's telling us that ystraffic.com has two name servers, one mail server and one IP address. We can see the name servers used by ystraffic.com and hostgator.com is the hosting company that ystraffic is using. This is very useful because you can go to HostGator right now. You will see the hosting company and then you can pretend to be them and communicate with wires traffic, telling them that you are signing them up for a better hosting. You are giving them something because they are a VIP customer, and ask wires traffic to log in. Obviously, they will log in into a fake page, and that way you will steal their information. You can tell them that there is a policy change that they have to accept, and again ask them to log in and steal the information that way. Obviously, you will do this through a fake login page, and this is mostly social engineering. And I covered this in my social engineering lecture. So it's nothing to do with website hacking. But it's very useful, because if you could not hack into the website through the applications installed, then the only way to get in is using social engineering. You can see the IP address of the website, which can be used to discover other websites installed on the same server. And this is very useful, because if you could not hack into your target's website through the applications installed on that website, then you can try to hack into any website installed on the same server. And if you manage to do that, then you can actually navigate to your target website, because they are all essentially installed on the same computer or server. And we will talk more about that in the next lecture. And below right here, we have a number of similar domains to our target. Now this might be completely irrelevant, but you can have a look and see what you have. You can have a look and see what you have navigating to the quick info. Again, you can see the domain name. You can see the TLD. We have the IP address, the name servers. Again, like I said, they are useful because they usually give us information about the domain hosting company or the hosting company hosting the website itself. And we also have the mail servers like we have seen before. So that all can be really useful. The reverse section will perform reverse DNS lookup. So as I said at the start of the lecture, DNS is used to translate domain names into IP addresses. In reverse lookup, we use the IP address to see which domains link to this IP address. And like I said previously, this can be very useful because we will be able to discover other websites hosted on the same server, and we can hack into any of these websites and from there gain access to our target. But with the reverse lookup, you won't always get all the websites installed on the same server. Therefore, in the next lecture, I will show you a better way of doing that. But if you really want to see the results of the reverse lookup, you have to log in. So I'm going to open a new tab. I'm going to go to roptex.com and click on login right here. And the only way to log in into Roptex is through Google. So I am going to click on Google. And that's it, we are logged in. So I'm going to close this and we are going to refresh in here. And if we see to the reverse right here, we have the results of the reverse lookup, and you can either download this as CSV or view it as HTML. So I'm going to choose to view it as HTML in a new tab. And right here, as you can see, we only have that wirestraffic.com on its own, because that wires traffic is hosted on its own server. So there are no other websites installed on the same server. But like I said, if there are other websites hosted on the same server, then you will be able to see them in here, in the reverse lookup. Let me close this. Now going down, we can see a more detailed breakdown of the DNS records. So you can see here we have information about the A record. This is the record that is used to translate the domain name into an IP address. So you can see that viastraffic.com links to this IP address, which is the IP address of the server hosting or containing the files of the website. Scrolling down, we have SEO information, search engine optimization info. We have the Alexa ranking. If we go down in the shared tab, we have the IP of the target website. Again, like I said, we can use these to get websites installed on the same server. We have a graph representation of all the information we gathered. We also have a history section. This is actually very useful because you can use this to track all the changes to the DNS info of the target website. You can see when they started using HostGator as their hosting provider. So if you scroll down, we might actually be able to see that they were using a different provider, and here you go. We can see that they were using a different hosting company, this one right here. But right now, as we can see, they changed and they switched to a different hosting company, HostGator. So again, you can even contact them pretending to be this company and tell them that you are going to sign them up for a better offer, or pretend that they violated one of your terms and conditions and ask them to log in to do something. When they log in, you can serve them a fake file, a backdoor, or again use the login information. Get them log in through a fake web page and steal the username and password. So information is always very useful when it comes to hacking, especially if you want to perform a social engineering attack, which might be your last step if you could not hack into the website using the applications installed on it. Scrolling down, we can see we have the whois information. We had a full lecture on how to get this and how this can be useful. And finally, we have the DNS block information, which basically a list of websites known to send spam. So usually emails sent from these websites would be blocked or considered as spam. So as you can see, a very useful website that can be used to get information about this server used to host the target website and its relationship with other websites, other servers, which hosting companies are being used. And like I said, all of this can be very useful whether you want to target the website itself, whether you want to target other websites, or you can hack into your target website, and even if you want to social engineer one of the admins to gain access to your target website. In this lecture, I would like to highlight a very important note when it comes to website penetration testing. Websites are installed on web servers on normal computers like we said before. These normal computers have IP addresses, and using the IP addresses we can access our target website. Now in many scenarios, your target's website or your target server will contain a large number of websites. So it will have the website that you are looking for or that you are targeting, but it will also contain other websites on the same server, so on the same file system. What this means is, if you, for example, could not find any vulnerabilities in your target website, you can try to hack into any other website that is installed on the same server. If you could do that, then you will be able to gain access to the server. Gaining access to the server basically means you have access to all the other websites, because the server is just a computer and you can literally just navigate through the website that you want to hack and gain access to that website. So if you are trying to hack into a website and you could not find an exploit, then the next step will be trying to hack any other website that exists on the same server. So what I mean by exist on the same server is they have the same IP address. So let me show you here an example. We can use bing.com for finding websites on the same server, and it's a really simple way. So if I just go to bing.com and type in IP colon this IP address of my target website and hit enter, you will see all the other websites that exist on the same server as your target website. So let me just show you here. If I copy any of these domain names, for example, we have this one, tripsbetter.com, and I am just going to open command prompt. If I do a ping www.wiretraffic.com, you will see that this is my IP address of my website. And if I do a ping on one of the website that exists for our use, ping space and hit enter, you will see that both the websites have the same IP address. This means that both websites are installed on the same computer, and if we could hack into one of them, we can literally just navigate from that website into the other, from our meter preter shell or from our PHP shell or any type of shell that we are using. So you can literally hack into any of these websites and from there hack into target website and gain access to it. This is very important because in many cases your target could be very well secured, but the server itself is not secure. So you can manage to hack one of the other websites and then navigate through the server to your target website. In this session, we are going to talk about subdomains. Subdomains, we have seen them everywhere. For example, they can come in as subdomain.target.com. So for example, you would have beta.facebook.com, you would have mobile.facebook.com, or you might have user.facebook.com. So for example, in Google, you have mail.gmail.com, which basically just takes you to Gmail. Why subdomains are important? In a lot of the cases, some websites have subdomains for their own users. For example, for the employees or for certain customers. So they are not advertised unless you are some sort of a VIP customer or if you are an employee. You will not see these subdomains on search engines and you will just never see a link leading to them. So they might contain vulnerabilities or exploits that will help you gain access to the whole website. But you just never knew about them because they are not advertised. Another thing is a lot of the big websites, when they are trying to install a new update or add a new feature to the website, they install it in a subdomain. So you would have beta.facebook.com actually contains a beta version of Facebook which contains still experimental features. Now experimental features are great because they are still under development and there is a really high chance of finding exploits in them. And this is actually true. Now, so long ago, someone was able to brute force the restore password key for any Facebook user and was able to gain access to any Facebook user. And this was only possible through beta.facebook.com. Because facebook.com used to check for a number of attempts or wrong attempts and they just did not implement that security feature in the beta. Because they just did not think anyone's going to go there or for any reason. Like the beta usually contains more problems than the normal website, so it will be very useful to try and hack into it. So in today's lecture, we will see how we can find any subdomains that have not been advertised or even the advertised ones. So we will be able to get subdomains of our target. We are going to use a tool called dnsdumpster.com for discovering the subdomains. Open this website and let me enter target website ystraffic.com. Scroll down. And as you can see, we managed to find 3 subdomains that were not advertised. So one of them is webdisk.ystraffic.com. This is just a local subdomain. We can see that mail server has its own subdomain as well, mail.ystraffic.com. Let me scan another website, bodyjewelry.com. Scroll down. As you can see, it discovered 3 subdomains: mobile.bodyjewelry.com, blog.bodyjewelry.com and members.bodyjewelry.com. And bodyjewelry.com is the main domain. As you can see here, bodyjewelry.com is using the Yahoo server and these 3 subdomains are using the GoDaddy server. So these subdomains might contain vulnerabilities or exploits that will help you gain access to the whole website. But you just never knew about them because they are not advertised. You can also use the Google Docs to discover all the pages of the target website and its subdomains. Open Google and type site:facebook.com. So it will list all the pages of facebook.com. Now to list out the subdomains, leave a space, then type dash in URL :www and hit enter. It will list out subdomains of Facebook: free.facebook.com, mbasic.facebook.com, mtouch.facebook.com, business.facebook.com and many more. So this just shows you how important information gathering is, which can be used to really gain access to websites, or if you don't do it, you would be missing a lot of things. For example, you might be missing a whole script with a whole number of vulnerabilities, or you could be missing an admin login page or an employee login page which is used for admins or employees to log in. In this lecture, we are going to learn about Multigo tool. This tool is great for information gathering and it allows you to gather information just about anything. You can gather information about people, you can gather information about websites, computers, companies, phone numbers and everything. really everything you can think of. You can add to this tool and try to extract information related to that entity. This tool is called Maltigo, and it's going to become your best friend when it comes to information gathering. Now, like I said, the tool can be used to gather information about anything. But using the tool is the same, so it does not matter if your target is a website, if it's a person, if it's a phone number, if it's a company, does not really matter. Using the tool is exactly the same, but only the information that you will be getting is going to be different. So first of all, to run, go to applications here and then just type in Maltigo, and you can see that the tool comes up in here and it's called Maltigo CE. The first time you run the tool, you will be asked to log in with a username and password. If you don't have one, you will have to register through the wizard that you will see. So just create a new username and password, and then they will send you an invitation link to your email. Activate your account and then you will be able to log in and use the tool. Now as you can see, I have already logged in, and here you can see that we have the home page for the tool, and from here we can add more transformers to the tool. Basically, transformers are plugins that allow you to gather information about specific things. So you can literally just click on install on any of these and it will add basically more transformer or more things that you can do with Maltigo. A lot of these extra transformers will ask you to log in with a username and password or use a certain API. For now, we are just going to use built-in transformers, and now I am just going to go in right here and click on this plus icon to create a new graph. And this is the main workplace of Maltigo. So in the middle we have our graph. So here is where you are going to be seeing your entities, where you are going to be seeing the information, and here you will have an overview of the graph. In here you will have the details about each entity in the graph, and in here at the bottom right you will be able to change the properties for each of these entities. All this is empty now and all of this is vague, I know for you. But once we start using the tool, it will start making the sense straight away. On the left we have our entities. They are organized and categorized right here depending on the type of these entities. So for example, if we click on the infrastructure, it will allow you to add a domain. You can add MX records. You can add your URLs, or you can add the website. So you can literally just drag and drop the entity that you want. And now we have a website in the graph. And from here we can start gathering information about this website. There's a lot of different types of entities. So if you go up, you can add a device from here. You can, for example, if we go to personal, and you will see that you can actually just add a person. So literally you can just add the person, give their first name, their second name, and then you will be able to gather information about this person. You can also add a phone number. Again, put the phone number and start gathering information about it. And with that, once you add them, you will be able to gather information about these entities. And obviously this information will really help you when it comes to trying to exploit that person and hack into their system. Now once you add the entity in here, if we click on the website, I am just going to go to the property view, and you will see that in here I can modify the properties for this website. So for example, the first thing that we need to change is put the name of our target website in here. And once we do that, we can right click and select what type of information we want to gather. Now we are going to target a website. Let me delete this person entity and phone number entity. Now let's see what information we can gather about this entity. So I am going to go in properties right here and enter the target website. In our case, the target website will be ystraffic.com. Now right click here, all transforms, and we can get all this information related to this target website. Let's find out the external links within this website. Click on this button. So now it is running the transform, and as you can see, it will take some time. And as you can see, we can find these external links within the target website ystraffic.com. These are the external links within the website. So this is a quick overview of the tool on how to add entities, how to run transformers, and what do we mean by all of these things. And as I said, you are going to be able to use it to gather information about anything, and it's really going to help you enhance your social engineering skills. Before we begin doing our information gathering, we have to establish a client to attack. So for this course, we are going to be utilizing a client out of Bugcrowd. If you have never heard of Bugcrowd, Bugcrowd is a public bug bounty program. What that means is there are programs on the website that will allow you to attack them, and if you find a bug against the program, you are able to submit it and potentially get money for it. So you are able to hack these programs publicly as they are part of this program. Now the program we are going to be attacking is Binance.com. So Binance is a part of Bugcrowd. Now please do note, please double check when you are watching this course, as some time may have passed. Binance might no longer be part of this bug bounty program. So it's very critical to make sure that you are still within scope before you attack. If for some reason Binance is no longer in scope, just go ahead and pick a new client and do information gathering on them. You don't have to pick Binance when we are doing this. You can just do it to follow along with me, but you are also welcome pick any program you want. So if you go to bugcrowd.com and we go to programs, I will show you where Binance exists. Now you can see here that they have all different types of programs in here. And if I were to scroll down and continuously I could find more and more. There are hundreds of programs involved, all kinds of names. Really big names, we have Binance here, files.com, Bitfender, ExpressVPN, Indeed. Any of the big names most likely have a bug program, especially if they are reputable. So here you can see what's based on rewards, what's based on charity, and what's based on points only. That's how the bug bounties are rewarded. Some of them are not all cash, some of them are just for points and for kudos, and the other ones are for charity. I'm gonna go to Binance.com. Now this is your first lesson into rules of engagement. We are going to talk about rules of engagement later, but it's super important to read the program details that you see here. And what we really need to do is scroll down and make sure that we stay in scope when we are doing this. So we have a wildcard here. So this means that any subdomain inside of Binance.com is in scope, Binance.org, etc. What is important is that we stay out of scope. So we don't want to attack support.binance or community.binance.org. So we have to stay within Binance, and there's a few more sites. We are not going to worry too much about that when we get into the web portion of the course. We are going to talk about way more detail on enumerating web applications and go into that. So for now, what we are going to do is we are just going to focus on information gathering, what kind of information we can gather from this client. So again, I am setting my target the Binance. If you pick another client, just make sure you stay in scope of that client. So from here, we are going to move on to next lecture and start with information gathering in more detail. So with this lecture, I want to take a very realistic approach and a realistic methodology when it comes to doing what you do as a penetration tester. My approach when I first start is looking up items on websites regarding to users' email format and breach credentials. And we are going to go down that path, and then we will start talking about other items, but this is the first place that I target. So we are going to start off first with a tool called hunter.io, and I want you to just go out to hunter.io. You are going to see a sign up in the upper right hand corner. Go ahead and sign up. It does require a valid email address. Okay, so once you are logged in, your screen should look something like mine. Hunter.io is a domain search. Where we can do is we can type in something like binance.com, and you can see here it starts to bring up binance.com. It's got 64 results. Let's go ahead and just click on this. Now with the free plan that we are on, we get something like 50 searches a month. So please be careful to not abuse the search feature and make sure you're searching for what you want. Why do I use this? Well, it tells me some interesting things. One, it gives me a list of people in the organization. I get the first name and the last name. I get a first initial last name format here, and it tells me the most common pattern with the email addresses. And we will talk about why that's important in a second. So I get up to 64 results here. I get to export in CSV file if I want. I can take these emails, all of this, and I have a lot of information. And this is all free to me. And it even tells me where they got these sources from. They are looking online and they are digging it up, like they are finding it from different websites. So all these different email addresses very good for us. Sometimes they even have departments in here. You can click on them and look, human resources, support, communication, depending where they work like. I might be interested in executive. Okay, we got a senior VP. We also got a link to navigate to his LinkedIn and Twitter account. This is a good way to just see who works where, what their email format is, and how many names we can pull down. Using hunter.io, we are able to grab a valid list of names. So we can gather here 64 results. That's great, but on top of this, that's probably not everybody that works there. So maybe we can go out to LinkedIn and we see if Ajit Tripathi works there. Knowing this first name and last name format or how they structure their email is super important for later on when we perform attacks. Let's say we have a login form and we want to log in into it. If we know the format of the email address, we can send a bunch of valid email addresses to it as a username. And then we can do something like password spring, which is where we just take commonly used passwords. So this information here that we can gather is absolutely important. So I'm going to show you a couple more methods on how to gather this sort of information and how we can start to become malicious with the information that we gather and why this is all important. Alright, I want to show you one more tool, and I want to point out too that the tools I have been showing you so far for email gathering and credential gathering are not all inclusive. You can absolutely find the tools that work for you, that are the best and that you prefer. And I also encourage you to come through here up and applications and information gathering and give a look at some of the tools up here, even if we don't cover them in this course. Definitely Google them, click through them, see if you like them. Just because I don't use a tool does not mean you can't. So I'm going to show you one more tool, and I'm just gonna show you a tool that is built into Kali Linux that can help us identify some more usernames and even some subdomains. So this tool is called the harvester. We can say the harvester like this, and -h for help. And this will tell us a little bit about it, and we can see the usage over here. So what it's going to do is you specify a domain for which you want results, and you specify how deep into a search limit you want to go and what you want to search on. You can see the different data sources that they have. So it goes Google, Bing, LinkedIn, Baidu, Twitter, Yahoo, Hunter.io, which we have talked about. We can do all, but we would have to have API keys for some of these. Like Hunter.io requires an API key, so we can get in depth with this and go further. But we would need some API keys to do that. So just for an example, we are just going to use one site, the harvester. We are going to do a domain of binance.com, and we will do a length of 500, and we will just do a -b for Google. Go ahead and hit enter. When you have that, we are just going to let this run. So what we are after here is just a little bit of information gathering from a domain search. So we are going to search through Google here, but you have all those other examples available to you. And what's nice about this is it's just built into Kali Linux. So get familiar with the tools. Not only that I show you, but that are built into Kali Linux, and you will be incredibly well-rounded. So here you can see that within a few seconds it gave us 2 emails which we probably would have identified in hunter.io, and it also gave us some subdomains, which is nice, and it gave us the IP addresses with those subdomains as of right now. So did it do great? I mean, it's okay. Do we give it to its full potential either? No, we only went 500 results through Google. Something like hunter.io pulled down almost 64 emails. So we got better results there. And there are better tools out there that are going to resolve subdomains for us as well, and really quick. But I did again want to show you another tool, one that is commonly shown and something that you can use on the fly with Kali Linux. So from here we are going to kind of move on and to start talking other techniques and ideas and move into more information gathering. So I will catch you over in the next lecture. Web information gathering is going to be important because a lot of the times we are going to be tasked with a web penetration test, or we might encounter a website on an external or internal penetration test. And being able to gather information and perform enumeration on those websites is super important. So what I am going to show you throughout is how to gather some of the information that is out there, and then we will talk about methods that actually involve going out to the website and gathering information that way as well. So the first and most important thing, especially when it comes to websites or bug bounty hunting, etc., is that we need to identify what subdomains are out there, and you saw earlier when we were looking at Binance. It had a scope of something like *binance.com. This asterisk is a wildcard. This means that anything and everything is open to us in the scope except it was out of the scope in the subdomain range. Now we can utilize tools to our advantage to discover these subdomains. Why are subdomains important? Well, we might run into something that is like dev.binance.com, or we might run into a website that should have never been out there, like the dev or like testsite.binance.com, for example, or you might find logging forms. Another reason that it's so important is because if you just look at binance.com, you are limiting yourself to one website where there could be potentially tons of websites on these subdomains. So we really need to hunt this and be certain that we are incorporating everything that we can. We are doing our assessments. So one great tool that I want to point out is a tool called Sublister. So we need to install that. Let's type in apt install Sublister like this and hit enter. Okay, and this will just take a second to get it all set up, and we will utilize this tool to get these subdomains. Okay, now that it's set up, all we have to do is type in Sublister, hit tab for autocomplete, hit enter, and it gives you the syntax. We can do a --h for help or -h for help, and all we really need here is a domain, so we can say -d for binance.com and hit enter, and it's going to start searching for binance.com. Okay, so we have our results here. And it has found 691 subdomains. So it's looking through all these different search engines, similar to what the harvester was doing. But you are going to see that it's going to return quite a bit more. So we see by Baidu, Yahoo, Google, Bing, Ask. It goes through all these and try to search. And it has found 691 subdomains of binance.com. Okay, so we have our results back. Now I want to talk about the results that might be interesting here, and then identify some other tools that you can download and use and go play with on your own. So this has identified quite a few things. I mean, there's a big list here, 691 subdomains. Now Sublister is great at finding some of these things, like we come through here. There is webmail.antivirus.binance.com. I might be after something like vpn.binance.com. You can also look through these lists and possibly identify what kind of tools they are using. You might see something like webmail.binance.com, vaccines.binance.com, tigermask.binance.com, and this really just kind of drives home what they are running on their backend for a lot of things. Sublister is a great tool. Sublister was ahead of its time when it came out. So another last thing to point out is, if you want to use Sublister and if it was slow, it's always helpful to check the -h for help, and you can see in here that there is a -t for threads. Always check the help so we can specify a domain like we did before. Do something like -d for binance.com, and then you can specify threads of like 100 as opposed to maybe 1 thread or 10 threads I was running originally. We give it 100 thread, it can go a lot faster. We are gonna get a lot more results. You could also do a -v for verbosity and get your results in real time. But there are better tools out there. There are tools that incorporate pretty much everything in one go. Now I want to show you another way of doing this. So let's go out to the web and load up another site called crt.sh like this. Now let's look for some other target website, indeed.com. So we are just gonna say %.indeed.com. Now all we are doing is we are using certificate fingerprinting. Now we are gonna go out and look for certificates that have been registered, and it's going to attempt to find those and tell us what's out there. So you can see that we can find support.indeed.com, blog.indeed.com. We would scroll through these and try to find all the different ones. That's like bugs.indeed.com, mechabugs.indeed.com, any sort of thing like that. I am also interested in vpn.indeed.com, api.indeed.com. So these are the sort of things that we are after. And you see right now that we have different levels to domains. Like here you see that we have our subdomain, but what about a subdomain, like a fourth level of a domain? You see qa.statistics.indeed.com. So we can go deeper and deeper when it comes to these domains. So we can come to a site like crt.sh to see if we could find any additional subdomains within this, and we can utilize tools like Sublister as well. So there are great tools out there for doing subdomain hunting, and again subdomain hunting is very critical, because if we just limited ourselves to indeed.com, look at all the things that we would miss. So we can find out a lot here. Now not all of these pages are going to be alive. Also there's a good possibility that we can go to something like this, engineering-qa.indeed.com, and it won't work. We can give it a go and see. These are what show up in search engines, but it's worth knowing about them. And there are other tools out there, such as like go to Google, such as tom nom htt probe. Tools like that out there will probe the list that you give and give it this list into probe. It will say, hey, this website's alive or this website's not alive, and then you can start narrowing down these lists as well. So that is something to think about when you get your wheels spinning. But for now, for information gathering, for the scope of this course, we don't have to worry about too much. So these are the ways to do subdomain hunting and then what to look for in subdomain hunting. So that is it in this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to discuss about the awesome project that has been come up by the project discovery team. So there are a lot of amazing things that they have been developing, some of the amazing tools that they have developed, but I really like this one as well, which is chaos.projectdiscovery.io, wherein you can see that over here they have total this many records and they are keep on adding new records. So what are these records actually? These records are the subdomain records which are categorized based on bug bounty programs. Recently they just uploaded a list of subdomains of the programs, but they now have been working on refining this particular list and have been recently updated with these new subsections over here. So first let's see what is this all, which contains all the programs which are on HackerOne, Bugcrowd, have rewards and does not have rewards. So basically if you want to filter them, you can filter it based on the new programs. Let's click on new programs. Currently there are no data to show in new programs. Let's see new subdomains. So as you can see, 18F has deployed 9 subdomains and this list was updated 22 hours ago. So you can just keep a watch on each program and you can see if there is any updation or any new subdomain is added. You will automatically come to know and you can start hunting before other security researchers. This is something which is very cool because the expansion of our scope increases to a very great extent and we can hunt for a new one vulnerable targets. So let's just quickly go on to the HackerOne tab and you can see all the programs of HackerOnes. Mostly are over here with the list of subdomains that have been given over here. These are the Bugcrowd programs. The list of all the Bugcrowd programs. These are the programs with rewards. So especially if some of the hackers they specially want to hunt for programs which only pays rewards, they can start with here. And these programs do not pay any kind of rewards. So let's just go back to the all one and let's search for a program that is Tesla. So once I go on over here, you can see a number of subdomains are huge. Over here you can see there are more than 2000 subdomains and this data have been collected from everywhere and they basically keep on collecting from the DNS records as well. So how do you see this? Just click on this particular button and it will automatically download a zip file for you. Here is the zip file. So let's just open that file. And here you can see subdomains related to tesla.cn, .txt file, tesla.com, tesla.services, teslamotors.com. And this is the particular zip file how it looks when unzipped. Let me just open teslamotors.com.txt file. And you can see these are all the subdomains which are being here into this particular file related to teslamotors.com. So here you will find all the subdomains related to tesla.cn. you will be able to see that there are a huge number of subdomains into this. So your playground for testing for vulnerabilities and doing bug bounties on those targets increases drastically. I love this particular project, and this is actually very useful and has minimized our work because we had to enumerate many subdomains from any target. They bring all of them together, they run a sort, they do duplicates, then do all this kind of stuff. Yes, but you have to guys check manually if from these subdomains how many are up or not. So you can check that by HTTP probe or any other tool that you like to see which of the subdomains are actually resolving. So this is how you can get your subdomains from one place, which is chaos.projectdiscovery.io. Now on to what is going to be your absolute best friend in your entire life and in your career, Google. I cannot stress out how important it is to be good at Googling and you know how to be amazing at it. But there are so many things that people approach me with that you can find on Google in a second. And if you have never seen, then let me Google that for you. What makes a really good pen tester or really good anything, especially in IT, is the ability to Google. So being able to look this stuff up on your own and be able to find your own resources and find solutions to your problems are going to make you a way better pen tester and just way better at your career with troubleshooting and everything else. I just want to stress how important I think Google is. So I am going to show you today what's called a little bit of Google foo. And here we have got Google up, but I want to show you that I just search for Google search syntax. In the first one, Google search operators came up. If you look at this page, this is a really nice list of some things that you can run on Google and will help you out. I am going to show you just a few things that we can use to search for and how we can start narrowing down some results. So if we go to Google and we just type in something like Binance, that's going to bring up Binance here. Okay, we found the main Binance site, but we are going to get Twitter and we are gonna get all kinds of stuffs. Okay, we get the Facebook and maybe we want this, maybe we do, but maybe we don't. We don't want all this mess. Maybe we only want items from Binance. So you could just say something like site column binance.com. And notice I am not putting in the www because that would limit us to that specific domain. So we have the wwws in here, but you could see that it's starting to pull in something like launchpad, cloud.binance.com and other items. So we can search for binance.com and maybe we don't want binance.com www. Maybe we take out with the subtract here. Maybe we just take out www and we are getting almost 7560 results. And you can see now we are pulling in card.binance.com, c2c.binance.com. We are getting all these different unique subdomains, pool.binance.com. So I have showed you sublister and I have showed you other ways to find subdomains, including the harvester, but you can find subdomains like this as well. And let's say you only want to find things like, C2C, then we can come in and we can say C2C dot, or maybe you don't want www and you don't want C2C. You could take those both out, subtract C2C, and you start finding more like pool.binance.com. So you can start finding different subdomains this way. Couple other things that we could look for. What about file type? We could say file type like this, and we could search for something like PDF. So there are 37 results related to PDF. So they have got different items here. We can check the PDF files if we get any useful information. We can look through, maybe Excel file, Excel, SX, and CSV. So what we are doing here? What's the point in me doing this? Well, the point of me doing this is I am looking for potentially sensitive files out there or information you would be surprised a little bit of hunting on a domain. Binance is a big company, big domain, and it's gonna be hard to find some of this information. But you would be very surprised with a little bit of prodding, a little bit of Google foo in narrowing down the type of results that you can get off of a company. I mean, we can find all kinds of interesting stuff. For example, you can find a backup page of an entire website just by doing something like this. Entire website credentials, source code, everything. And just through a little bit of Google. So again, Google is your absolute best friend before you ask anybody a question, no matter how complex. I challenge you to Google it first. Make sure you have done your research and then ask somebody. So please do not ignore the Google machine, it's out there to help you. So that's it for this lecture. In this lecture, we are gonna see how to install Metasploitable as a virtual machine. So similar to the way that we had a Windows machine to practice attacks that we launch against normal users, we need to have another virtual machine that behaves like a server so that we can practice server-side attacks against it and see how we can hack into servers. So the machine that we are gonna use is called Metasploitable, and it's a virtual machine that's built on Linux. And it contains a number of services that's typically used by servers. It also contains a number of web applications that act exactly like normal web applications and use the same technologies used by normal servers and normal web applications. So we are gonna install this machine, and then in the future we are gonna use it as a target to learn how to hack into servers and how to hack into websites. You can download Metasploitable from this link. I have included this link in the resources of this lecture. If you open this link, you will get this page which will allow you to download Metasploitable. Before you can download it, we have to fill our form information over here. So I'm going to fill the form info. Test. Test. Now one thing I would like to note when it asks you for your email. If you use a normal Gmail account like this one and try to download, you will see that it's gonna say this must be a valid company email. So if you do not have a company, you can use a fake email in here. All you have to do is just write a name at any company name you want. So I'm just gonna say is bhavesh@itcompany.com. The idea is you just want to use a name at some other name.com, and this will allow you to bypass all of this. And once you click on submit, you go to the download page, and if we click on download Metasploitable now, it will download it for me. And once it's downloaded, you are gonna have a zip file, and I have already downloaded this, so I have the zip file right here. So once you uncompress it, you will get this directory. Double click it and you will see the following files. So we are gonna create a new machine here in virtual machine. Click on new, and I am gonna call it Metasploitable. And this is going to be a Linux machine, and I am gonna hit next, and I am gonna give it a gigabyte of RAM 1024. It should be enough. Click next. Remember, with Kali Linux we created a new virtual hard disk. With this we are gonna use an existing one. The reason for that is because the image that we have right now is actually it's designed for VMware player. So what we are gonna do is we are gonna import the hard disk file or the hard disk image in here, so that we are gonna have an already installation without having to install it the way we installed Kali Linux. So we are just gonna use an existing virtual hard disk file, and I am just gonna navigate to select where it is. I'm gonna go to downloads, Metasploitable, and I'm gonna select the .vmdk file. So it's the right file over here, and click on choose, create. Now we are gonna start this machine. Click on start. Okay, so the machine has run now. It's completely installed. As I said, you don't really need to install anything. We just imported a ready installation, a ready hard disk. So it's asking me for the username, and the username is msf admin, and the password is the same, so it's msf admin. Now you might notice once you start typing the password, you will see nothing displayed on the screen. This is a security feature so that the password is not visible to people beside you. So once you get asked for the password, type msf admin and then hit enter. Now I have actually already typed it, so now when I hit enter, you will see it's gonna log me in. Now this machine only has a terminal interface, as you can see here, and it's giving you a warning that you should never expose this machine to external internet connection because it's a vulnerable machine. It is designed to be vulnerable. Right now it's only inside our lab. It's only installed as virtual machine. So literally nobody outside our lab can access it. So this is a really good way of using it. Now this is it, the machine is installed. As I said, in the future we are gonna talk about how we are gonna try and hack into this machine. We are gonna be using it a lot, and we are gonna learn how to use it step by step. So at this moment, just we have this installed, and we are gonna move on to the next step. And we will talk about this once we actually need to use it in the future. So if you wanna turn off this machine, all you have to do is just type in sudo power off, hit enter, and it's asking you for the admin password, msf admin, and that's it. It's going off now. Here we go, the machine is off. Now we are going to look at is the server side attacks. Again, these are the attacks that don't require user interaction. So you can use these attacks with web servers and stuff like that. And you can also use it against normal computers. The reason why I am going to be using it against an application against my Metasploitable which runs Unix and which is more of a server than a normal computer is because if your target uses a personal computer and if they are not on the same network as you, then even if you get their their IP address is going to be behind the router. So they will probably be connecting through router. And therefore, if you use the IP to try and determine what operating systems run on it and what applications are installed, you will get much useful information because you are only going to be getting information about the router and not the person, because the person is hiding behind the router. Whereas when you are targeting a web server or a server in general, then the server will have an IP address, and that IP address you can access it directly on the internet. So this attack or these ways of gathering information that we are going to look at now will work if the person is on the same network and if the person has a real IP. So if you can ping the person, even if it's a personal computer, you can ping it, then you can run all of the attacks and all of the information gathering methods that we are going to explain now. So in my example, I am going to be targeting my Metasploitable machine here. And before I could show you anything, first of all, I want to show you the network settings. So in here, Metasploitable, go to settings, click on network. So it's set to net network and it's on the same network as my Kali machine. So go to the Kali machine, settings, network, and again the Kali machine is also on the same network, net network. Now this is very important. Now in Metasploitable machine, if I do if config, let me clear this, if config, you will see that my IP is 10.0.2.6 and if I go to my Kali machine, I should be able to ping it. Go to Kali machine, terminal, ping 10.0.2.6. Press Ctrl C to stop it. You can see here that I am able to ping the IP of my Metasploitable machine, which is 10.0.2.6. Now if I can't ping it, then we won't be able to do anything. And as you can see, we are getting responses from the machine. So we are connected to that machine and we can get responses from it. Therefore we can try and test its security. So again, you can use these attacks and you can use these approaches against any computer that you can ping. So if it's a personal computer or if it's a server of any kind, as long as you can ping that direction or you can ping that person, then you can use these attacks and these methods that we are going to talk about in the server side attacks. So it's going to work against websites, web servers, people, normal computers, as long as you can ping them. And just to convey this idea, we seen the Metasploitable machine right there. So it's just a normal machine, is the normal virtual machine that I can use right here to do anything I want. I can list, I can even install a graphical interface, and then I will be able to just use it just the way I use my Kali machine. But at the same time, it has a web server. So if I go to my browser and navigate to the IP of Metasploitable machine 10.0.2.6, you will see that I actually have a web server here and it has websites that I can actually read and browse. And we are actually going to have a look on these websites and see how we can test them in the future. If you can ping that IP, you can use the server-side attacks. It mostly works against servers because servers always have real IP. And also if the person is in the same network as you can, then you can ping them and you can do all of these attacks as well. In this lecture, we will see how to install Zenmap. Open the link nmap.org. Click on download. Scroll down and navigate to Linux resources. Click on this link Zenmap. Save file. OK. Now once the file is downloaded, you can find the file in download folder. So you can find here in downloads folder. Now let me navigate to the terminal and type apt-get install. Hit enter. Now type apt-get install alien. Now let's navigate to the download folder. To navigate to the download folder, cd space downloads. So now we are in the downloads folder. ls. We can see the file here. Now type sudo alien double inverted comma and the file name. Hit enter. And now type sudo space dpkg -i double inverted comma and the dep file name. Hit enter. Now let's navigate to applications and search for Zenmap. So we have our Zenmap installed here. Click on it to open the Zenmap. So now we have our Zenmap installed. Right, so the first step into server-side attacks is information gathering. Information gathering is very important because it will show us the operating system of the target, the installed programs or the running services on the target, the ports associated with the services. Now from these installed services, we can try and get into the system. We will see an example here today. There's a lot of people that install services and misconfigure them. So sometimes a lot of these services are designed to give some remote person some access to that computer, but they obviously need to have some security implementations. People often misconfigure these services, so we can take advantage of these misconfigurations and gain access to these computers. Another problem with these services, some of them might even have backdoors, and a lot of them would have vulnerabilities such as remote buffer overflows or code execution vulnerabilities that allow us to gain full access to that computer. Now the simplest way on doing this is using Zenmap. So we use Zenmap using the IP. We get a list of all of these services and then Google maybe each one of them and see if they contain any vulnerabilities. I just want to convey the idea of anything is a computer, and we have seen the metasploitable device. This device is actually a website. It has a web server running. So websites are nothing different than this. So if you want to get an IP of a website, all you have to do is just do a ping. So for example, if we are targeting Facebook, all we have to do is do ping facebook.com and we will get their IP right here. So we have Facebook's IP and we will be able to run Zenmap against it and gain a list of all the running services on Facebook. Now obviously I am not gonna do that because I am not allowed to do that. What I am gonna do is I am gonna run Zenmap against this Metasploitable device, which basically is a computer device, and that's what we are interested into testing. I can't really stress this anymore. Anything is a computer. Whether it's a website, a server, any online service, a phone, anything is a computer. So you can go about penetration anything the same way. So I am gonna run Zenmap. Let me go to Kali machine. Go to applications. I am just gonna look for Zenmap. And here is Zenmap. Now I am going to check the IP of my Metasploitable machine. If config. So the IP of Metasploitable machine is 10.0.2.6. Now I am gonna put the IP of my target, which is Metasploitable device, which is 10.0.2.6. In this case we are testing a remote IP. So for example, in the Facebook case, all we have to do is just put the Facebook target IP in there and test it. As I said before, you can pick your target from bug crowd programs. So I am gonna hit on scan and this will give me a list of all the installed applications. Okay, so the scan is finished now and we have a lot of open ports, a lot of services. What I advise you to do in this case, now if you want to do a simple test, is you literally go on ports, port by port, read what it is and Google the name of the program. So for example, we have port 21 here. That's an FTP port. FTP is a service. It's installed to allow people to upload or download files from the remote server. So we can see usually FTP services uses a username and a password. But you can see that this service has misconfigured and it allows anonymous FTP login. With this you will be able to log in without a password. So all we have to do is download an FTP client such as FileZilla and you will be able to connect using this IP address on port 21. Now I am not gonna explain this because it's very simple. You literally download the application and connect to it. What else you can do is you can Google this. This is an FTP server. You can literally Google this and see if it has any issues, if it has any misconfigurations, if it has any known code execution exploits. So I know if you Google this now, this particular application has a backdoor installed with it. So it literally came with a backdoor when it was released. For now, I would like to show you something simpler just so that we can make this shorter. So as I said, you need to go in one by one, Googling the services and check if they have any misconfigurations or any exploits installed or if any known exploits. So what I am going to do now is I am gonna have a look on the 513 login. So let's assume we went on them one by one, we could not find anything and we reach the 513 TCP port. So I am gonna copy this. This is the service that's running on this port. So literally I don't know what's this. So I am gonna copy it, go on Google and Google it. Okay, so we are gonna have a look on the first result that we got here. Scroll down and we can see that this module will test our login service on a range of machines and report successful logins. So that's very nice, that's very cool. Let's check the other result. Scroll down. One of the services that you can discover in Unix environment is the rlogin. This service runs on port 513 and it allows users to log in to host remotely. Let's say that you discover the following system in which the R login is running on port 513. Now the next step is to check whether the RSH client is installed in our system. If not, then we have to type the command apt-get install RSH client. The RSH client is a remote login utility. It will allow users to connect to remote machines. So let's go to the terminal and install RSH client. So as we did before, when we need to install something, we do apt-get and we do install, and we will write the name of the program that we want to install. So it's RSH client. Hit enter. Now apt-get is gonna install it for me and configure it, and once it's installed, so I'm gonna do R login, and again I don't know how to use this app, so I'm gonna do the help to see how to use it, and we can see that the format is R login. You put the options that you want. So what's important here is the username and the host, which is the target IP. So this is what we are gonna do. We are gonna do R login. We are gonna put the username as root. Again, we said root is the user with the most privileges on the system. And we will put the target IP, which is 10.0.2.6. Hit enter. Now as you can see, we are logged in into the Metasploitable machine here. And if I do ID to get my ID, you can see that I am root. If I get where I am, sorry, it's pwd, I am in the root directory. I can list stuff. If I do uname a, that will list the host name and the kernel that's running on the machine. And as you can see that I am in the Metasploitable machine with the root access. So this was a manual way, a basic way of gaining access to the target computer only by a misconfiguration of an installed service. So the R login service was not configured properly. All we have to do is just Google what came with that port, and we managed to find, or we managed to log in and gain full access to the target computer. Now again, the key point here is you do a Zenmap scan, and then you go on each port that you find, you Google that port, and you would be looking for misconfigurations, default passwords, if this target service came in with a backdoor or code execution. Maybe it was not programmed properly, or it had a flaw that can be used to gain access to that computer. So far in the server side attacks, we have seen how we can use a default password or use a misconfigured service to gain access to the target computer. Today we are gonna have an example on a very simple thing, which is a backdoor. So some programs or services come in with backdoors embedded in them. So we are gonna exploit that today. And I chose this very simple exploit because I wanna introduce you to a framework called Metasploit. We are gonna be using that framework a lot, so I wanted something simple to start with, and then we are gonna go deeper into that framework. Now first let me show you how we find that exploit. So again, using the same method that we have always been using, I have my nmap scan, and as I said, we are gonna go on each port and then Google them looking for exploits. So I'm gonna Google the service name here, this one, and I'm gonna go to my browser, go to Google, paste the service name and exploit. So the service name followed by exploit. As you can see, the first result comes in from a website called Rapid7. Click on it. Now Rapid7 is a company that makes Metasploit framework. So that's why I choose this particular exploit to show you today. So we are gonna exploit this service or this problem using Metasploit. And as you can see here, Rapid7 is telling us that this version of FTP has a backdoor command execution. So we can basically execute commands on the target computer if it has this program installed. And from Nmap, we know that this program is installed, which means that we can execute commands on the target machine. So we went on Nmap, we googled the name of the service, and the first thing that came up is that this service has a backdoor command execution. Because this is on Rapid7, the vulnerability is exploitable using Metasploit, and the module name we are gonna be using is this. So it made our life much easier with this. So I am gonna copy the name. This is the name that I want to use to exploit this vulnerability. So I am gonna go to my terminal and I am gonna launch Metasploit and use the command msf console. It is starting the Metasploit framework console. So here I am showing you the basic generic commands, and then there are other commands that you get used to them in time. So the first command is msf console, and this basically just launches Metasploit program. You can always type in help at any stage and you will get help of the commands and the descriptions on how you can use them. So these are the commands and the descriptions. You can use the show command to show something. So you can show the available exploits, you can show the available auxiliaries, the available payloads, and we will talk about what each of these mean in the future. You can use the use command to use something that you are shown. For example, you showed the exploits and you picked a certain exploit that you want to use. Then you can use the use command and then you type in the exploit name to run it. Then you can use the set option or the set command to set specified options for the exploit. For example, if you wanted to set the IP address of your target, so you use the set IP and then you put the value of the IP that you want to set it to. And then at the end, once you finish configuring your exploit, you can type in exploit to execute that exploit. I know this might look a bit vague, but once I use it, it's gonna become very clear to you. And we are gonna be using these programs a lot and these commands a lot. So they are gonna become very easy and simple to use. And here we are going to do a use and then put the name of the exploit that we just copied from Google or from Rapid7. So this is the exploit. We are gonna paste it. So we are gonna use that certain exploit, hit enter, and as you can see, now the name here changed to exploit and then the name of the exploit that we are using. Then we are gonna use the show command to show the options that we need to set. As I said, show is a generic command that you can use in a number of cases. So in this case, we are doing a show options to see all the options that we can change for this particular exploit. As you can see now, the second option is the port that the service is running on, and it's already set to port 21 and this is correct. If we go back to Nmap, you will see that our target FTP client or server is running on port 21. So this is good. We don't need to change any of that. What we need to change is the rhost. So rhost is the target IP address, as you can see here. And to change the value of this, as I explained before, we are gonna use the set option or the set command. So our command is gonna be set, and we are gonna set the rhost and IP address of my target metasploitable machine. So we use set, and after set we put the option name. So for example, if you wanted to change the port, you set rport. We are changing the host, so we set rhost to 10.0.2.6 and I am gonna hit enter. And as you can see now, our host is set to this. Now what I want to do is show the options just to make sure everything is configured correctly. Hit enter. And as you can see now, our host has been changed to 10.0.2.6. So everything is ready now, and to execute the exploit we just type in exploit. So it seems like exploit ran successfully, and now I have access to the target computer. If I do an ID, you will see that my ID is root. Now basically I am running Linux commands here. So if you do a uname a, you will see that this is my metasploitable machine, and if I do ls, then it will list the files for me. If I do pwd, it will show me where I am, and I can use Linux commands to do anything I want on the target machine. Now this was very simple use of Metasploit. In the future we are gonna be using it for more advanced stuff. So far we have seen how we can use a service with a default password, or a service that has not been configured correctly, or a service that came with a backdoor to gain full access to the target computer. We also seen the basic use of Metasploit to connect to a backdoor that was installed on the FTP service. Today we are going to have a more advanced look on Metasploit, and we will see how we use it to run vulnerability that exists in a certain service. It's a code execution vulnerability which will give us full access to the target computer as well. So back to our results here with Nmap, and we are gonna do the same thing that we have been doing for a while. We copy the service name and see if it has any vulnerabilities. So for today we are having a look on this particular port 139, which has a Samba server version 3.x to 4.x. So we are going to go through Google just like we did in previous lecture, and we are going to look for Samba 3.x exploit. So we are gonna copy this, go to Google, followed by exploit. Now as you can see, there is a number of results. The one that we are interested in, the ones that come in from Rapid7, because as I said, these are the peoples that make Metasploit. So the exploits that you see there can be used through Metasploit. So this one is the username map script. It's a command execution vulnerability, as you can see here. So the name of the vulnerability is this. So it's the same thing that we used before with the avail backdoor in the FTP service. This is just the different name that we are going to use. So I'm going to Metasploit, and I have already run MSF console. So you can see that the console is running here for me. So I'm going to do a use like we did before, and then I'm gonna put the name of the exploit that I want to use. So use, let me copy the name of the exploit. Hit enter. Then the next thing that we usually do is show options like we did in previous lecture. So using these exploits is always pretty much the same. The only difference is the options that you can set for each exploit. So you always do use, then put the exploit name, and then you do show options to see what you can change to work with this exploit. So in future you probably will get different exploits than what I have. So every time you want to run an exploit, you do a use exploit name and then you do show options to see the options that you want to configure. But using the exploits and setting the options and running them is always the same. So I am showing you a few examples that should cover pretty much everything that you want to do in the future. So again, we need to set up the rhost, which is the IP of the target computer, and we are gonna do it the same way that we did before. As I said, setting the options is always the same. So we are gonna do set rhost, and then we are gonna put the IP of the target computer, which is 10.0.2.6. So exactly like we did before, we are using the set to set an option, which is the rhost. Hit enter. So we are gonna do our show options. And as you can see now, the rhost has been set correctly. What we need to do now is, here is where things differ from the previous lecture. In the previous lecture, we used a backdoor that was already installed on the target computer. So all we had to do is connect to the backdoor and then we could run any commands, any Linux commands on the target computer. In this lecture, the target computer does not have a backdoor. It has a normal program that has a buffer overflow or a code execution vulnerability. So the program does not have any code that allows us to run Linux commands. It has a certain flaw that will let us run a small piece of code. These small pieces of code are called payloads. So what we need to do? We need to create a payload and then run it on the target computer using the vulnerability that we found. That piece of code will allow us to do different things. So the payload is what allows us to do things that are useful to us. Now the payload might let us do Linux commands, and there is other type of payloads we will look at in the future. So to see the payloads that you can use with this particular exploit, all you have to do is run show payloads, enter. And these are the different types of payloads that you can use. Now I am going to talk about this again. So payloads are small pieces of code that will be executed on the target computer once the vulnerability has been exploited. So when we exploit the vulnerability, the code that we are going to pick here will be executed, and depending on the type of payload we choose, that payload will do something that is useful to us. So right now you can see that all payloads are CMD. So they let you run commands on the target computer, just like Linux commands. And all of them run on Unix, and that's okay because our target is Linux. And there are two main types. There are bind and there is reverse payloads. The bind payloads, all they do is they open a port on the target computer and then we connect to that port. The reverse payload, they do the opposite. So they open a port in my machine and then they connect from the target computer to my machine. This is useful because the reverse allow us to bypass firewalls, so the firewall will filter any connections going to the target machine. But if the target machine connects to me and I don't have a firewall, then I will be able to bypass the firewall. The last part of these payrolls are the programming language or the tool that's going to be used to facilitate the connection. So for example, we can see there is payloads written in Perl, PHP, Python, Ruby, or using Netcat, which is a tool that allows connection between computers. But in this exploit, you can see that payload option by default is set to CMD Unix reverse netcat. And if we see here, the lhost is listening to 10.0.2.4, which is my own IP address. If I open the terminal and do ifconfig, then you can see that my IP address is 10.0.2.4 and lhost is listening to 10.0.2.4, and now I am gonna do exploit to run the exploit. Enter. Now as you can see, it's telling me that session 1 opened and the connection is between this device and this device. This is the target 10.0.2.6 Metasploitable machine and 10.0.2.4, which is my machine. So I am gonna do a pwd, or I do an id. You will see that I am in root. If I do uname a, you will see I am in the Metasploitable machine, and if I do an ls, I will be able to list the files and so on. I can use any Linux command just like we did before in the previous lectures. In this section, we are gonna be talking about web application penetration testing. Before we can start talking about that, what is a website? We need to understand what a website is. Website is just an application and it is stored on a computer. That computer probably just has better specifications than your computer, but fundamentally it works exactly just like another computer, so it has an operating system. And it also has a number of applications to allow it to act as a web server. So the main two applications that it probably has is a web server and a database. Our web server is Apache and the database is like MySQL. And these are the web server basically understands and executes the web applications. So our web application would be written in PHP or Python and any programming language. The only thing is that the web server needs to be able to understand and execute this web application. The database contains the data used by the web application, so all of this is stored on a computer called the server. The computer is connected to the internet and it has a real IP address, so anybody can access that computer. So the web application is executed by the web server which is installed on your server on your target. Therefore, anytime you request the page or you run the web application, it's actually executed on the web server and it's not executed at the client's computer. It gets executed at the web server and then it sends a HTML page which is ready to read for the target person or for the client. Now there are two main languages on the web application. One is the server side language and another is the client side language, which is JavaScript. There are some websites which use JavaScript and JavaScript is a client side language. So if you manage to find a website that allows you to run JavaScript code, then the code will be executed by the clients. So even though the code might be injected into the web server, it will be executed on the client side. And it will allow you to do things to the client computer and not to the server. So it is very important to separate between a client-side language and a server-side language. So let's have a look on an example. And let's say you are on the phone or you are on a computer and you wanted to go to website yahoo.com. So you type in yahoo.com in your browser. This will be translated using a DNS server to an IP address. So there is a server that translates every name, every domain.com or .edu or any website with a domain name. So this is a domain name to its relevant IP address. So your request yahoo.com request goes to DNS server. It translates yahoo.com to the IP where Yahoo is stored, and then it will go to the IP address of Yahoo. It will execute the page that you wanted using all of the applications that we spoke about and then just give you ready HTML. So what you get back is just a markup written in a HTML, which is a markup language, the result of executing the program. So the program gets executed on the server and then you just only get the result. This is very important because in the future, if we wanted to get anything executed on the web server, if we wanted to get a shell, a reverse shell or a virus executed on the target computer, then we need to send it into a language that the web server understands. So for example, PHP. And once you execute it there, it will be executed on the computer or target server, not on your computer. So regardless of the person that accesses the page, the web shell that you are going to send, if it's written in PHP language that the server understands, it's going to be executed on the server and not on your computer. Therefore, it will give you access to the server and not to the person who accessed that server. How to hack a website? We said our website is installed on a computer or server. So you can try to use the server-side attacks, try to see the web server install, the operating system, all the other applications, and see if any of them has any vulnerabilities and if you can use any of them to gain access to the computer or server. Another way to do that is to use the client-side attacks because websites are managed by humans. So there must be humans managing these websites and getting and maintaining them. So if you managed to hack any of the administrators of this website, then you would probably be able to get their username and password. And then from there log on to their admin panel or to any services that they use to manage their website. If both of these ways fail, then what you can do is you can try to test the web application, because as I said, the web application is just an application installed on that website. So your target might actually not be the web application. Maybe your target was just a person using that website, but you were never able to gain access to that person's computer. So what you do is you go to his website, hack into his website, and from there go to your person. So all of these things that we are talking about, they are all interconnected and you can use one of them to privilege and then make your way to another place or to another computer. In this section, we are gonna be talking about testing the security of the website application. So my target is gonna be Metasploitable machine. So we have our Metasploitable machine over here. And if we do if config, you will see its IP is 10.0.2.6 and all the website files are stored in a directory var www, and you can see that we have our php.info and we have Mitilidae, dvwa and php myadmin. So if we go to the Kali machine or try to go to any machine on the same network, and if we open the browser and if we do 10.0.2.6, which is the IP of the metasploitable machine, you will see we have a website here made for metasploitable. So you can see website is just an application installed on the web browser, and you can see that you can access any of these websites right here and use it and test its security. Another thing is the DVWA uses a username and password to log in, and the default username and password is username admin and the password is password. And once you put that, then you can log in into the DVWA. You can also modify the security settings. Go to the security. I am gonna be setting it to low. It's already low because we are gonna be talking about the basic ways of discovering a web application vulnerabilities. And if we go back, we also have the Metalliday web application. So as you can see, a website is just an application installed on the web browser, and you can access any of these websites right here and use it and test its security. In this lecture, we are going to see how we can find files and directories that are stored on our target computer or our target website. Again, this could be useful because these files could contain passwords, they could contain config information, or they could contain information about this actual server, which will help us further exploit our target. Let me first show you what I mean by files and directories, just to show you the structure of directories on a web server. So here I have my metasploitable machine, but before I could show you anything, first of all I want to show you the network settings. Go to virtual machine and select Kali Linux, click on settings, network. So it's set to net network, click on OK. Now select metasploitable machine, click on settings, network. So metasploitable is also set to net network, and it's on the same network as my Kali machine. So the Kali machine is going to be my attacking machine and metasploitable machine is going to be our victim, and this is very important. And as we know, usually the web server stuff is stored in var www, and if I do an ls, or I will do an ls-la so that it's nicer, you will see that we have a number of files and directories, and we can see that we have a directory called Metalliday. Metalliday is a web application that is designed to be hacked just like metasploitable. It is designed so that it has a number of exploits so that we can learn how to hack based on it. So we can see that what's installed in a directory called Metalliday. So if we go to Kali Linux and open the IP address of metasploitable machine, so I can go to the metasploitable machine and do if config to check the IP address. You will see that the IP address of metasploitable machine is 10.0.2.15, 10.0.2.15. So I am in there, and you can see that they have an easy access for me for Metalliday. If I click it, look at the URL here. So it's Metalliday. That means I am inside the Metalliday directory. So every time you see a /, that usually means you are inside the directory. So let me go back to metasploitable machine and do an ls if I do cd mittelede and I'm gonna do ls, and you will see that I have a large number of files here. So let's say for example I wanted to open one of these files and we have index.php. If I do index.php, then this is our current file, it's called index.php. So what we learn from this is mittelede is just a directory inside my web root. So at the moment in the metasploitable device, I am in var www mittelede, and then the file that I am accessing is index.php. Okay, so I hope this is clear now. So I am in this directory mittelede and I am accessing a file called index.php. So if I just do pwd here, you will see that I am in var www mittelede. The IP address kinda hides where your www root is. So it hides the var www and then everything after that will be displayed here after the IP address. So what we are looking to find today is all the directories and the files that we cannot see. So throughout these links we will be able to access different types and different pages. This is the same with any other website, but there is always files and directories hidden that you just never see. So we will see how we can get URLs for these files and access them and read the information in it. To do that, we are going to use a tool called dirb. Open the terminal. And to see how to use the dirb tool, do man dirb to see all the options associated with that tool. So you can see that to use the tool, you just type in dirb, the URL of your target, and then you put a word list. So the way this works is it works based on a brute force attack, and it just uses a word list of names and it sends request with these names, and anytime it actually finds something, it tells us that, oh, I found a file with this name. So it will only be able to find names and directories based on the word list that you provide. Now you can create a word list using crunch, or you can use word list that come in within dirb. The options here allow you to configure how the tool is going to work, so you can change things around the way you want it. For example, you can disable the recursiveness of the tool, so it just runs on one directory instead of trying a number of directories. You can get it to ask you if you wanted to access a directory or not, instead of it automatically accessing directories and trying to find files within these directories, because this could be exhaustive if your target is a big website. There might be a lot of directories and then the tool will be trying to access all of them and find files within all of them. So you can see how big the tree could go. You can also set it to use a username and a password if the target website uses some sort of authentication. And we can use V for verbose output, and you can also use O to output the results to a file. So let me show you a very simple example of it. I am just gonna run dirb on our target website. So dirb, and our target website is, let me copy it from here. Then I am gonna put the directory that I wanna find files and directories within. So the directory is mittelede. I don't want it to be accessing anything within other, because we can see here there is a number of scripts installed on this web server. So we have php myadmin, we have tweaky. So we don't want you to be accessing all of them. We only want it to be working on Metilide on this example. So that's why I'm only using this URL, and then it's gonna start finding URLs and files within this particular web application. So I'm gonna hit enter and we are gonna let it work. So this is going to use a word list file, and it's using a default small word list file that is stored in here. So it's a user share dirb word list common.txt. You can have a look at this directory and see if there is any other word list that you would like to use. And you can use them only by placing the full path to the word list after the command. So instead of the way I wrote the command, you would write it like this, and then you would state where your word list is. For example, let's say if it's in root, you would state as root/wordlist.txt or whatever. But at the moment it's using the default one, which is stored in this directory in user share dirb word list, and it's using the one that's called common.txt. So we can see here from the results, it was able to find a number of files. Some of them we already know of. Now the fav icon is just an icon. Footer header, these are probably only style files. Index is the index that we see usually, so it's alright. Login, we can see that we discovered a page that allows people to log in. Now in many scenarios, I was able to find username and password of our target, exploiting a really complex exploit, and then ending up not being able to log in because I could not find where to log in. So tools like this could be very useful. And here we can see that we have a login page that we can use to log in. Page not found, not very useful. You can see the PHP info file. Now this file is usually very useful because it displays a lot of information about the PHP interpreter running on the web server. And as you can see, this file contains a lot of information. A lot of them are useful now. You get to know some of the directories. You know that it's running PHP 5. The configuration is stored in this file, and ini files is usually the config files for PHPs. So you can see the places where they are stored, and going down you can see all the permissions installed. You can see here it has MySQL, so it's using MySQL, and you can see the directories where different types of configurations are stored. You can see all the modules and extensions that are being used with PHP. So this file is usually very useful. And you can see we managed to find where the PHP myadmin login is, and that's basically the login that's used to log in to the database. Another very useful file is the robots.txt, and that is the file that tells the search engine such as Google how to deal with the website. So it usually contains files that we don't want the website or Google to see or to read. So if we can read that file, then we will be able to see what the web admin is trying to hide. So going in here, we can see that the web admin does not want Google to see a directory called passwords. Okay, and it does not want it to see a file called config.inc, and it also does not want it see these other files. So let's have a look on the passwords and the config.inc as examples. So I'm gonna copy this, open a new tab, and we are gonna put our address. So it's the current directory, and then we just put passwords after, hit enter. In that we can see that there's a file called accounts.txt. And going here, we can see that we got some usernames and passwords. So we can see that there is admin pass. We can see that we have a password as Adrian and some password. So we managed to find usernames and passwords. Now we are still not sure what these usernames and passwords for, but we are sure that we were able to find very useful stuff. Another useful file is the config.inc. So let's see what's in that, and from here we can see that we have information that allows to connect to the database, because these are saying db host, db user, db pass, db name. So we can see that the username is root and the password is blank. So we can go ahead and try to connect to the database based on these commands, and then we should be able to get access to the database. And also, using these passwords, we are still not sure what we can use them for, but we can add them to a list, try to log in to the admin, or just store them in a list so that we can use it if we are going to do any brute force attack. So then again, this is another lecture that just shows how important and powerful information gathering can be. In this lecture and the next few lectures, we are going to be talking about a popular type of vulnerabilities called SQL injections. Before we start talking about how this occurs and how to exploit it, let's first learn what is SQL. Now, if you are giving a pen test on a certain website, chances are this website is a little bigger than smaller websites. So it's probably using a database. Most websites other than very simple websites use databases. The databases are used to store data. So they store usernames, passwords, news articles, blog posts, and pictures. Anything that happens on the website literally is stored on a database, and the web application queries the database and then displays the data to you or to the users on screen. When the users do something, it will either update, delete, or modify the data that exists in the database. This interaction between the web application and the database happens using a language called SQL. So let me show you what I mean by database. This is just an example. I am not hacking anything. I am literally just going to log into the database that is installed on our Metasploitable machine. And then we are just gonna see what's been installed on it. So I'm not doing any hacking. There's nothing here. There's nothing fancy. Just logging into MySQL. MySQL-u root-h and the IP of my Metasploitable machine 10.0.2.6. So here I am putting the username as root, and the Metasploitable does not use a password for the root, which is really bad, but obviously it's a vulnerable system. So I'm just gonna log in, and I am not hacking anything. I am not doing any SQL injections. This is just the terminal for MySQL, which the web application would use to interact with the database. So I'm just trying to show you what I mean by databases and what's saved in there. So the first thing I am going to do is I am going to type in show databases, hit enter, and that will show us the databases that exist on our target server, and you can see that we have the information schema. This is a default database that holds default information about all the other databases. So this one gets installed by default when you install MySQL. The rest have been installed for each web application. So we can see we have one for TikiWiki, we have one for OS 10, and that's for this one Mitilede. We also have one called MySQL. We have one called Metasploit and one for DVWA, which is the one that we have been using the web application. So you can see for each web application we actually have a database, and this database holds the information that is used by that web application. Let me show you what's in there. So I'm gonna use the OAuth10 database. So this is the one for Mitilidae for this web application. And we can see the tables. So each database has tables, and in the tables there is information. So I am gonna say show tables to see the tables that we have. And you can see we have a table for accounts. So you can assume that this table has information about the usernames, passwords, and information about the users. We have a table for blogs. So probably has the blog inputs, the post, and the comments in there. You can see capture data, credit cards. So there's a table that contains credit cards. Now this is huge for shopping websites. They actually would have credit cards table, and the information for the credit cards would be stored there. Basically, the database will store everything, all the data that is used on the website. Because they don't get stored on files, it's not efficient. So let's have a look on the credit cards table, and if I just say select, so this is exactly how the web application would be retrieving information from the database. It will be selecting stuff, updating or deleting. So I am doing a select statement here. Again, this is not hacking. I am not doing anything, just selecting stuff. And I am gonna select star, which means everything from credit cards table. Hit enter. And as we can see, we have the credit card ID, credit card number, CCV, and credit card expiration number. Now these columns depend on the table, so it's actually the person who designs the database, designs the tables, the columns as well, and then the data gets inserted by the web application. So this is just to show you what databases look like and just to get a feel on it, because in the next lectures we are gonna try to run some attacks in order to gain access similar to this, so that we will have full control over the database, so that we can read stuff and see if we can write or modify things. So I just want to highlight why SQL injections are so important and so dangerous. The reason behind that is you can find them everywhere. A lot of places, a lot of big websites have this kind of exploits, and things like Yahoo and Google had them. They are very hard to protect against, and it's very easy to make a mistake to make these exploits available for exploitation. The other reason that they are very dangerous is that they give you access to the database. In many scenarios, if you find an SQL injection, you really don't need to upload the PHP shell or get a reverse connection. There is really no point of uploading stuff and then increasing the danger of being caught, because if you have access to the database, as we have seen here, you pretty much have everything you need. You have usernames, passwords. You can log in with the normal username and a password as a normal user. Or if you are looking for a sensitive data, we can see that we had access to the credit cards. You pretty much can do anything you want, so there is really no point of trying to further exploit the system. In many scenarios, we actually use a PHP shell to gain access to the database and see if we can read it. Like say for example, if you manage to upload a PHP shell on the server, on this server the Metasploitable, but then you could not access the database. There is not much that you can see. You can't see credit cards, you can't see username and passwords. Yes, you have control over the server, but you can't read stuff. So sometimes when you upload a PHP shell, The next step is I need to gain access to the database. Another thing is that they can be used to do many things. So if you manage to find an SQL injection in a website that is not your target, so it is not the one that you are targeting, but it is in the same server, then you can use it to read files outside the www root. You can use the admin, the username and password for the admin, and see if you can upload stuff. Usually the admin can upload a lot of things instead of just images, and then you can upload a PHP shell or a backdoor from there, and then from there navigate to your target website. Or you can actually, in some cases, you can use it to upload a PHP shell. You can use an SQL injection to upload a PHP shell. So basically SQL injections can be used as file inclusion vulnerabilities. They can be used as file upload vulnerabilities. And also they will give you access to the whole database. That's why they are very, very dangerous and very useful if you manage to find one. Now to try and discover SQL injections, you need to browse through your target and try to break each page. So whenever you see a text box or a parameter on this form, for example page.php, then something equals something, try to inject stuff here. So try to use a single quote, try to use an AND or the order by statement to break the page and make it look different. So I am gonna show you here an example, and I am gonna go into the login page first, right here, and it's asking me to log in now. But I actually registered with my own name, so you can just go in here and register. Let me log in. I have a username called Bhavesh and a password with Bhavesh123. So I am gonna log in just to show you. So I am getting an error while login. You will get this error while registration. Actually, I got this error while registration, but to show you this error and how to fix it, I reverted it. So we have an error here saying error executing query table metasploit.accounts does not exist. The configuration of one of the websites, which is Mitilidae, is misconfigured with Metasploitable. So I am just going to show you how to fix it now, so that in the future you won't have any errors on once we start running the attacks. The website that misconfigured is Mitilidae, so we are just going to modify its configuration using Nano, which is a text editor. So let me go to my Metasploitable machine. Let me clear this. So we are going to type in sudo space nano, and then we are going to type in the path for the config file, which is stored in var www mitilidae config.inc. So Nano is one of the programs that we are using to modify the configuration, and var www mitilidae is where the config file is stored. And to run this as admin, as root, you have to type in sudo in front of it. Hit enter. It is asking the password for MSF admin, and the password is MSF admin. Hit enter. And now what you need to modify is the last line. You can navigate down using the arrows in the keyboard, and you can see that the DB name is set to Metasploit. You want to modify that, you want to remove that, and type in ops10. Now this is all done, it's perfect now. All you have to do is just press Ctrl X to exit, press Y to save it and hit enter. And that's it. Now it's saved and we are ready to start penetration testing and learn how to hack into websites. So let me navigate to the website Metallide and log in again. Username is Bhavesh and password is Bhavesh123. Click on login and I am logged in now. I am logged in as user Bhavesh and my signature was test. So I am gonna log out and we are back at the login page. Right here we have the page, so you can try to inject in that, but we will get into that later. So at the moment we are having an example of injecting into text boxes. So you can try to inject into the name and into the password. So I am gonna put my name as Bhavesh and I am gonna put a single quote. Let me open the text editor. So I am gonna put this single quote in the password. So let's see if we can break it. And as you can see now, there's an error being displayed to us and it does not look like a normal error. It looks like it's a database error. And usually you will be very lucky if you get an error like this. Now usually the error won't be as informative as this. Sometimes you will just see that the page is not acting as it's expected, as you expected. Sometimes it will just be a page that does not look as it should. For example, if it's a news page, maybe it will have the article missing, or if it's a blog, it will have one of the posts missing or different kind of post. So you need to keep an eye on what's changing. In this example, we are actually getting a really nice error. It's telling us which file it has and it's telling us that there's an error in the statement and the error near the quotation mark that we added, and it also tells us the statement that's being executed. This is really good for learning because now we can see what the system is trying to run, and the system is trying to do a select star. So it's trying to select everything from accounts where the username is equal to Bhavesh and the password is equal to single quote. And note that the system, the web application, is already adding quotes around the name. So when I said Bhavesh, it added Bhavesh between two quotes and it added the single quote that I added between another two quotes. So that's why we have three quotes right here. So from this we can confirm that it's like 70% of the target website has an SQL injection. We are still not sure if it can execute what we want it to do. So can I actually inject code and get it to be executed? Let's see if we can do that. So username is gonna be Bhavesh again. And what I'm gonna do with the password, I'm going to put my password So I am gonna put Bhavesh123 and then I am closing it. So I will tell you why I am closing it, because the current statement through the system is select star from accounts where username equals Bhavesh and password equals, and it's gonna open a single quote by itself. So let's call this as $password. So we are treating this as a variable and it takes in whatever I'm gonna put in this box and it's gonna insert it instead of the $password, which is a variable. So I'm just giving you an idea, so you need to be able to imagine this happening. So it's taking whatever I put in there and it's gonna put it in between two single quotes and it's gonna be inserted there and executed on the system. So what I'm doing is I'm gonna put Bhavesh123 and I'm gonna add the quote myself. So what I'm gonna do right now, the code is gonna be like this. So select this and password is equal to that. And I have two quotes right now. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm gonna say and 1 is equal to 1. So 1 is equal to 1. And I'm just trying to see if it's going to execute what I want it to do. So my statement right now is it's gonna be select star from accounts where username is equal to Bhavesh and password is equal to Bhavesh123. And note, I'm gonna be inserting this myself and 1 is equal to 1. One problem that the system is gonna complain about is that we have an extra quote here. Because I'm gonna be inserting this myself in the text box. So it's gonna be complaining about this. It's gonna say that this is an open quote and never has been closed. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add the comment. And when you add a comment, basically everything that comes in after the comment will not be executed. I'm gonna use the hash as the comment. So anything that comes in after the hash, the system is gonna ignore. So I'm gonna inject now is gonna be this and 1 is equal to 1 and this. So as I said, usually what you have here is $, password, depending on what the programmer called it, for just imagining this. And I'm gonna be inserting this inside. So when you do that and you insert it inside, this is what the code is gonna look like. So it's gonna look like the right username, the right password, and 1 is equal to 1, which is true. And then it's gonna ignore this quote right here. So if we paste this, we should be able to log in. It should allow me to log in. And perfect, we were able to log in and username is Bhavesh. So far we haven't done anything, but this kind of shows us that it is running our code. Let's try a different thing. Now let's try to add a false statement. Let me log out. So we did 1 equals 1 and that was correct and it executed when we wanted. Now let's try 1 equals 2 and this is false. So I have the right password and I have the right username and 1 is equal to 2. And this should be wrong because it's false. 1 is not equal to 2 and I'm using an AND. So everything has to be true. So it should give me an error even though I'm gonna put the right username and I'm gonna put the right password Bhavesh123 and 1 is equal to 2. Let's click on login. And as you can see, it's giving me an authentication error, bad username or bad password, even though I am giving the right password and the right username. So this confirms that this website is actually injecting anything we want in the password. So we can use the password field to inject SQL code. And it's always gonna be in this form. So we are gonna put a password and you're gonna put your code here. Because we are gonna put a password, close the code and then put the code that we want to execute on the system right here, and it's gonna be executed on the target system. Okay, so now we know that we can put any code we want in here and it's going to be executed on the system. So let's have another look on the statement. So the statement says select star from accounts where username is equal to the username that we put in here and password is equal to password that we put in here. Let's see if we can use that to log in without using a password, without even knowing the password. And I'm gonna be doing that with the admin. So the admin, the username is going to be admin. And I don't know what the password is for the admin. So what I'm going to do, I'm just gonna put anything. So nothing really, any random password. And in the code in here, so we were doing and 1 is equal to 1 and or stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do or instead of and I'm gonna say 1 is equal to 1. So what our code is going to be, once I run this, once I inject this is going to go in here. Like we are doing before. So our code is going to look like this. So it's going to be select star from accounts where username is equal to admin and password is equal to 123456. Now this is wrong, or 1 is equal to 1, which is right. So anytime you have an or, if the or condition is right, everything is right. That's the way or statement works. So select star from accounts where username is equal to admin. Okay, username is equal to admin and password is equal to 123456. That's wrong. Or 1 is equal to 1. Okay, I will accept that. And then it's actually gonna execute it. Now let us log in into the admin without even knowing the password for the admin. So let's try to inject this now. Let me copy it and click on login. And as you can see, I was able to log in as admin and monkey is the signature for admin. Now bypass and logins can be done in so many ways depending on the code that's written on the page and depending on the way you wanna do it and how you are imagining the code. And in lot of the cases when you put the single quote in here and hit login, you won't see this message. Sometimes you do see it, which makes your job so much easier. If you don't, then you kind of need to guess what it looks like. So I'm gonna show you other example of bypassing. Now, instead of injecting the code like this, the admin parameter is actually injectable as well, as you have seen when I put this single quote. The admin parameter is injectable exactly the same way as the password. So we can inject code in the username as well. And what I'm going to do now, so let's have a look on this. and I am just gonna reset it to the way it would usually look like. So the username, $, and password. These are the fields that whatever you put in here are gonna be substituted in the username and the password. So let's try to inject something in the username, and what I'm going to say is I'm gonna say username is equal to admin, and then I'm gonna close the quote myself, and then I'm gonna add a comment. So my statement, when I run the statement, it's going to look like this, and I'm actually gonna copy this over here, and when I put this code in here in username, it's going to inject in that here. So this is what the code is gonna look like. It's gonna select star from accounts where username is equal to admin. I closed the code myself here using this right here, and then I am adding a comment. So basically all of this is not gonna be executed. So the code is gonna be this. It's gonna be select star from accounts where username is equal to admin. So it's gonna let me log in without even entering anything in the password. So let's do this. I am gonna put my username as admin, and I close the quote and add a comment, and then you can put any password you want. I am just gonna put number 123, and then I am gonna log in, and as you can see I managed to log in as admin. So again, this is black box testing, so you don't really see the code. In many cases you wanna be playing around with it and see how it works with you, but the main thing is you wanna test if the SQL injection exists, and you can use that using the method we showed you in the previous session. So try a single quote, try the true AND statement, so 1 is equal to 1, and then a false AND statement, so 1 is equal to 0 or 2 is equal to 0, and if they work as expected, then your target has an SQL injection and you can start playing around with it. Okay, now I would like to show you an SQL injection in a different file and in a different page, and I will show you a few different things that you can do to exploit the vulnerability. So the first thing, I am going to go to the login page, which is in here, user info. So the first time we went to the login page from there. This time we went to the user info page from here. So this page will show you the information about the user provided you give the username and password. So I'm gonna do Bhavesh and password Bhavesh123 and click on view account details, and it will show my details, username, password and signature as test. So the statement that's being executed here is similar to what was being executed when you log in. So select star from accounts where username is what you put in the user field and password is what you put in the password field. So what we are going to do now is we are going to see a different way of exploiting this kind of vulnerability. In the previous session we were doing it using a post text box. So whatever you put in the text box was being posted using a post method to the web application. Now these vulnerabilities can exist into GET, And what I mean by get is when you do a get, when something is sent as get, you will see it here in the URL. So if you look at the URL here, you see it's being sent as username Bhavesh and password is equal to Bhavesh123. So let me just copy this URL here. And we will start playing it from the URL instead of doing it on the web page. I just want to show you a different example because in many places there might not even be text boxes. For example, it could be something like news and news.php. So we can see here, for example, in this example, it's index.php. And in your pen testing, you might see something like news.php and for example, ID is equal to 2. And then you can try to inject stuff in there. So we are having an example here where we are gonna be injecting things into the username field, which is this field. And we are gonna be injecting stuff in here. So anytime when you are doing your pen test, anytime you see parameters like this, you should try to inject them. Anytime you see something.php and then you have a parameter equals something, then always try to inject stuff in there and see if it works for you. So we have also seen a way of discovering the injection, and that was using the quotation mark and using the AND operator. So we do a false AND, a true AND, and 1 is equal to 1, and then AND 1 is equal to 2. And if the server is executing what we want, then we are gonna know that there's an SQL injection. I'm gonna show you another way of discovering these exploits, and it's using the order by. As the name suggests, the order by statement is used to order the results that we get on the screen based on a specific column. So our injection is going to be like this. So I'm gonna do order by 1. So this, if the injection exists, this should work because in each select statement there should be at least one column is being selected. Therefore, when we say order by 1, we are saying I want to order the results based on the first column. Therefore, this should always be acceptable by the database and return a true or something that we expect. We also need to add the comment in here and execute this code so it's exactly like before. So when we are doing this, basically this is our URL, and what's gonna happen on the database. So this is the code that's being executed on the database. It's going to look like this. So it's gonna be select star from accounts where username is equal to Bhavesh, and note how this is closing the quote. And we are gonna do order by 1, and this comment will tell the SQL interpreter to ignore anything that comes in after it. So all of this will be ignored. So I am copying this. So you can actually paste this injection Bhavesh order by 1 into the username right here, and that's gonna work. But again, I just want to show you a different way of doing it by injecting it through the browser. Another thing that I want you to note is when you are injecting stuff into browser, the code should be encoded. So for example, this sign usually when you put it on the URL, it should be written as %23. Spaces, for example, get converted to %20 and %23 is the comment that we are using. So I am gonna copy that and replace my comment sign with it. You can Google HTTP encoder and you will see online. There's online tools that will just convert this for you. For me now, I know that the hashtag can be converted to %23. So that's why I'm using it there and I'm gonna hit enter. And as you can see now, we are seeing something that's acceptable. Nothing wrong, and then it's showing me the information about Bhavesh123 and showing me the signature. So it is ignoring the password, so the injection worked and it's ordering by 1, so it's not showing me anything wrong. Now let's try to make this number 1 a very larger, so I will put 10,000. So what we are saying right now is I want you to order the results that will be returned by the current select statement based on column 10,000. Now chances are there are not 10,000 columns used in this select statement and therefore this should return an error. So when I execute this, you will see that there is an error. And the error is in the order clause and there is an unknown column for 10,000, and this is great because now we know that the database is executing what we want. So when we told it to order the results based on the first column, it showed us results. So it followed what we told it. And then we told it to order the results based on a column that does not exist. It gave us an error. So it's obviously vulnerable to SQL injections. Okay, so now let's try and determine how many columns are being selected into this page. So how much information are being selected and displayed on this page. So to do that, we are going to use the order by command. So we did order by 1 and that returned something that was acceptable, and order by 10,000 gave us an error. So let's try and do order by 10. Hit enter. And we still get an error. So I'm gonna do an order by 5. And that works. So let's try to do an order by 6. And that gives an error. So by doing this, we know that there are 5 columns being selected from a certain table, and it's the accounts table and displayed on this page. So let's try and build our own select statement and get it to be executed on the target computer. So at the moment, the statement is select star from accounts where username is equal to Bhavesh, and we are doing order by 1. So let's see if we can fix that and get it to select something that we like. So the normal way to select stuff is using this format. But because we are trying to do multiple selects and we are trying to do it from the URL, we are gonna have to use a union first. And then we are gonna say select. Then we need to imagine what's happening on this application. So in this web application, we know that there are 5 records being selected. So there are 5 columns that are being selected. So we are doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. and we got that by the order by command. So let's run this and see what happens. Hit enter. And as you can see now, the selection was right and we got the first selection. So the first selection that this line does, and then it did the union. So it combined that selection with another selection and it showed us something else. And as you can see here, we are only seeing 2, 3, 4. And what that means is, whatever value you put in 2, 3, 4, whatever you want to select, if you put in there, it's going to be displayed in this page in this particular location. So let's try to see our database. So instead of number 2, I'm gonna say database. And instead of number 3, I'm gonna say user. And instead of number 4, I am gonna do version, and this will select the current database, the current user privileges that we have, and the version of the database. So let's see if this gets executed, and then we will talk about it. Hit enter. Okay, so the username is showing up as OAPS10 and that was number 2. So that is the database that we are looking for. So the database is OAPS10. The current user that we are logged in as is root@localhost. So we are the root user. And in the signature, so this stuff are actually dominating. We are only concerned about this and what we injected, and we injected the version, and we can see this is the version of MySQL, so it's 5.0.51. So at the moment we know that our database that we are connected to is OAPS10. Usually in most real life scenarios, each database is assigned to a certain user. So usually you are only able to select stuff, tables, columns, data that is located in this current database. At the moment we are logged in as root. So this web application has been connected to the database as root. So therefore we can actually access other databases, but this does not really happen in real life scenarios. Usually each user has their own database. So when they connect a web application to a database, they are connected to one database, and therefore you won't be able to access other databases. So we are gonna consider that. We are gonna assume that we only have access to OAPS10, which is our current database for this current website, and the username is root@localhost. We will see how we can further exploit this and do more powerful select statements. Okay, so now we know our target database is called OAPS10. Let's try and discover the tables that exist in that database. So this is our select statement. It's a union select 1 and we have these things. So I'm gonna leave this or change this to null, because I only want to select one thing now, and I'm gonna set this to null as well. And in number 2 we are going to select table name, from. Now we are gonna select this from a database called information schema. Now I said this in the first session of SQL that information schema is a default database created by MySQL and it contains information about all other databases. So what we are doing now, we are selecting the table name from information schema dot, and after the dot you put the tables. So basically we are selecting a table called tables from a database called information schema, and the column that we are selecting is called table name. So we are selecting table name from the database that's called information schema, from the table tables. Let's execute this and see if we can get all the tables that exist in OAPS10 database. Hit enter. So we can see we got 238 records and you can see all the tables that we have. So these are all the tables that we have access to. So again I said we were logged in as root, so therefore we can actually see tables from other web applications. But in real life scenarios you will only see tables related to your current database, which is Metilide. So what I am going to do is I am going to use a where clause and I am gonna say where table schema equals OAPS10. So OAPS10 was what we got when we selected the database. So we got OAPS10, which is our current database that Metilide is working on. So what we are doing is we are using the same statement. We are selecting table name from information schema tables where the table schema is OAPS10. So I am gonna copy that and execute it here. Hit enter, and as you can see now we have so much less tables and we only have the ones that we are interested in. So we have the accounts, blogs, captured data, credit cards, hit log, pen test tools. Now if you remember in the SQL injection sessions I showed you what's the content of the OAPS table was, and it was these tables of the OAPS database. Now let's see if we can select and get and have a look on all of the accounts that exist within this table. So let's just see if we can create the database and read the information stored in the accounts table. To do that, we are going to first need to know the column names of the columns that exist within this table, because if you look at the way we are using our statement, we are doing union select column name from the table. So we still don't know what columns exist in accounts. Now we can try and guess that there's a username and a password, but sometimes they could be different names. So I'm gonna show you how you can select the columns for a certain table. The command is gonna be very similar to the tables command, and the only difference is instead of table name we are gonna say column name, and instead of selecting it from the information schema.tables we are gonna select it from information schema.columns, and we are gonna say where the table name is equal to accounts, because we are interested into the accounts table. If you wanted to get columns for another table, then you just substitute this with the table that you want. So our command is gonna be union select one column name from the information schema.columns, where the table name is the table that we are interested in, which is the accounts. And this should show us all the columns that exist within the accounts table. Let's run this command. And hit enter. And perfect. It's CID, username, password, my signature, is admin. Now let's take this one step further and select the username and passwords from the accounts table. So again, the command is gonna be very similar to what we are running at the moment. We are gonna select username, and I am gonna select password for number 3. And for number 4, you are going to select this as is admin. Now remember, I can't select anything instead of number 1 and number 5 because they are never displayed for me on screen. The only thing that I saw was number 2, 3 and 4, which were displayed here, 2, 3 and 4. So therefore I am only substituting values for 2, 3 and 4. And we are gonna select that from accounts. And we are not gonna need the where, so I am gonna delete the where. So very simple statement, we are selecting username, password, is admin from accounts. And this should return all the usernames and passwords that exist in the accounts table. Let me copy this. And paste it over here. Hit enter. And as you can see, we got all the usernames and passwords. We have the admin and their password is admin pass. We have other users and we have their passwords, and it's also telling us whether they are admins or not. This is very useful because in most websites, when you log in as admin, you have so much more privileges than a normal person. And then you would be able to upload PHP shells or backdoors, viruses, whatever you wanna do really, and then further exploit the system. So at the moment I can log in with the username admin and password admin pass, and it's gonna accept that because it's correct. So no matter how complicated the password was, we are just gonna able to read it because we are reading it straight from the database. In this lecture, I would like to show you how we can use SQL injections to read any file in the server. So even if the file exists outside the www root, we will be able to read it exactly like a file disclosure vulnerability, and we will also see how we can use it to write files and upload them to the system just like a file upload vulnerability. So the first thing we are going to have a look at is reading the file, and I am gonna set everything to null here, and I am gonna leave number 2 because I am gonna do stuff on that, and we are gonna do another 3 null here. So we have select null something, null null null. So 5, because we have 5 records when we did the order by. And instead of selecting something, remember in the previous lecture we did select database, for example, and it shows us the current database. What I want to do now is I want to do another function, and that function is called load file. And in here I am gonna set the file that I want to load, and I am gonna use the same file that we had the look on in the file inclusion vulnerability, and it was etc password. So we are trying to read that file, and our statement is union select that file, and that's it. So I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna inject it here. And I'm gonna add my percentage 23, which is my comment, and hit enter. And as you can see, we managed to read all the information, all the content of etc password, even though it's not in the web root. So it's stored in etc password. So we can read anything in the server from other websites, from other files, anywhere in the server. We can read it by specifying the full path of that file. The next thing I would like to show you is writing to the server. So we are actually going to write stuff to the server, and this is very useful because you would be able to write any code you want. So for example, you can write the code for a PHP script, you can write a code of a shell, a virus, or a PHP code to get other connections to you. So it will basically just act like a file upload vulnerability. And to do that, I am going to write the code that I want to do here. And I am gonna call that, for example, just testing. And we are going to use a function called outFile. So we are gonna do into outFile, and then we are gonna specify where we want to store that file. Now in best case scenarios, you would be able to write to your web root, and that will mean that you can access the file through the browser and execute it. So you can upload a Vivli file and then connect to it and do stuff like that. So let's try to do that first. So we are gonna do it in var www, and that's our web root, so we will be able to access things through it. Or you can put it even var www and then put Matilde. After it, to store it in there. So the command is very simple. Again, union select, make sure everything is set to null so that nothing gets returned to the file except that you put in here. And I have put testing, and it's gonna be stored into our file in var www Matilde. We will call that file name test.txt. Now let's try to run this and see if it works. Copy. And paste it here. Hit enter. Now this did not work, and if you come down here you will see that MySQL is not allowed to create or write to file in this directory. So the problem is we are not, because the permissions that we have don't allow us to write to this particular location. So just to test this exploit, I am going to change this location to temp. And you can see that if you can actually write to temp. So in real life scenarios, it depends. You can try it and see if you are able to write stuff or not. In this, we are trying to write to temp now. And if we read in temp, now, if we clear this and then ls and temp, you will see that we have something called test.txt, and if you try to read that, it is showing us what's in there, which is testing, which is what we wanted to write to the file. But again, this is only useful if you are able to write to your web server, so you can access it and then use your shell or use your payload and further exploit the system. In all of the lectures so far, we were exploiting SQL injections manually. So we were injecting the code into the URL or into the text boxes. In this lecture, I am going to show you a tool called SQL Map, which allows you to do everything we learned so far and even more stuff. This tool can be used against MySQL database, which the one that we were having the example on. It can also be used against Microsoft SQL, Oracle and other database types. The tool is very useful and is very handy in many cases. Sometimes the injections are not as nice as the one we have seen. Sometimes you only get one output for each record and you have to loop through all the outputs. So the tool can automate that and just do everything for you much easier and much simpler. So let's first of all get the URL that we were using for the injection. User info. Username was admin and password was admin pass. Let me copy this URL and paste it here. So it's the userinfo.php. Username is admin and password is admin pass. You don't really need to know the username and password, so I am actually just gonna put anything here. So just to assume that we don't know the password, we are only injecting SQL injections. We don't really need to know any of this stuff. All I'm gonna do is copy this and open the terminal. And then I'm gonna run SQL map. And I'm gonna do -u to specify the URL. And I will put my target. And I'm gonna make sure that I have it between two quotation marks so that it does not ignore anything, any signs in the middle. So we have some signs and characters in the middle that I want to all be treated as one URL. So all I did was SQL map -u, my target, and I'm gonna hit enter. And the tool automatically loop through the parameters, so it's gonna look through the user info, through the username and the password to see if any of them is injectable, and then once it does that, it's gonna store it in its memory. You have not declared cookies while server wants to set its own. Do you want to use those? Yes, enter. So it's gonna know that this is injectable, and then we will be able to further exploit the target. It is asking us, do you want to reduce the number of requests? Yes. So as you can see now, it's thinking that our target could be MySQL or PostgreSQL. Do you want to skip test payload specific for other DBMS? It's asking me if it should skip other tests, and I'm gonna say yes because I know it's MySQL. Do you want to include all tests for PostgreSQL or MySQL? I'm gonna say yes. Assuming that I'm not sure which one it is, I know it's MySQL, but I'm just gonna let it do its thing, and we will see if it can do it properly or not. So at the moment it's checking for PostgreSQL, and I'm assuming it's gonna know that it's not, and then it's gonna know that it's MySQL. So now it is checking for MySQL, and it just found that the username seems to be injectable. And sure enough, it's telling us here that the parameter username is vulnerable and we can inject it. So it's asking me, do you want to keep testing the others, if any, such as password and all of them? I can say yes and let it do it, but I am gonna say no because I don't mind if it just uses the username for the injection. So it's all good. Hit enter. Now SQL map knows that the target is injectable, and it knows that it's going to use the username parameter to inject stuff. And it's using MySQL server as the database server. So let's run SQL map help and see what we can do now. Now this tool is really big and it allows you to do a lot of things. So in this lecture, I am actually just gonna show you a quick look, and I recommend you spend more time with it and try to see what else you can do with it. Okay, so let's try to get the current user, and we are gonna try to get the current database. So we are gonna use the same command that we used before, and I am just gonna add to it DBs to get the current database. Yes. As you can see, we got all the databases that we have. We have DBWA, information schema, Metasploit, MySQL, OAuth 10, which was the one that we were exploiting before, and TikiWiki. Now, if we do current user, you will see that we are root. Now, if we do current database, we will see that OAuth 10 is our current database. So now let's try to get the tables for OAuth 10. So remember when we did a select table from information schema.tables, where table schema is equal to OAuth 10. What we are gonna do, we are gonna let SQL map do all of that for us. And so the command is going to be, we are gonna ask it to get all the tables for us. And we are gonna use the D option to specify the database. and our database is going to be called OAPS10. Hit enter. And as you can see, it got us all the tables that exist, and remember it's the same. We got accounts, blocks table, capture data, credit cards, hit log, pen test tools. And now if we want to get the columns, then we can use the same command again, and we are gonna say get me the columns where the table is called accounts and the database is OAPS10. Hit enter. And right here we can see that we got the columns. So we have the isAdmin, my signature, password, username, and we can get the data using the dump option. So it's the same command that we used before, and we can get data using the dump option. And here we go. We got all the data from the accounts table. We have the CID, isAdmin, password, username, my signature. So we got all the data right here. So as I said, the tool is very useful. It can be used to make our life much easier, and it does everything automatically. And it can do everything we did, and it can even do more stuff. In this lecture and the next few lectures, we are going to talk about a vulnerability called XSS. XSS is cross-site scripting. This type of vulnerability allows an attacker to inject JavaScript into a page. So JavaScript is a programming language, and using this vulnerability, an attacker would be able to execute code written in JavaScript into a certain page into a website. JavaScript is a client-side language, so when the code is executed, it will be executed on the client, on the user, on the person who's browsing the web page. It's not gonna be executed on the server. So even if your code results into giving you a reverse shell, the shell will be coming from the user who's browsing the page, and it's not gonna be coming from the website. So any code you write in JavaScript will be exploited or will run on the target user, on the people who see the pages, and it's not on the web server. So the web server is only gonna be used as means of executing the code or delivering the code. There are three main types of XSS vulnerabilities: persistent or stored XSS, reflected XSS, and DOM-based XSS. The stored XSS gets stored into the database, so the code that you will inject will be stored into the database or into the page, so that every time any person views that page, your code will be executed. And the reflected one, the code will only be executed when the target user runs a specific URL crafted or written by you. So you will be manipulating some sort of URL and send it to a target, and when they run that URL, the code will be executed. The DOM-based results from JavaScript code written on the client. So the code will actually be interpreted and run on the client side without having any communication with the web server. This could be very dangerous because sometimes web servers apply some sort of security and filtration to check for XSS. But with DOM-based, the code never gets sent to the web server, so the code will be interpreted and run on the web server without even interacting with the web server. And this will be present into websites that update their content without refresh. So we have all used websites where you put your username. For example, It loads in straight away without having to check with the web server, or you put some sort of a string and it does a search without communicating with the web server, or it does something without communicating with the web server. So if you are able to inject into that, then this injection will not be validated, so it will be executed straight away and bypass all validations. So let's talk about how to discover this kind of vulnerabilities. Very similar to SQL injections, the way to do this is you browse through your target and try to inject any text box or any URL that looks similar to this. So whenever you see a URL with parameters, try to inject these parameters or try to inject into text boxes. So let's have a look on a reflected XSS example. So these are the non-persistent, not stored vulnerabilities where you have to actually send the code to the target, and once the target runs the code, it will be executed on their machine. So let's have a look on our DVWA website. And I'm just gonna log in. Default credentials to log in DVWA website is admin and password is password. Now navigate to DVWA security and set the security level to low. Submit. And then we are gonna have an example of a reflected XSS. So as you can see now, you can put your name in here in the text box and it's just gonna say hello Bhavesh. Now this is obviously just an example, but the idea is you can inject into text boxes. Also, if you have a look at the URL here, you will see that it's a get, so you can inject into the URL as well. Let's try to inject JavaScript code on this and see if the code will be executed. So what I'm going to use is a very simple script. Now there is a lot of ways into discovering this kind of vulnerabilities and a lot of ways to bypass filters. But for now we are just having a look at the basic case where we can inject a normal script, and I am going to say alert, which is just a function, and I am gonna say XSS. So I am gonna click on submit and we will see if this code will be executed. And as you can see now, it's actually executed my code and it produced this XSS. So we can do the same here. If you have a look on the URL, it actually already did it for us. Let me copy this and open text editor. Paste it here. But if we look at the URL here, it's just gonna be a bit bigger. We can see the name and all of these characters are just HTML characters. And now if you send this URL to anybody, whoever views that URL, the code will be executed on their machine and it's gonna say XSS. So let me show you here. You can also inject this in the URL. I just want to show you the whole idea of that. So we have script, and if I hit enter, the code will be executed. So as I said, we can copy this and send it to a person, and once they run that code, this code will be executed on their machine. Okay, now let's have a look on a stored XSS example. Now stored XSS is very similar to a reflected one. It allows you to inject JavaScript code into the browser. The code is executed on the people that visit the page. The only difference is with the reflected, you have to send the URL to your target. So the target had to actually click on a URL for the exploit to run or for the code to run. In the stored XSS, the code will actually be stored into the database or into the page. So every time any person runs that page, they will see your code and your code will be executed. So you won't need to interact with any users or send them anything. Therefore, this could be much more dangerous than reflected XSS. So let's have a look on XSS stored. Click on the left over here. And this page just allows you to add a message to the system. So I'm gonna put my name as Bhavesh. We are just gonna do a normal test first and we are gonna put a test message, for example, and then I am gonna sign the guest book. And you can see that Bhavesh added a message called test message. If we open this website DVWA in another browser or another machine, and if we go to XSS stored, we can see that there is 2 entries. So the entries are being loaded from the database and they contain the entries in that database. So if we manage to inject code in here, then any person who runs this page, the code will run it without even having to send that person anything. So let's try to inject stuff here. So let's put my name as Bhavesh. And I'm gonna try to put my code in here. So I'm going to try to inject into the message. I'm gonna put it as script. I'm gonna use the exact same test code that we used in the previous session. Just a message saying XSS. Again, very basic code. We are gonna say alert XSS and I'm gonna try to sign the guest book. And as we can see now, I got the XSS here. But the real magic happens. Let me just go to home. Let's just assume this is just a normal website and people are just coming and browsing it. And once they are gonna go to the XSS stored page, JavaScript code will be executed on their system from that website. So the code is coming from that website and it's going to be executed on every person that visits this page. Again, we are just showing a proof of concept here. In future lectures, we will show how to further exploit this kind of vulnerability. Okay, so now we know how to discover XSS vulnerabilities. We have seen a good way of exploiting it though. All we were doing is injecting a very simple code that just displays an alert on screen saying that this website is vulnerable. What I want to do now is I want to do something more advanced. I want to be able to control the victims and do stuff on the target computers, on the people that visit the vulnerable pages where we inject our code. We are going to use beef to do this. We had a look on beef before, and what we are going to do is we are going to use the beef hook URL and we are going to inject it into the stored XSS page so that everybody who visits that page will be hooked to beef and then we will be able to run all the commands that beef allow us to on the target computer. So I am gonna start beef here, navigate to terminal, do ls to list all the files and directories in root directory. So we have our beef directory here. Type cd space beef to navigate to beef directory. We are in beef directory now, and run the command ./beef to start the beef. Beef is loading. Beef server has started. Now copy this beef URL and navigate to browser and open the URL. Username for beef is beef and password pass. Enter. Now as you can see, we logged into the main screen, very simple screen. And if we look at the online browsers, we have no victims at the moment. So in order to hook victims to this framework and gain access to the functionality of beef, you need to inject this particular JavaScript instead of the alert. So remember the way we were injecting an alert script into a URL or into the page, we are gonna be injecting a script that does the following. So I am gonna copy this, and then I am gonna go to my vulnerable website. Remember, this could be a popular website or a website of a company which you are doing a pen test for. And I am actually gonna use the stored accesses, and I am gonna put the name as beef, and what we will put in message is the JavaScript code, the hook URL that we got from the terminal. So our JavaScript tag will be like script src, and the hook URL that we got from the terminal, and we are gonna close the script tag. And now I am gonna modify the IP here to my own IP address. So I am gonna put the IP address of my machine. To check the IP address of my Kali machine, do if config 10.0.2.15, 10.0.2.15. So I will copy this and paste it over here in message section. And now it's not letting me add any more characters because this field is configured in a way that it does not allow more than this number of characters. But we can bypass this very easily by right clicking and click on inspect element. And we are gonna modify the maximum length. Right now it is 50, so I am gonna set it to 500. Just double click on it and enter. Let me copy this again and paste it over here. And I am gonna sign guest book, and that should make it work. Now if I go to my target, you can see that I have my Linux computer right here and has been hooked as a target, and the hook has been executed on my browser. So any person who is going to be visiting this website, this XSS stored page, So because this is a stored accesses, just like we explained, the code will be executing on any person who visits this page. Now if we go back, we should see the target right here, as you can see, and it is showing up in the online browsers. So we basically have hooked this device and we can run a large number of functions that Beef allows us to do. So I'm gonna click on my target and I'm gonna go on to the commands. So right now I just wanna run a specific command, which is just an alert command, like we were doing before, just to confirm that everything is working. So I'm gonna go on this, which is create an alert dialog, and you can set the text in here, so you can put any text you want. I'm gonna leave it as Beef alert dialog, and I'm just gonna click on execute. So if we go on our target, we can see that the alert dialog is working. Now I just did that to show you that everything is working perfectly. Now anybody who browses our target website, the vulnerable website, will get hooked to Beef, and you can run all the commands that we see before. So all the commands that we see in the client side attacks, like in full access using a fake notification bar, you are using the pretty theft, getting the screenshot, injecting a keylogger. You can do all of these attacks on any person who visits this vulnerable page, because we injected our hook into that page. So every time the page loads by anyone, they will be hooked to Beef. In this lecture, we will learn about OWASP ZAP. In short, this is called ZAP. It is Z Attack Proxy. Hope you may be familiar about the name, that is Z Attack Proxy or the ZAP. This is a fine-grained tool that is a must-have for every security enthusiast like developers, coders, and security analysts. And this is the must-have tool for the ethical hackers, or simply say the hackers. Some bug bounty hunters also use this tool in order to get the feature-rich informations from the target site, and in order to hunt the information or get the information that is hidden over the web pages. So this is the complete course related to OWASP ZAP, and this session is all about the theoretical information about the OWASP ZAP and all you need to know in order to understand everything about the ZAP tool, how it works, and what are the capabilities and the features of the OWASP ZAP. So let's start and get information about what it is and what are the features. In this course, we will be using the tool ZAP version 2.9.0. This is the latest version of this tool, OWASP ZAP. And if you are using this tool in the future, release numbers may be different. So basically, what is ZAP? Z Attack Proxy is the free and open source penetration testing tool that is maintained by the Open Web Application Security Project, that is called OWASP. And main motto behind using this tool is to test the web applications, and in fact you can also test the coded applications directly from the development environment as well. That is both flexible and extensible. By the way, OWASP ZAP is the man in the middle proxy, that we also call it intercepting proxy, similar to the burp suit, that intercepts the web pages and sits behind the web pages and your computer system and fetch everything that is happening inside your browser. Meaning that if you are accessing any web pages and if you have configured the OWASP Z Attack Proxy onto your system, then it will get every information that we are accessing over the browser or over the web pages. So let's see what are the capabilities and what are the features of the Z attack proxy. From now I will call it Zap, only Zap. So this is the community based project and focused over the ease of use. I have used this tool several times and I use it while going through the penetration testing. And this is all obviously focused over the ease of use, that anyone can use this tool easily because of the interface and because of the simplicity given inside this tool. It is the web application pen testing tool that is easy to use. This is open source project and this is the flagship major project of the OAPS. Hence it will be free to use and obviously it will be always free to use according to OAPS site. There are automated scans inside the Zap that we will see while going through and testing the applications, that how a developer can automate all the tasks and test the code that he have developed, and everything from finding vulnerabilities or any issues that might occur after integration on the development site. This tool is capable to hunt down that vulnerabilities and that will be easier for the developers. Zap is also used by the professionals and beginners too. Because of the professionals use, there are other part that is Burpsuit, that is the paid version. That is only the paid version that is beneficial for the hackers or security professionals. Because the community based version is not so powerful, not so great that you can use in the professional areas. Even I use these tools while going through the professional things like testing on the sites or even online. So this is the great tool that professionals also use because of the simplicity of this tool. And there are a whole bunch of information, whole bunch of things are there inside the tool that every professional loves to use this and loves to hunt down the things. Even if we were going to test more secured site like Google, PayPal, then you will be able to find some serious issues using this tool. If you are using this tool in a complete manner, complete way, that how our security professionals or hackers must use. I will show you everything from top to bottom or the chronological order so that you will be mastering everything from the top to bottom. Alright, so moving next, best for hackers and penetration testers. Obviously this will be best for hackers and penetration testers because of its power and the greatness of this tool that you are going to see in the next sessions. This tool is recognized all over the world by the professionals, and this is maintained by a more than 30 countries and their volunteers across the world. That is why this is more powerful, because there are many involvements of the volunteers and the security professionals that manage, and that is why this is the reason that this is recognized all over the world. And this is the last one, what is Zap? That is, Zap alone can take down the entire server. I will show you in this course that how only OAP Zap can be used in order to hunt down and take down the entire web server or any vulnerabilities that Zap is capable to hunt down. So we will see that in the real world applications, real world scenarios, where we will take down the complete server, because there are many things that you need to get to know about this tool in order to master this. Alright, so now moving to the Zap features, what are the features and what will be there that we will be covering in this OAPS Zap. So the first one is the easy to install. This is completely easy to install Just download it and execute this. You can install over many platforms because this is cross-platform supported, and you can either install over the Mac, Windows, Linux, Docker, virtual machine, Raspberry Pi, and so on. There are many things, many ports are available for this tool. That is why this is so powerful in order to take the web applications down and hunt for the vulnerabilities or the insecurities. This is easy to use and also run in headless mode. You can run this tool in headless mode because just type the command or execute the command over the command line or the terminal in Linux, and this will be running in the headless mode. There will be no any graphical user interface or the desktop graphical user interface. And once you are going to intercept everything from the browser after setting up the browser, it will get every request and perform its task in order to hunt this, like passive scanning, active scanning, fuzzing for the vulnerabilities, and everything that it is capable to. This tool is fully documented and internationalized, as we have already talked. So this is fully documented, and ZAP is developed and maintained by the worldwide team of volunteers. It integrates with other tools as well. What it means is that it integrates with other tools as well. Like you can use SQL map tool in order to pass everything that is going from web applications to SQL map, that will take and transfer its power to a SQL map in order to leverage other vulnerabilities like SQL injection on the web pages or the web applications. So this is more powerful. You can even transfer everything, like every request, every responses that ZAP have gathered can be transferred to the burpsuit tool as well. So this is how we can integrate with other tools and take advantages of other tools, including with the ZAP features and ZAP powers as well. The main reason for ZAP tool in order to use for penetration test and hunting for web applications insecurities is that it also has the integrated marketplaces for add-ons, and that is all completely free, that all add-ons are developed by their volunteers around the world. So it is free of cost. You do not need to pay for anything once you have installed this app, and when you are using it, you can use everything inside this tool free of cost to download every add-ons. And this is a large marketplace for everything that we use, like for SQL injection, cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, and many vulnerabilities that are out there that may be present in your web applications and the codes. There are scripts based attacks as well. Like you can script in a Zython, that is Java version of the Python, JavaScript, JRuby, Zest script as well. Zest script is simply so powerful that you can record everything, like capturing the cross-site request forgery or the CSRF token, and just replay that using ZAP. Alright, coming to the next. So some use features of the ZAP, that what it can do and what are the major features that we are using day to day, and you will also be able to use it day by day. And obviously if you are going for the testing, you can also use that. And you must keep in mind that these ZAP features will be used, so it is better to memorize everything. Like quick start using point and shoot. This is the feature that point and shoot is, that Only put the URL of the website or the link of the web application or the website and just click attack, and it will be doing everything from passive scanning to active scanning, fuzzing and so on by itself. So this is for the attacking mode inside the Zap tool. So you can use it and just point and shoot and everything will be done itself by the Zap. Intercepting proxy with the linked browser. It means that you do not need to open your own browser or configure your own browser in order to use the intercepting browser. Just click over the top right corner for the browser and that browser will be configured like Mozilla Firefox, Chrome and Safari as well on the Mac operating system. So that is easy to use with the linked browser. Proxying through Zap, then scanning. They are proxying through Zap. Everything will be proxied to Z-attack proxy and then it will be scanned automatically. There are various modes which we can use in many scenarios, and we can use this tool in many ways like just proxying and everything will be done itself. Manual testing with automated testing, both are there, that is available under Zap. If you are proxying through or intercepting any web pages in order to test, then you can automate that task alone, or if you want, you can also test it manually. If you are excluding anything like active scanning from the target site, then it will exclude active scanning and it will not do anything without your permission. So this is called manual testing. You can use manual testing as well. One of the best feature I like about the Zap is the HUD mode, that is the heads up display mode. This is one of my favorite thing under the Zap that I use while going through test in the first cases, because this is so easy to use and it gives every information and everything that you can do in the hacking manner. Like it will be showing you like what are you doing on the screen, something like the black hat hackers, and you are doing something like testing or attacking the web applications. So we will see that everything will be in the single pages in the HUD mode. That is so powerful. And next into the attack mode for different use cases. There are 4 different modes, attack modes that you can use in the different cases, like if you are going for the penetration testing in the black box or the white box or gray box. Then you can use the testing like if you are testing in the black box, then you can directly attack using the attack mode. Or if you are testing in the development environment, you can use safe mode, that will be safer side. Every attack mode has its own criteria, that what it will not do and what it will perform, like it is scanning, active scanning, or it will not manipulate the responses from the web pages, so that your coding will also be safe if we are using in the development environment. The next is the active scanning with passive scanning. Obviously, active scanning inside the Burp Suite is not there in the community edition of Burp Suite. But Zap have the active scanning features and the predefined vulnerabilities that it will be mapping through applications, codings, and it will be manipulating responses according to its predefined criteria as well. And the passive scanning is also there. That is the simple case that it will scan every web pages, but it will not manipulate the responses coming from the target site. Similar to the Burp Suite, it have also the requester for manual testing. You may have seen the repeater module in the Burp Suite that is the requester in the ZAP. Same thing is there that we will be manipulating one by one single request and it will be sending to the target applications. If you are going to test for a single request like testing for the SQL injection or the password or username fields, then it will be doing its job in sending one request one by one and so on. There's the plug and hack support as well. This is so powerful that I will be demonstrating this in the upcoming sessions. This is so powerful that simply plug everything and hack support is there. Only put the URL or put the link of the target applications and it will be hacking that all its way. Can be easily integrated into the CI and the CD, that is the continuous integration and continuous development. If you are belonging to the development area, like if you were a developer, then you must have the knowledge about the CI and CD, that is continuous integration and the continuous development that happens in the development areas. The best example for CI/CD is a plan, code, build, test, release, deploy, operate and monitor. And once again it will be the cycle of plan, code, build, test, release, deploy, operate and monitor. That is called continuous integration and continuous development. It happens from the mid-size companies to the big-size companies as well. CI/CD, first it was named that is the waterfall, next it was agile, and now it is called DevOps. So you must be aware about the DevOps if you are from the field of development or the developers area, because this is how modern developers approach building, create products. With the rise of DevOps has come the new methods of continuous integration, continuous delivery, and the last part is continuous deployment as well. So once you are integrating, once you are developing, then you must deploy on the web applications as well. So for the information about the continuous integration, continuous development, you can search over the web pages or the Wikipedia, and there are tons of information about the continuous integration and development. Alright, moving next, there are some additional features that we will be also covering. That is the more powerful, actually these are the powerful features of these apps. The first one is the powerful REST-based API. They are the API of this tool. This is its own API as well. You can test the entire web application or the entire coded applications directly to the code using the API. Just integrate your scripts or integrate your codes and the API of this tool into your application that you are coding right now or at the development stage, and you can test that code or the application for its vulnerabilities or the software issues or anything that may happen in the future. So this is REST-based API. This is the best feature for the developers that they can use once they are going to integrate this. It will be much beneficial. They have the traditional Ajax spider as well. There are two types of the spider. First one is the Ajax spider and the second one is the traditional one. Ajax spider have the ability to get everything and scan for Ajax based site. There is support for the wide range of scripting languages that you can test and integrate everything. You can also create your own scripts, and this actually helps you to create your own scripts and test that script and attack using that script to web application or the code itself. So moving ahead, there are some more powerful and smart features that are smart card support that will not be covered in this course because this is the pen testing perspective course and you will be mastering everything from penetration testing to vulnerability scanning and hacking. Because the smart card support is not there and even test it if you have the information. This is easy to use. You just need to have the hardware and the smart cards as well. Hope you understand about the smart card support that it will not be covered in this course. The next thing is the port scanning. You can scan the entire ports of the applications or web servers using this tool. So this is easy to use. There are parameter analysis as well. Invoking and using other apps like Burpsuit Session Management. You can also use Session Management for testing the web applications that are authorized web pages, like once you are scanning for the web pages without getting logged in. There will be limited things covered by the ZAP, but if your system is authenticated, like if you have been logged in and then you are scanning, then there will be much more powerful scanning and much more powerful bug hunting vulnerability findings using these features. Similar to the Burpsuit, this tool also has the anti-CSRF token handling support as well. You can also use this anti-CSRF token and it handles it so smartly that you will be able to replay that attack like the anti-CSRF attack, or doing so a hunting related to the vulnerabilities like the anti-CSRF token replay attacks as well. So that will be covered in detail in the upcoming sessions. The last one is the dynamic SSL certificates support. Alright, so this is the last one. Let's start using ZAP. So from here we will be using everything from top to bottom or the chronological order to master this tool for penetration testing. Even for the developments there will be many things covered like development to API users and the API hunting, using everything from vulnerability scanning to active scanning, passive scanning. That is so powerful things using the API. We will see this in the upcoming sessions. So let's start. As of now, we have been going throughout the OAuth's ZAP tool and we have seen many things like what are the features, what are the special features, additional features, what the ZAP is all about. Now it's time to fire up the ZAP and install. So in this session we are going to install the OAuth's ZAP, the fantastic tool for the web application and developers and the penetration testers and hackers. We will be installing this tool on Linux and Windows, but throughout this course I will be working on Windows, and in Windows it is easier and clean view. So let's first start with the installation on Windows platform. Open this website zapproxy.org. Click on download now button. This is the latest ZAP release 2.9.0. Now click on Windows 64 installer or Windows 32-bit installer as per your requirement. I will click on Windows 64-bit installer. Click on save file, but I will click on cancel as I have already downloaded this file. So it is here. Installation is very simple. Just double click on this file and it will start the installation process. Click on Next. I accept the agreement. Next, standard installation. Next, install. Finish. And we have successfully installed OAPS Zap on Windows. Let's open the OAPS Zap tool. Now let's see how to install OAPS Zap on Linux. Open your browser and go to this link zapproxy.org and click on Download Now button. Scroll down and click on Linux installer. Download. Click on Save. OK. Once the file gets downloaded, you will find the file inside the download folder. This one. Now to install this, open the terminal and go to download folder. ls. So when you will download this file, this text will appear in white. That means the file does not have executive permission. To give the executive permission, type chmod o+x and the file name. Enter. Now to check that file successfully got executive permission, type ls and you will find this file name appears in green. That means it successfully got the executive permission. Now to install, type this command // file name and hit enter. Now the installation will get started. Click on Next. 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 Install. It will take some time for installation. Click on Finish and our Zap application has been successfully installed. To check, you can go to My Applications and type in Zap. So we have our Zap application over here. In order to understand OAPS Zap completely, what are the things, where they are located, and making it easier to find everything from the bottom and the tools list, and quickly fire up everything from the request to response, requester, and in every context you need to be aware about where the things are located. So if I am going to see this is the graphical interface, desktop user interface of the OAPS Zap that is installed over the Windows operating system. So once we are going to start it, navigate to File, New Session. If you are going to start this tool, this will be greetings in front of you like this. Like, do you want to persist the Zap session? From my perspective, this is the best way to persist the session at the starting. If you are going for the penetration testing or if you are testing for yourself, then you do not need to be aware about that. You can save the session later and again as well. Like the first one is the yes, I want to persist this session with name based on the current timestamp. If you want to save this session, this will create a database. This is its own database that is called HSQL, is the Hyper SQL database, that is the Java based database. You can search for the Hyper SQL and in short it is called HSQL DB, that is the Hyper SQL database. So this tool use that Hyper SQL database in order to save everything that you are doing. So that if you are saving everything that you have done or every information that you have gathered and collected inside this Zap tool, it will be saved and persisted in the session into your system. Still, if you are not saving this session, you can save it later. So I am going to start this session using the no. I do not want to persist this session at this moment in time. So this is the start. Alright, so this session is all about the 6 element of this tool. This is better to know where the things are located, like as I said in the starting of this session. Alright, so this is the Windows version of this tool. This is a 2.9.0. If we are going to see the Linux version, many people are going to use that. Let me show you. So this is the latest Kali Linux 2020.3. In Kali Linux 2020, Zap comes pre-installed. Let me click on this. And in previous session, we had seen the installation of OWeb Zap in Kali Linux 2019 version. So here is the Linux version of this tool. Everything is same, but something will be different. And this is the Windows version. But there will be no any differences between the functionalities and the analysis criteria, analysis capabilities of this tool. Alright, so let me minimize this and start from here. So the first element is the menu bar. The first line here, the file, edit, view, analyze, report, tools, import, online, help is the first element that is called menu bar. You can find every information, like the menu bar provides access to many of the automated and manual tools, like going from here, like new session, open session, persist session, session properties, import context, export context, load add-on file, exit and delete session. Edit, you also have the Zap mode that you can also select from here. We will come to that later. Second is the view. Then analyze is the scan policy manager, report, tools and so on. Second element is the toolbar. Here you can see is the toolbar from the left to right till this one. So this is called toolbar. That includes buttons which provides easy access to most of the commonly used features. Like everything will be from the toolbar, like new session, open session, persist session. Here is the settings, that will be everything from the options to settings as well. Here are the show all tabs and hide all tabs. We can open everything quickly without going to the menu bar. So this is why it is also important. Like if I am going to open the marketplace in order to add or download the add-on files or the add-on tools, so here is this marketplace. This is the installed one, and here is the marketplace that you can download, install and uninstall as well. So this is how it is easy to memorize and understand everything. So this is the second one, and this is the toolbar. Coming to the third one, that is the tree view or the tree window. So that is this one, that is also called the context window. Everything will be intercepted and collected data from these sites in a tree view. Like here it will be contexts. Once you are creating a context, then there will be context, and every site's view will be represented in a tree view. And there is one more thing that also displays under this view or this element. The third element is that has the script windows as well. So once I am going to open these scripts, there will be script windows side by side like sites and these scripts. So these are the easy things that you can memorize and process this faster by going to toolbar or manually doing everything. You can do so by going to this menu bar as well. But this will be faster and this will be in a professional way that everything and every people must do this. Alright, coming to the fourth one. The fourth element is the workspace window. So the workspace window is this one, where the welcome to OAB Zap has been written, and this is the workspace window. Like if I am going to start automated scan, manual explore, and here the information about the help or things like learn more. So if I am going to start automated scan, there will be things that you can just quickly put the URL and it will be doing attacking everything according to its rule and the policy manager so quickly and so fast without interpretation and without intervention of yourself. In this pin, there are three types like the request, response, and one more thing here you can add is the breakpoint and the script console. Once you are going to open this script console and doing everything that will be inside this one. So if I am going to this one and opening it, it will be automatically moved to this script console. Let me close this. Still, if you are not opening anything and going to scripts, it will be opened automatically. So there is nothing to worry about if we are going to open or not. Alright, so moving to the fifth element is this one. Here this all area is called the fifth element. First of all, it is called information window, and that will display details of the automated scans and manual tools, alerts, output, searches, history, and whatever here is that. So let me show you something that will be here. Show all tabs. So every tabs will be there. Like if I am going to active scan, here will be displayed. Forced browse, here will be displayed. Parameters, HTTP sessions, Zest results, that is the Zest scripts as well, WebSockets, Ajax Spider, and the more things are here that we will see in the upcoming sessions. For now I am hiding this one. There is no use at this time. So this is called information window. The last one is the footer window, that is the sixth element. So this is the sixth element over here. This is the current scans. You can see the first is the fuzzer. One, there is no any request and no any upcoming scans are going on. There is nothing to show like fuzzer has the 0 request or responses or anything running. This one is the downloads. If you are downloading something from the marketplace or adding add-ons, it will be here. Or if you are downloading any files, that will also be here. Passive scan queue. So this is the passive scan. This is the active scan. This is the attack mode queue, which attack mode you have altered, and this is waiting inside the queue. We will see everything in action once we are going to fire the tool and doing everything from the testing to vulnerability hunting or the scanning. This is the spider. There is nothing running, so this will be a spider 0. Here is the forced browse. If you are forced to browse anything like sites or the hidden fields of the HTML parameters or the HTML hidden web pages, it will be here. Here is the Ajax Spider. If you are testing for Ajax based site, then it would be showed in this queue. There is one more thing that we need to learn. Here is the alert base. I am going to alert. There will be alerts showed here according to the scanning, fuzzing, browsing and everything you have intercepted in the zap that will be shown here. There are many things to learn, like this is only showing the context menu. But we will see that in action so that it will be easier to understand. In the next session, we will be starting to configure this tool using many things that are necessary to start with this tool. It will be better to learn at the first phase and then we will be moving from the top to bottom so that it will be easier to understand. The great features of about the OAPS Zap is this tool is online marketplace. And here is the toolbar icon from where we can access the marketplace. Alright, so now we are at the marketplace where we can see the online tools available. We can see the release, beta and alpha category of this tool, and these add-ons are there. So whatever the tool and the add-ons you see here is not installed on the Zap tool as of now. Because once you install this, it will be dynamically removed from this tab and will come to the installed tab. We can see a lot number of tools are there that have been already installed. And personally, I have also installed some of the great tools, great add-ons that are of great use and that will be best while you are going for the testing, like is the access control testing, active scanner rules for the alpha category and advanced SQL injection scanner. Similarly, a lot more tools are already installed and some of the tools I have installed for myself. Clicking over any of the tools and the add-ons, there will be a lot more informations, descriptions available from where you can download and what are the informations and what will be use of that tool. According to the descriptions listed here, so that you will be aware about what this tool will be doing at its core. Let me maximize this. If you want to uninstall this tool, simply click here and uninstall selected data. Another method as well, you can update the tools once it is released on the marketplace. So if this is a particular tool, it is not updated, there will be update selected. Once you select this checkbox, but as of now there is no any update. So the best way to update is click over update all, and it will update all of the tools and add-ons. Now moving to the marketplace for the new updates and the add-ons. So from the starting we can see the release from the help file for Portuguese and the Brazilian language. Second one is the Spanish. Third one is the Turkish. But I am not interested in all of these languages. You may be interested according to your country and the languages of the help file that is associated and installed with this tool. So coming to the Ruby scripting, this is under the beta testing, and that allows Ruby to be used for Zap scripting. You can create your own scripts, create your own add-ons, and simply pull that request in the tool either by offline or by online. So as you can see, this is the template included, and you can install it by checking this box. Install selected. Now the downloading updates has been there, and you can now close this window. Update will be done in the background. So the next one is, I am interested in the custom report, export report, Groovy scripting, and one more interesting thing is the sequence. I am also interested in installing of this tool that will be of use later. Server sent events, that will also be of use, and that will be of great use while testing for the web server vulnerabilities and for the event logs. Now click on install selected. As you can see, it is downloading the add-ons. Alright, so now what? As you can see, all of these things that I have already personally installed as of now is not listed in this marketplace because it has been installed and it will be here in the installed tab. So for the Groovy, I am searching for Groovy. You can see the Groovy scripting is now in the installed category. Alright, so hope you understand all about the installing and uninstalling the marketplaces. Now you may be wondering that where this tool and the add-ons will be accessed once it is installed inside the Zap tool. There will be simple method. Just right click on the tree window, and there will be a lot more informations like save XML, scan HTTPS configuration, generate tokens, SAML actions. All these tools and items have been installed by me for this tool. You can find everything inside this right click context. You can find a tons of syntax menu once you right click any URL. The second method to access that all add-ons that you have recently installed in this tool is to going to menu bar tools, and here will be all of the tools or add-ons installed, like the regular expression tester is there that I have already installed previously. You can also install add-ons that have been created by yourself in other languages like Python, Ruby, and that will be installed either by online or by offline. You can also pull that offline by going to File and Load add-on file. This is simple as that. Moving to the next one with the community scripts. You can create your own scripts and clone all these scripts going to github.com zap proxy community scripts, and here a lot more scripts are available. You can install everything from the scripts menu under the plus sign here. This is the scripts menu. Now from here you can create your own script or insert your own scripts. We will cover these scripting languages and we will create some fantastic tools, add-ons from the help of all of these tools like the passive rules, payload generator, everything here in the separate session. But if you want, you can download everything, pull that request from community scripts, and you can install all of these things inside your Zap tool. Moving to the next, there are already more extensions that have been installed inside the Zap tool. But still, if you want, you can install by going to GitHub, Zap proxy, Zap extensions, releases. All these are for fantastic testing and finding deep informations, deep vulnerabilities about the target sites. So, like the token generation, TLS debug version, passive scanner rules that is in the beta stage, and so on. So that's all about the marketplace and the installed add-ons about this tool. You can create add-on in your own languages apart from the Zest and Zython, but that are all out of the scope. So I will keep that limited to the pen testing, but still everything will be covered in this OAPS Zap sessions. So far we have been learning about all of the user interface, features and additional features about fantastic tool Z-Attack Proxy. From now we will see something big in picture. We are going to configure this tool for the Scan Policy Manager. Scan Policy Manager is actually that allows you to enable and disable the rules under the Zap that are run while performing an active scan. Every time you scan for any host or any URL under the site tree, there will be active scan for that URL. You need to configure that policy according to your rules of engagement and according to your choice how you want that rules to run and actively scan that host or that nodes. Under the Scan Policy Manager, we can configure everything from default to high quality of scans that will actively scan everything and every nodes or only for the choice of nodes you have selected. But the point here is to note that passive scan rules are not managed and configured via this dialog box. But we can still configure the passive scan rules by going to Options tab or the Options menu. So let's quickly see about this Scan Policy Manager under the Zap tool. Alright, so this is the Zap. And we can access the Scan Policy Manager by two ways. First going to Analyze and then Scan Policy Manager. And the second is the toolbar. Here is the icon that says Scan Policy Manager. So simply click over it and all of the policies are here. From now and from here we will see all about the scan policies that will manage every set of rules that are responsible for actively scanning the target site. By default, once you install this tool on your system, there will be only one default policy. So let's go throughout the scan policy, the default policy. We can simply go to this modify and you can add as many policies you want according to your needs. Like if we want to add more or new scan policies, I will simply click add, put the policy name, change this threshold and strength of the attacks, and everything will be created. We can even import the scan policies from other systems or the computers, or we can export that all of these things to other computers as well, and that all will be fed up under the ZAP. So now let's try to see what's inside this default policy. So I will simply go to modify. Here is the policy name. This is the default policy. You can change this name according to your choice. Alright, so the first one is the default alert threshold. According to the description here, that is the default threshold. Once I change this to low, descriptions will be also changed, like the more potential issues flagged. And if I am going to set it to medium, it will be default. If I am going to set it to high, fewer potential issues will be flagged. So let's try to figure out what these all potential issues and attack types and thresholds are. So the first thing is the threshold that controls how likely is the Z attack proxy is to report potential vulnerabilities. It will be selected from off, low, medium and high. Second is the strength that controls the number of attacks that ZAP will perform or actively scan. So this is the strength type. You can change it to low, medium, high and insane. Alright, so let's go to our first one is the threshold. If we will turn it to off, then this scanner or the active scanner will not run. There will be no active scanning done using that scan policies. Second one is the low. There will be more potential issues that will be raised, which may increase the number of false positives. So there are multiple ways that you can change, and that will also affect the other number of attacks that you are trying to carry out. So the low will have the more false positives, and going to the higher there will be fewer potential issues that will be found that may have some real issues missed. So there are more likely chances that some real potential vulnerabilities will be missed. And if you turn it to low, there will be more false positives. It means that if the target site does not have the SQL injection vulnerabilities present on that site or that web pages, it will also give you the flags that this target site have the vulnerability of SQL injection. But in reality, it does not. Now coming to the strength that controls the number of attacks that will be carried out by this scan policy. So the first one is low. According to the threshold, there will be also low. When you select the low, there will be fewer attacks or low level of attacks that will be carried out. And that is also quicker in nature. But still, if it will be quicker, it will miss some real issues. It will not report many vulnerabilities as you are likely to get. Second one is the high. It will carry out the more attacks and more attacks will be used by this scan policy. And it will try to find much vulnerabilities than the lower, but still it will take longer time. It depends upon the target site that you are trying to attack. Third one is the insane level. This is the more attack level that it will be carried out. So this is typically only be used for small parts of an application or small organizations, you can say, because it will attack with a very large number of payloads and obviously it will take more considerable length of time. Now let's try to understand strength and threshold practically. Alright, so as of now I am at default policy and I am going to cancel this and I will try to add a new policy. So for this one I am giving this name test policy. You can name it according to your need, according to your things. So now coming to the default alert threshold. It will alert most of the vulnerabilities according to these settings like low, medium and high. So let's turn one by one and see what will be there according to description. So I am turning it to low. More potential issues will be flagged. Alright, so it will be better for now that it will report more potential issues. Now coming to the attack as strength. Actually, this must be in insane mode if you are testing for low number of web pages because it will attack and carry out more attacks, a large set of a number of attacks. So if you are testing a large organization and if you are trying to find out more potential vulnerabilities, then this will be insane and it will take typically much higher time. So this is like what you want for yourself. For example, if you know that the target web application, like if I am testing for PayPal or the Microsoft and I am little bit pretty sure that there is no much more vulnerabilities, and at the same time there are a large number of web pages hosted over that site, then for that what attack strength we must choose. So according to that it will be higher. There will be only more attacks, but still it will take a slightly little time than the insane mode. So that's how it is required for yourself. Now coming to apply all of the settings to everything. So from here we can see what are the attacks or the payload that will be carried out while the active scanning is on. So the first one is the client browser. It will test for the cross-site scripting, DOM based. You can change every threshold by clicking on each line. So if I want to change this cross-site scripting to medium, I can change here. Alright, going to information gathering. There will be many things that are listed and that all payload will be tested for this kind of vulnerabilities, like directory browsing is here. This is for the threshold default and this is for the strength also default. Don't be more confused about the quality. Actually all these three are alpha, beta and release are the release qualities. Like if it is release, then it will be more accurate in order to attack. If it is alpha stage, if it is beta stage, then it will be testing for that stage. So it is better if it is release. Hope you understand about the alpha, beta and release stages. So the directory browsing is here. And if I want to change the threshold to medium and strength to insane, so that higher number of attacks will be there for directory browsing, it is obvious thing that you need to consider about what you are trying to find out and what loopholes you want to get from the target site. So if I am pretty sure about the remote code execution, then I will obviously make it to insane and make it to low, so that it will carry out more and a higher number of attacks, so that there are more likely chances that it will catch every remote code execution vulnerabilities, and also it is at the same time low, so that it will flag and make the alert for the tester. Third one is the injection, and all these are the injection vulnerabilities like advanced SQL injection, buffer overflow, and cross-site scripting, all of these four. So actually there are only 3 persistent and reflected. All these are categorized according to that. So if I am talking about the client browser, why this cross-site scripting DOM based is here? Because this is carried out at the client side. That's why it is categorized. So everything from every policy, every payload can be changed here individually. If I want to change insecure HTTP method, I can change here. Just click and select. Alright, coming to how this all can be changed. So if I am changing it to low, medium, high, this is the threshold. Strength is medium, high, insane, and make it to low. So now you can see all of these are differently set, like threshold is medium, strength is medium. For this injection category, threshold is low, strength is high. But what if I want to change it for everything? Every information, every payloads, and every this kind of attacks will be changed at once. So this is the simple method. Apply low to threshold and to all of the rules. So it will change everything to low, and apply insane to all. Now if click go, it will be changed. So now if I am going to here, you can see all of these are low and insane according to that. So that's how we can change. But still, if we want to change individually, every request, every kind of vulnerabilities individually, you can change accordingly. So if I want to change once again to default, it will be default. Alright, so I'm going to click on OK. A new scan policy will be there, test policy as I created. We can import, export, all these are simple. So now I am closing this dialog and going for the active scan scenario, how it will be scanned. So if I am going to this binance.com and go to attack, here the active scan will be done, and all of the rules we set recently will be utilized by this active scan. But still we can reconfigure it once again. Alright, so there is actually one thing, this scope. If I am not clicking the advanced options, so the starting point or the target point is here. If I want to change the policy for the active scanning, we can change now from here. So test policy as I have recently created. So I am keeping this for the testing, and the context is not here because I have not added this to any context, and there is no user added for this zap tool. So that's why there will be not anything to select. But still at the same time, if I want to show advanced options and go to input vectors, there are many things to learn and many things to reconsider about the active scanning. You can change every parameter, everything what you want, what do you need according to your choice. From the URL query string and data driven nodes, post data, cookie data, enable script input vectors, and built-in input vector handlers. So you can change, simply click here or uncheck these boxes and it will be done. The last one is the parameters shown here will be ignored by the scanner. Everything you want to ignore by this active scanner, you can simply put or add here. Like what you want to be ignored by the active scanner engine. So at this time I don't want anything to be ignored by this active scan. This is for the demonstration purpose, so I will skip this one. Coming to the custom vectors. This step will only be enabled or there will be some kind of informations data if you have unchecked this checkbox. This recurse will be what you want to scan, like if you want to scan only this URL, only this target site. You don't want to scan for all the nodes underneath this URL. You can simply uncheck this recurse. Alright. So if I click this single node and go to attack active scan, now you can see there is no any recurse option available because this is the node and there is no other nodes underneath this. But if I want to go for other things like this, there is one more node and there are more nodes underneath this. So if I am going to right click, go to attack active scan, there will be recurse option so that it will actively scan for all of the underneath nodes or every nodes under this. As of now we are talking about the custom vectors. There is the custom vectors. If you are selecting this recurse, then the custom vectors will not be available in order to configure for you. Custom vectors are actually for defining and specifying the locations where actively it will be scanned for the vulnerabilities at that specific point. So if I want to change or put custom vectors like for the referrer, then what I will do is I will simply select this referrer and then add this to custom vector. But as of now you can see recurse is selected. The option will not be available. So I will uncheck this and now the add button is enabled. So just adding it will be listed here under the vectors box. Now we can start the scan. Alright, so coming to the input vectors. And as for the input vectors, we have already seen that it will override the default rules that we have configured under the scan policies, and all of these things will be conducted apart from that scan policy. So if this post data is listed and set under the scan policy that we recently created, and if I am going to check this will be overriding over that scan policy. Coming to the next is the technology. that what you want to test for and for what kind of technologies. Like if I am testing for the Microsoft, there will be more chances that there will be Microsoft related products like the Microsoft database, Microsoft Access, Microsoft SQL Server, and everything from the Microsoft, its own in-house products and tools and the softwares. So if I am going to test for a database, this is the database, and I know that there will be more chances that it will be from the Microsoft product, I will simply uncheck everything apart from the Microsoft listed. Here there are chances that my SQL database may also be there, so I will skip that. And here we can override the default rules and default scan policies to scan in a less time. So it will not scan for other databases and it will directly scan for Microsoft Access and Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL. Coming to the language, which kind of language or the web applications have been coded in which language. So for example, if I am talking about the Microsoft, there will be obviously ASP, C, JSP, PHP, XML. So I will uncheck Ruby and Python. Over here Linux may not be there, Mac may not be there, so I will uncheck both. This is the SCM, Git, SVN. There are chances that all this will be present. Web server for the Apache, IIS, Tomcat. I will uncheck Apache and Tomcat because I know that the IIS Internet Services web server is hosted over the Microsoft site. Now I will scan for that, but all these are for the demonstration purpose because I am scanning binance.com and talking about Microsoft, so there is no way any relativity. Now coming to the policy. Just before launching the active scanning and throwing every payload, attacking, manipulating that request responses from and to the target's website or the target URL, we can review and see what we have configured under the policy and what the policy on which we are going to actively scan that target site. So that's all about the active scanning and all of this information about the active scan policies. Now one more thing, here the policy menu is not available because this is the advanced options we have checked in already. Now we can change from here. Everything will be changed. Once again, if I am going to show advanced options, and at last we can even reset that everything what it is default. And if I am talking about this technology, everything has been reset now. But if I am checking at this time and click over the reset, it will be at default side. So you can create your own scan policies in a different situations, like if we are going to test for low level companies like the something around 20 to 30 level or the 30 pages available over the website, you can create a scan policy according to that. And if you are testing for the large organization or the large number of web pages available over the target site, you can create a scan policy accordingly. So that may make you fluent in understanding what the scan policy is and how you can quickly configure the Zap tool for testing and making it ready for in a couple of minutes. In this session, we will make configuration of the OAuth Zap and prepare this tool just before launching this tool into the real world penetration test. All of the configurations will be done in this single console. So as of now, we have been doing and learning more things about OAuth Zap. And now this is the final step in which we will be making configurations of this tool that will be must have for just before launching this tool for the penetration testing. And so here we can start like going to tools and options, or just clicking this gear icon. Alright, so this is the options in which we will be making configurations of every individual tools, add-ons, applications and connections of this tool. How this will be making and managing all of these things in a single configuration. Or you can say you can configure every add-ons, every tools, every working criteria of this tool, like the active scanning, passive scanning, proxies, or the launching of this tool in the active and passive scanning modes at the same time. So just before going to start, we need to install the dynamic SSL certificates, that is the Zap root CA certificate, that will be trusting the browser and the web servers. So let's see what are the dynamic SSL certificates in detail. Alright, so here is the dynamic SSL certificate, that what it is and how it will be making connections, encrypting the traffic and decrypting the traffic connections at the same time. So every time we request or intercept it from the browser or the connection of the web server, Zap has to encrypt and decrypt each request before sending the server and vice versa. But we do not know about this thing that is happening in the background because this is already done by the browser. That's why the only way to decrypt or intercept the transmission is to do man in the middle approach. And how this man in the middle approach is done, you can see in this picture, that how root CA certificate is generated by the user and then sent to the server. In this case, this is the test.com. Now what the root CA certificate is and how actually it is effective while intercepting the traffic, and how the trusting of the client's URL and making client and server relationship is done, where the OAuth Zap proxy is sitting between the client and server. There may not be the trusted relationship because this is the intercepting proxy, and how this is done. Because the certificate created by Zap is in the direct chain of trust from the Zap root CA certificate that we will be installing in the browser, so the browser will be trusting on the Zap root CA certificate. Hence the client and server relationships will be done because the Zap root CA certificate is sitting in the middle of client and server in order to make a trust chain and the trust relationship. So let's see how it is done in practicality. Alright, so this is the root CA certificate. This is valid for 1 year. Once you install the tool on your system, it will be generated automatically, or you can generate by clicking this button generate. After 1 year, this certificate will be expired and you need to regenerate it using this button and install it into your browser. So let's save it by clicking this button save, and this will be with the name OAuth Zap root ca.cer, that is the certificate. And if this will be saved in your system, you can just go to open your browser. Alright, so in order to install that certificate, we need to go to Options, Privacy and Security. At this time I am talking about the Mozilla Firefox, because this is the best browser in which we can trust and do a lot more things in order to make penetration test. Now coming to the view certificates, click on it, authorities. Here we can import that root CA certificate created by the Zap app. So simply click over the import and just locate that certificate. In this case, here it is OAPS Zap root ca.cer. As I have already installed this inside my browser, so I will not make it install once again. But in this way we can do this. And in order to show you how it has been installed, let me search for the OAPS. Here it is OAPS root CA and Z attack proxy root CA. In this case, in this way we can install inside your web browser so that it can make a trusted relationship and the direct chain of trust to that server. Alright, so moving next to the major things that we will be covering out here. The first one is the passive scan. So the passive scan is done by default. Once you put the URL, passive scans will be done, and passive scan is done in the background in order to save the resources and the time. Here is the passive scanner tool, and all of the rules like the scan rules and scan tags. Passive scan tags and Zap actually manage the tags automatically, and it knows how to check this and manage that. So here is the scan rules, that how it would be doing like reverse tab nabbing, how it will be alerting and making a threshold scanning, because the passive scans does not modify anything in the request nor in their response. So this will not be the destructive kind of scans. Like we have seen, the active scanning will be doing some destructive kind of things in the request and responses, by which it will be manipulating the request and response so that it can find the potentially vulnerable bugs and the issues that will be and that may be over the site or the web applications. But passive scanning does not do so. So here are the rules that it will be doing. We can change that threshold and quality as well, like medium to high. But this threshold is similar to the active scanning as we have seen in the scan policy manager, that if you will make it off, it will be off and it will not run for this particular, like the absence of anti-CSRF tokens, and it will not scan for this kind of vulnerability. So I will make it to medium. I will leave it to default. We can change, like we can change to high threshold to all and go. It will be higher for every vulnerability and it will be flagging every potential vulnerability. But as we have discussed, it will be also catching the false positives mostly. So making it medium, that is the default, will be better. Alright, so scanning tags, that will be maintained automatically by this tool. But still, if you want to change, or you can add by clicking here. Just name it, put the regular expression. It will be matching from the request and responses. Then it will be learning from that thing and setting according to that. Here is the passive scanner rules, that only scan messages in scope. So we have seen this scope and out of scope, that is the context. Here it is. So just clicking it will make it to scope and scan all that is in scope. We can include traffic from the fuzzer when passive scanning. So it will be putting some extra effort at the same time while doing the passive scan. But I don't think it will be better for the passive scanner. For the maximum alerts any rule can raise. We will talk about it while we will be doing practical passive scanning. So we are not going to cover each of the options like the settings here before starting and launching this tool for the real testing and real penetration testing of web applications. But most of them are here that should be and that must be discussed here before going to start. So the first one is the connection. That is the must one here. So this is the connection that can configure everything from the general configurations to the default user agent that will be set here. We can change, like if we want to change the user agent of this tool, then we can change it from here. We can also change the DNS TTL values like the successful queries in seconds, security protocols that will be covered, that will be supported in the connections, and use proxy chain. This proxy chain is used for invoking other applications, so it will be covered in that separate sessions so that you can understand it better. But this is not required at this time. So we will move and go to the most important thing before starting is the local proxies. Actually, this is the local proxies that you may be or must be aware about this, how it is configured in the browser, like the browser configured with localhost and the port 8080 similar to the burp suite configuration. So we can change from the address to the port, because if you are running burp suite and the OS zap at the same time in the same machine, you need to change this port either in the burp suite or in the OS zap, because no two applications can run on the same port. Alright, so this is the local proxy. And coming to the active scan, we will be setting everything from the number of hosts scanned concurrently and the threads per host. That will also be similar as we have seen in the scanning policy, like attack mode. And coming to the database. Alright, so by default OS zap creates its database. As we have seen, like the Java based database, it creates once we start this tool at the startup, and it asks for the session to be persisted. But I never tried to persist that session if I am doing some demonstration or not doing some serious work like the penetration testing. But still we can persist that session later. And here is the configuration that maximum request body size, response body size, that will do the maximum will be saved. So the default option, that is for the persist or the persistent thing, like the unspecified, it asks every time. Persist with time-stamped name, persist with user specified name. So it will be saved according to that and it will be making the databases. The next interesting part is the display. How you want your OS zap tool to be shown and how you like to customize it. Like the display is here, maximize bottom tabs. So this is the maximize bottom. How it will be done on tabs for full layout. Maximize left tab, response panel position, and everything will be there. And here you can see the font example, that how the font will be there. You can change this font. Show splash screen, that will be starting after the execution and the launching of this tool. Show main toolbar, it will be showing the main toolbar by just checking this. And how we want the display to be resized, just drag and drop from here. I like these preferences the most because this does not require any value to be seen at the same time. So in this way we can see it, change it anytime we want. Like if I am not able to see how many site contacts and how many URLs are there, I can just drag it a little bit to the bottom that side, and there will be a more space so that I can see. If the URLs here are full and you cannot see, so I can just drag it here and it will be shown. So this is the best way, this is the better way I feel, but you can change according to the display here and so on. Now coming to the spider, that will be spidering the tool, spidering the sites, crawling the sites as per the maximum depth you have set here. So as you can see, this is the description that 0 is unlimited. So if you put this to 0, it will be crawling the site by unlimited number of depth. So this is not the true cases if you are going for the real web penetration testing, because it will be eating more resources on your system and the networks as well. So making more overloads on your system. And it will not allow you to run other tools and do other works on the same system, because if you are testing a large applications or the large site, then it will not be better. So number of threads are used here. So number of threads will be there that you can set it according to your choice, and how many threads will be scanned for the per site per host. Maximum duration is there. So the 0, this is unlimited time. It will be scanning for an entire time until it is raising the whole number of the URLs of the host sites. Children to crawl. So it will be crawling everything from the main site URL to the submenu subsites and everything that is coming into the scope. Maximum parse size, that will be passed here. Here it is in the bytes. And now you can put it here like the domains that are always in scope, like putting this google.com. If I am testing for Google on the regular basis, I will put google.com and make it to regular expression, so that anything like the google.com, google.co.in or google.uk.us, everything will be trapped using this regular expression. So putting this here, it will be automatically trapped and always put in scope once it is found in the context menu. But I am not going to test for google.com, so I will remove that. And all these things are from the general settings. Send referrer header. Referrer header must be sent. Accept cookies, that must be accepted always in order to track the session or the session tracking, system management related thing or testing. So these are the normal things, normal kind of things. Parsing robots.txt files for new URLs are the best way in order to get what kind of URLs are in the robots.txt files, because Spider does not follow the rules that are stored in the robots.txt. Because Spider is a tool that is used to automatically discover new resources like the URLs on a particular site or whatever site you visit or want to Spider, and it begins with a list of URLs to visit called the seeds. But it depends on how the Spider is started or where the Spider is started. Then Spider visits these URLs and identifies all the hyperlinks in the pages and adds them to the list of URLs to visit and process continuous recursively as long as new resources are found. And the Spider recursively tries to find a specific tags and identify the links and add them to the list or the seeds like the link area, href attributes, frames, iframes, script tags, img tags, src attributes, and so on. Alright, so this is the last one, that is the API key. We will cover it later and that will be better. You can see here the API key. For this tool we can generate the random key as well. That will be valid for these addresses like ZAP, localhost, localhost IP, and this is the IPv6 IP address for the localhost or the 127.0.0.1. So now we can change the API enabled, web UI enabled, secure only, so that data will be accessed only using the HTTPS, not by the HTTP. And this is the secured flag. It is generally put inside the web headers so that the website or the browsers will be able to identify that it is accessible only via the SSL or the TLS. We will check it later. Alright, so the Ajax Spider. It is the Ajax based Spider that will be available for those sites that are returning Ajax language. So this configuration tab, this configuration menu is for that thing, and I don't think there is more thing because I have already scanned the Ajax based website and leaving this by default is better. Coming to the fuzzer, here is the fuzzer options. We can change and set the custom fuzzers, add the files, or select the fuzzer like buffer overflows, exploits, HTTP. We will be seeing in the next couple of sessions that how the fuzzing is done and at what kind of URLs and the sites that we will be attacking, and all the fuzzer kind of payloads will be delivered to that exact fuzzing locations. Custom fuzzers will be added with the custom fuzz file. So the custom files file is here. We can change, we can add here, like if I have, I can put it here and it will be listed here, and it will be listed once you are going for fuzzing that site. So here are the settings: finished fuzzers in UI, retries on input output error, maximum errors allowed, how many errors are allowed before setting it down, payload replacement strategy is there. So the depth first or the breadth first you can change from this radio button. So the depth first is better for the fuzzers. And once again, this is the concurrent scanning threads per scan. and how many milliseconds will be delayed when fuzzing from one to another host or the URLs. So that's all for these fuzzer kind of settings and the customizations. Coming to the alerts, it will be showing the alerts and how many alerts are to be set in the reports. Now coming to the last one, that will be the report here. Here is the report and how it will be reporting at the last of doing assessment or testing of the applications. So this is the format in which it will be generating the report. You can change even if we have configured here that how it will be reporting. Still you can change at the last stages of the reporting that in which report you want to deliver your report. But reporting things like the reporting title, here it is application security alert report, company name. So little bit things that need to be considered here is that you can put it here. Document to be attached with that, company logo file if you are working for a third party companies or working in the agreement of the web application assessment or penetration testing, you can attach the logo of that company or your company's logo. Image working directory, where it will be working directory of that image. Customer name, so if I am working for the company ABC, so this is the company ABC. Author name will be there and keywords will be there. Pen test security, application security alert report. So this is the keywords. I don't think there is much more valuation of these keywords. Now this is the confidential information that will be written once the report is generated. So this document is sensitive and confidential, authorized by company name. You can put the company name here, that the company ABC, because I have been working for the company ABC here, and things that can be changed. Exactly, there is nothing more to be changed here. And once it is done, you can set to OK and it will be done. Now this is the report generation, and now coming to the report, you can generate in HTML, XML, JSON and many things that can be changed. Coming to this alert window, before going to start, we need to know what are the alert here and how it can be changed, how it can be alerted on whatever you want. Coming to this one, which is absence of anti-CSRF tokens. If you know something that is missing here or this alert is false positive, you can change everything, every bit of information from here. Double clicking here will pop up with a lot of more information like the URL, what are the risks. You can change it from low to medium, or whatever it had been unable to identify the risk level by the ZAP, and you can change the parameters as well. Evidence is there, CWE ID, WASC ID, that is the vulnerability level of ID that are there. You can change every piece of information from the top to bottom and just save it. Then it will be saved. And from the next time it will be alerting according to that, because the ZAP have the learning potential that learns and represents you according to what it have learned. Alright, so that was all for the configuration before starting firing up this tool. This may not be of your interest if you know this tool earlier or if you had been using this with the configuration, but this is a must-have for everyone who is working with this tool for the web application testing for the first time, or even if they have not been working so many times, so that they can consider it in every way and consider configurations of this. So here it is, you can configure, because some of the things are a little bit trickier here that is needed to understand, but everything from the options here will be covered once we are going to test and complete this tool in this course. Like as you can see, the keyboard is here. You can see to your own controls, own shortcuts that will be accessed once you are doing the things. Search tab is here. Let me show you one thing. Here like exit, have no keyboard or the shortcut is set. Fuzzer is here. Generate alerts report or the HTML report. There is nothing set. I don't want to set it. And active scan tab. So it have Alt Control A. You can change everything from here and set it according to yourself, that how would you know that. Action cheat sheet and key cheat sheet is there as well, and we can set it if we have set it incorrectly. Alright, so it's been done for the configuration of this Zap tool before firing or testing web applications in detail. Now in next sessions we will be attacking the web applications in real world, and we will see how we can configure everything. We can attack from active scanning to passive scanning, fuzzing, force browsing, and every attack type, as OFZap is considered to be the potential tool for finding the vulnerabilities. OFZap has the several modes in which we can work and test the applications for the insecurities. Before going with Zap modes, like what are the modes, how many modes are there, and what we can do with that modes, which modes are safe for us and which modes can be used in what environment. So let me show you the UI of this Zap. Here it is. Alright, so here we can see there is the standard mode that we can change it from here. And first one is the safe mode, protected mode, standard mode, and the attack mode. There are all 4 modes. We can also change the modes by going to edit, Zap mode, and here. Let me quickly introduce you with all of the modes. So the first mode is the safe mode. That is, only safe operations are done. No potentially dangerous operations are permitted, and cannot be done anything that is harmful or dangerous for the applications that you are testing. So this is the first one, the safe mode. Let me show you by selecting the first safe mode. Alright, so now the safe mode is here. Let me go here and like google.com and launch the browser. Alright, so the browser has been launched and that URL can be accessed and intercepted by that Zap. Let me go to Zap. So now you can see there are sites and everything has been loaded. So this is the manual explore. It will only passively scan the site and get everything that is all over the site. So it is on the safer side, safe mode. Let me check for something like the attack mode, that what we can attack. So now as you can see, you can't do anything that is harmful or any dangerous operations are not allowed here. Like spidering, active scanning, force browsing, port scanning as well. Because this is all the active part. This will connect with the targeted site applications, then it will scan for the ports. So overall everything that is directly connected to or directly actively monitoring that web applications or interacting with that functionalities will not be allowed in the safe mode. That is why it is called safe mode. So hope you understand what is safe mode and what you cannot do and can do with this safe mode. Let me move to and show you another one, the protected mode. For the protected mode, you can only perform potentially dangerous actions or URL in the scope. Let me show you what is the scope and the context. So here you can see the context. Let me move anything that is in context like this side and adding this to context. Actually in the ZAP, scope is defined by the context. So including this in context like default context, then it will be added over there. Everything is there. Simply click OK and it will be added to a default context. And here is the context. That is the default one. So it has been added to the default context. Now if I am clicking this icon, then only the URLs in scope or the URLs in context will be shown here. There is nothing more, nothing less than what is defined already in context URLs. So this is the icon that you can click always, and that is very helpful in order to find out which applications or which URLs you were attacking. Alright, now let me add the same URL to the new context, like adding this to new context. Click OK. Now let me assure everything, like adding this to new context. OK. And there will be new context in this same. Alright, so moving to the next one is the protected mode. So changing it to protected mode. Now it has been changed. Or simply you can go to ZAP mode and change to protected mode. Alright, now only the URLs that are in scope can have the destructive actions allowed for you. So if I am going to attack this one that is not in the context or that is not in the scope, so there would be nothing to do. You can't do anything destructive or the potentially dangerous operations allowed or permitted. But still, if I am going to attack this one, we can actively scan a spider, remove from the scope and do so whatever we want. Like actively scan is here, default context is here. So hope you understand what is the protected mode. Only the things, only the URLs or the target application URLs that are in your scope or in context, only that things are allowed to be attacked or the dangerous operations are not allowed. There are many applications, many URLs will be accessed or intercepted once you have gathered data, intercepted traffic request. Like here I can see I just added the google.com and there are many things like adservice.google.co.in. Everything is here. But I don't want to attack every URLs as a destructive or in potentially dangerous manner. So that's why I will add this to context and change this mode to protected mode. Only the context in scope URLs will be attacked completely. Alright, so the next one is the standard mode. The standard mode have nothing limitations, nothing you can do or you can't do. Everything is allowed in standard mode. This mode was not actually available on the earlier versions, but standard mode is that you can do anything. You can scan, you can destruct any URLs like attack here. There will be nothing differences like the in context or the out of scope or the URLs that are not in context. So there is nothing difference. This is the standard mode. Once you are starting this application Zap tool, the standard mode will be there at starting. Now coming to the last one, that is the attack mode. So this will be the destructive mode. This will be actively monitoring, actively intercepting the target applications. Like as you can see here, once I change the mode to attack mode, so the active scan tab is here and it has opened and has been scanning. You can see the number of requests here. So this is currently actively scanning. Alright, so as you have seen that new nodes, any new nodes that are newly added to the context or in scope, then all of the nodes will be automatically rescanned. Active scanning will be done and it will be repeated once everything has been discovered by the passive scanner. So this is how it is done in the attack mode, because this is the dangerous mode and this is completely a dangerous mode. So I am changing this to a standard mode and now everything is okay. There will be nothing in queue. So as you can see, this is for the attack mode. Let me try once again for attack mode. And this will be doing once again the same thing that what has been discovered. Hence, this is how the attack mode works. So in one word, if I am going to say you which mode is beneficial for everyone, or for hackers, or for you penetration testers, for developers or security guys, you can neglect safe and protected mode. Both modes does not have many things that we can do. As a hacker, we can't do anything with the safe and protected mode. But still, sometimes you may find this useful for yourself, and that is why it is recommended that you can use the protected mode to ensure that you only attack sites that you mean to. So basically, if you say a safe mode and the protected mode does not have much difference, only apart from the in scope and out of the scope URLs. Suppose if you have the in scope URLs and you have changed the mode to protected, then only that in scope URLs will be allowed for dangerous operations. And this is same for the safe. But in the safe mode, all of the URLs by default are not allowed for potentially dangerous operations and not permitted for that same task. And the standard mode is there. You can do anything whatever you want within the standard mode. Attack mode is, as the name suggests, this is for the attack mode and everything is there. It will completely rescan once you were adding anything in the in scope or in the context menu. and it will be scanning everything as soon as all the nodes are discovered by the passive scanners. Let's see the alerts. How many alerts are there? Backup file disclosure for mozilla.org, sensitive information in URL. Now if you want to change the name of the context, like this is the mozilla.org and this is the default context. If I want to change this mozilla.org name, then what we will do here? We can go to File, Session Properties, and here we can see this is for Mozilla, and I am going to change this name. Simply put Mozilla, and let me go to default context. This is also Mozilla. OK. Then the name will be changed. You can see here. Hope this was beneficial. I recommend to change every mode and see what are the differences between them. Change every mode, change one by one and see what are the differences that you are allowed to do and that you are not allowed to do. So in simple words, what things are permitted to do and what things are not permitted to do or perform actions either potentially dangerous or the normal operations. In this session, we are going to attack the web applications and test the functionalities in automated and manual scans. So once we fire up the OApps Zap, we can see this is a quick start tab here that welcomes to the OApps Zap. And it gives us two options. The first one is the automated scan and the second one is the manual scan or the manual exploration of the web applications. We will visit both one by one. So the first one is the automated scan that scans the complete web applications under the 5 minutes, or you can say it finds the bugs, web application vulnerabilities under the 5 minutes. Let's see, test and try out how much time it takes and what are the features of these automated scans. Actually, whenever I try to figure out the web applications architecture and the format of how it behaves and what are the features, functionalities, I always try the automated scan that is simple and fast. So what I will do is simply put the URL that is to be attacked. So in this case, the google.com, because this is the site that runs the bug hunting programs, so there will be nothing litigations. Alright, so now you can see here there are two types of spider, traditional spider and the Ajax spider. Now there are the advantages and disadvantages of both spiders. The traditional spider, the first one, cannot handle the JavaScript well, and the second one is the Ajax spider that handles the JavaScript very well. But the first one is the traditional spider that handles and processes everything in the fast paced, or it is the faster spider than the Ajax spider. And the Ajax spider is slower and sometimes it becomes heavier on the server side applications. So it is better to use both spiders and see the functionalities that what both spiders tries to gather and shows information that could be useful and beneficial. So at this time I am not going to use both of these spiders because Ajax spider is completely slower than the traditional spider. So I always prefer to use the traditional spider and hence I will use here too. As you can see with the traditional spider, this is in the Firefox headless mode. Once I click this Ajax spider, it will be enabled. So now we can change the browser in which it will be opened. Because the Ajax spider opens the browser, then it checks for every links. Alright, so this is the automated scan. I have just put down the google.com, the target here, and I will simply click attack. What it will do is, at first it will passively scan all the URLs that have been a spider by this traditional spider. Let's see what are the things that may happen at the automated scans. Alright, so let's start and click attack. As we can see, the first tab is the spider tab. And now every spider like the robots.txt have been also in the seed, because we have seen in the last sessions what are the seeds, that all the links that it gathers and performs the scans one by one, all the spiders one by one. So now it has been spidered, and it also overrides the rules of the robots.txt. Now active scanning is actually going on at this time, because there are a large number of scans, and we can see the number of requests, number of passive scans, queues are in there, and number of requests for the active scan is here, and here are the passive scan requests. So as we can see in the background, because the passive scans are always done in the background in order to let you do your task easily and not mess up with other things. So you can't see any tab here like that says the passive scan is going on or passive scan tab. So spider has been done, and all of the URLs that have been crawled by this spider will be passively scanned, and it is still scanning. I think it has been stopped, or it is still scanning. Only one in queue, that is the active scan. So the scan is going on here. So the active scan is done, 100% completed. We can also see the scan progress here, that which kind of vulnerabilities have been scanned, and currently at this time if it is scanning for any vulnerabilities. As you can see, the cross-site scripting, reflected and persistent, SQL injection, that is for MS SQL, and for the strength, that has been set in the scan policy manager, because it is scanning according to the default value set in the scan policy manager. There are the number of requests that have been done here. Alerts are 0 and status is done. We can also see the response chart here, that how much time it is taking, and responses in second. Alright, so moving to the alerts. In alerts, we can see what kind of issues were gathered and what results have been found from the automated scans. So here it is the medium level of attacks, that is the HTTP only site issue have been found, absence of anti-CSRF tokens. There is no anti-CSRF tokens in these pages, maybe or only one page. Alright, so this was for the active scanning or the automated scanning that performs active scanning and everything on its own. And this is the best way I like to trigger the first whenever I try to test web application, because this is so fast, this is so accurate, and doing everything, it collects every information, every data in a separate way, and passively scans spider that all the URLs in seeds and at last it is automatically actively scanned for the vulnerabilities. Now the automated scan has been completed. From here, if we want to further process the testing or continue the testing recursively, we can just click on this add to scope or fuzzer or whatever spider, force browse, Ajax spider can also be done from here, or it can also be done from the history tab, like here going to attack and Ajax spider. So this was for the automated scan. Now let's move to the manual explore. So this is for the manual exploration. You need to launch the browser and it will be doing everything in that separate browser. This is actually valuable where you do not need to set the root CA certificate or the dynamic SSL that we have set already in the previous session, and you do not need to take that hectic process in your hand, and Zap takes all this on its own and do everything for you. Because doing and setting the process of setting up and importing the root CA certificate and installing inside the browser is a hectic process, and sometimes it is difficult because if any process is missed or anything that you have been doing wrong, then it will not be exploring the application and not accepting any incoming connections from the server or the target site. So this is how you can change the browser. Like if I am trying to change to Firefox and go to explore URL, you can change the URL from here, or you can also select the URL from the scope or from the context menu. And here is the option to enable the HUD mode, that is the heads up display mode. So there is the separate session for the heads up display. So we are not going to talk about this. I will change it to google.co.in so that it will be identifiable in the context menu, and launch the browser. So this browser has been launched with the setup of the proxies and root CA certificate. We can check it by going to Options, Network Settings, and you can see the manual proxy configuration with the local host and the port number 8080. So everything has been done for you. You do not need to do any settings or from root CA certificate to local proxy settings. Alright, so if I am going to test for this Google, so what I will do is, this is for the google.com. If I go to images or search for anything like Zap, it will be collecting and gathering every intercept and every request, and the data will be collected. Now navigating any link will be intercepted inside this Zap tool. So this is how the manual exploration is done. This is beneficial in case if you are testing a limited number of applications from the large site or the large web applications, so that you do not need to capture or intercept every URLs from that site, and you can instead test a small or any web applications. So here are the things we can see that has been found in the history. Searching for google.co.in. Alright, so you can see all are the searches that have been matching. You can search every URLs, everything from all to URL, request, response, header, and all of the results that have been found inside this manual exploration or anything that have been done inside this zap tool. As you can see, every request, every URLs have been fetched, have been parsed, and have been intercepted inside this tool. So this is all about the quick start. There was the add-on by the Mozilla Firefox that was called Plug and Hack. That feature has not been supported and no longer be supported now because of the Firefox securities that had been upgraded and that do not trust and do not allow those kind of applications, because still that application was from the Mozilla house and the Firefox. But for that plugins support feature, we can search here. This is still available inside this tool. Simply search for plug. Okay. Install selected. Okay, so now we have plug and hack in our installed tab, plug and hack configuration. Actually, this plug and hack configuration was for the ease of use. Let me show you the example. This is the attack, spider, active scan, forced browse site. All of this functionality that is done inside this tool was available inside the Firefox browser. Here as a toolkit or as an add-on toolkit, so that you can check the application here and test the application in the same browser. But to overcome that limitations, there have been implemented the HUD mode, that is the heads-up display that do everything that the plug and hack was doing at that time. But still, apart from the plug and hack feature, we can also do the automated scan. And yes, we have the HUD mode, that is the best tool to test under one roof or under the browser. We will see that in the separate session. So as of now, you can try for the manual exploration as well, because manual exploration is also helpful for you once you are going for testing the larger applications and testing the small part of the large applications, or sometimes the tools like the spiders and the best passive scanners or the spiders may not be able to collect that URL or gather as much information because there are limitations over the target sites, target servers, target web applications and spiders. If that spider is missed to find that URLs, you will also be missed to find or uncover the vulnerabilities or the insecurities. So this is why it is recommended to automate scan and manual exploration as well. But point to be noted here is that the automated scan also use the active scanning that modifies the request and responses from the web applications or the target web applications. So try this at your own pace and try as much as possible in order to explore the automated scan and the manual exploration one by one, so that you will be able to see what are beneath the automated scanning and manual exploration and which are beneficial for you. Passive scanning and the spidering both are the crucial phase of any web application penetration testing or vulnerability hunting in the web applications. In this session, we are going to talk about and play with the spider. As we already know that the passive scanning scans everything with the predefined rules set and map all the web application URLs and the functionalities with its own database in order to find the vulnerabilities and alerts you. Alright, so in this session we will start with the spider first. We will try to spider, we'll crawl the site link by link, resources by resources, and with each element as per the rules set and the configuration of the spider. The second thing will be to fuzz the application, to fuzz the functionalities of the websites through a random number of data or the payloads to the application functionalities in order to find the vulnerabilities. So let's start with the spider first. In order to get that, we will spider first with the manual request and explore the site manually because the active scanning or the automated scanning will take some more time and actively scan all the branches, all the trees, all the nodes underneath the URL or the target site. So we can skip that and head towards the manual explore. Alright, so the site for this testing and this session is binance.com, and this application is included in the bug crowd program. Alright, so this is the manual explore your application. Launch the browser, and here is the browser selection. Start launch. We are doing this in order to get the applications and the subtrees, nodes, and fill all the context menus like this here. As you can see, this is the binance.com and these have been already here. As we are doing the manual exploration of this site, so the spider and anything will not be running because we are not giving any permission to do so. So in the manual explore, this is the benefit that Zap will perform that action that Zap is allowed to. So as we can see, this is the binance.com according to the manual explore. Alright, so just let me explore this. This is the exchange-API. Gateway-API. Actually, these are all these context menus and the site panel representation of this site or all the sites that is inside this context view, context window is in the structured way functionality. So everything will be there and all the things are tagged automatically. As you can see, this is the flag that shows the medium level of alert is generated, and this shows the low level of alert has been generated, as we can see here in the footer. Alright, so we will explore more deeply what we are going to explore and spider the site in detail. So in order to spider the site, we need to first configure that spider, that how it will be working and how it will be spidering, crawling the target site as you want. So for that we need to go to the settings or the options, go to spider, and here are the options that it will be working upon. So the first one is maximum depth to crawl, 0 is unlimited, and here is the crawl length. It will be crawling to the nodes and the trees like the link wise. So as we can see here, this is the site panel and the site trees view and how the links are structured and represented here. So this is the main site. From here we have started crawling, or if we want to crawl, then I will put this URL. And all these are the nodes and represented in the tree views. We are instructing the spider how it will be crawling. So 0 is the unlimited It will crawl every link, every URL until it has reached and completed the crawling. There are the number of threads used. Threads are the working threads, that how it will be working at the same time. If you increase this thread, it will be effectively used, but at the same time, it will also be consuming the computer resources on which the Zap is running. Because this is the resource intensive threads and the settings. The main reason behind this is Zap Spider is multi-threaded task and it runs with the multi-threads. So more the threads, deeper it will be looking into the target for the crawling. Next one is the maximum duration it will be running for. So it will be running for the 0, that means the unlimited. You can change it. Next one is the maximum children that it will be crawling to. So every link, every children view of that URL or the main URL from where it has been started, that is called the seed, it will be crawled to every children. So the 0 is unlimited and this is the best setting to keep it. Maximum parse size. So this is the maximum size of the URLs or the resources that it will be parsing and crawling for that in bytes. So there are the maximum bytes available, but you can change it accordingly. Alright, so the domains that are always in scope, you can change and put the domains that are always in scope. So you do not need to change it always or put in the scope. So this is the best setting if you are working in certain company and you are testing their site or the company site on a daily basis. You can put that in always in a scope and it will be good to go. Alright, so these are the general settings and we can understand that what is referrer header, accept cookies, parse HTML comments. Comments will also be parsed. Robots.txt files will also be parsed and all the URLs will be parsed from that file, and that is the limitations or the rules for that site that the crawlers do not require to, or in general crawlers are stopped after looking at robots.txt files, because these are the URLs that site owner or anyone who is the administrator of that site do not want to crawl the site link, and that link is provided in the robots.txt file. But the good thing is that Zap do not follow the rules of robots.txt. This is the best thing I like about this. Alright, so every setting of the spider has been done here. Now let's see the Ajax spider. As we already know that Zap have the two types of spider. The first one is the traditional one that we have already seen, and the second one is the Ajax spider. Both have the different settings and it runs on different modes. So the settings will be similar to that, how the depth, how the states will be crawled, and how the duration it will be for. So here is the minute that it will be running for, because at this time you can see there are the minutes has been there for 60 minutes, because the Ajax spider is really slow, and this is also at the same time resource consuming spider that it will be working on. But the best side of this Ajax spider is it is best for the Ajax based site to scan for or crawl for, and it handles the JavaScript on the target site or the web applications very well but slowly. Alright, so event wait time is there in the milliseconds, that it will wait for the event. If there is any event triggered on the target site, then it will wait for that. So here is the milliseconds. Reload wait time. So it will wait for the URL after the URL has been loaded, and it will be waiting for the milliseconds. Alright, so the Ajax spider's best part is elements, that it will be collecting and accessing that or clicking that elements one by one. So hope you understand the elements in the HTML like the A, button, input tag, form, header, image tag. So all these are the elements in the HTML and the programming or the coding things or the web applications language. So click elements once. This is the best setting, that why you click elements once, because if you do not check this, it will be taking multiple times and hence it will be slowing the spider. So this is the best one to click this. Use the random values in form fields. If it is submitting the form or checking for any feedback form, or anywhere in the target site there is the form fields, it will put random value. If you do not check this box, it will not be putting random values. Alright, so click default elements only. So the third one is the click default elements only, A, button, input. By checking this, it will only click on the elements like the A tag, button tag and the input tag. If you uncheck this, then rest of the tags will be active and it will be checking for or clicking on everything. So this depends upon what settings you want and what's the purpose of scanning or hunting for bugs, hunting for vulnerabilities, finding issues you are working on. So if you are not working on all of these tags that may be beyond your scope or beyond your working engagement, then you can simply click for default elements that it will be clicking on. You can also add your own elements, like here, just uncheck this box and add. I will check this to default. Now this has been done, and now I will move to the spider first. So the spider is here. Let's see how we can spider. There are two types of spider. We can spider direct from the tree view or the context menu, or second one is the history. Like I am going to right click here on the history and go to attack and spider. Generally you will find this useful because from the context menu it is easier to right click, attack and spider. Now once you are at the spider, you will see that in scope and the starting point. This is the starting point that the spider will be running on, and this is called seeds, that where from it starts. It checks for that nodes and all of the URLs from there. You can also select and check anything from the context menu. So the next is the context. If we have not assigned anything in the context, there is no any user. And recurse is similar to the recursive. It will be recursively testing each URLs and crawling each URLs, spidering all of the URLs that falls under that tree and that nodes. Here is the spider subtree only. If we check this, it will spider the subtree and not the main tree URL. Show advanced options. We can check here and go to advanced. We can similarly change everything that we have seen in the options or the settings. Alright, so coming to the scope, and we can now start the scan. That will be the spider. So once we start the scan, we can see in the footer that one spider is running. and the number of scans, that is the passive scan in this case, is running at this time. So the both things are running at the same time. Passive scans always run in background in order to not disturb the user or the tester or the Zap application, and it works in the background. So the spider is running and it is at 1%. We can see the URLs, added nodes and messages. Any messages will be there from that URL and added nodes. How many nodes have been added from the tree value and the tree window, and any different nodes that falls under that tree will be there, that is added nodes. Now coming to the alerts, that how many alerts have been generated using the active scan. Let's see cross-domain misconfiguration. How it has been there you can see here. Every detail we can see here, like access control allow origin, cross-domain JavaScript source file inclusion, you can see all the details over here. This is actually not the vulnerability, that is why it is showing as low risk level. This is completely a false positive. That is why human beings are better than the applications or the computer system, because this handles and this checks with the predefined criteria that if this matches it will be showing the alerts, otherwise not. Alright, so as we can see, this is the tagging. This is one small icon here. Before AR, we can see the spider. It is similar to the footer one, this one the spider. So it tags and it shows that URL have been spidered. And now once we are going to add this to context menu, it will also be tagged with that icon that it has been in the context menu. So now you can see this folder, this little folder have the context menu values, and if you want we can click it here and only the context or any URLs that is in the context will be shown, and the rest of the URLs that may be showed from the other sites that is listed on the binance.com will be hidden. So it is easier to identify for the tester that which site the user or the pen tester is testing for. Alright, so now coming to the Ajax spider, that is the really slow kind of spider, but still had the lot more benefits of using that spider, because that handles the JavaScript very well. And if you are testing for the cross-site scripting related attacks or any issues inside the code, then that spider may be valuable for you. So let's start and show all of the URLs. And here we can see the tracking protection. This is from the Mozilla.net site, and as the Mozilla also provides the bug hunting program, so this will be a safer side to test on this site. So I am going to differentiate both of the spidering, like this spider have the traditional spider little icon, and if I am going to explore this, there is nothing like that. So all of these URLs have not been spidered by the traditional spider, and now I am going to spider this URL. So going to attack, and here is the Ajax spider. So just click it here similar to the traditional spider. We can change from here that which of the URL you want to spider or eject spider from the context menu or not. Alright, so we can see that just in scope is there. We can check this so that it will spider for in scope URLs and not the others. Spider subtree only, browser Firefox headless. We can change anything from the Chrome to other. Headless is here so that it will open the browser but still it will be spidering. Going to advanced options, we can change the number of windows to open, crawling depth, states, maximum duration, similar to the options and settings. So going to the scope and start scan. This is little resource intensive task so that it will be grabbing all of the URLs, all of the Ajax based, and at first it differentiates between the Ajax based and non-Ajax based sites. Alright, so now I think we can see here that this one is the Ajax spider. This is the red little spider that has been tagged here. We can see in the footer similar to this one is there, and every URL having the little red spider will be the Ajax spider. So once we are going to expand the URLs, we can see if there is any other Ajax based spider. Okay, so we can stop this spider. Alright, so in order to show the Ajax spider, we need to change everything from here. So I will do this new session. And once again go to quick start and use the same site binance.com. And here is the site. Launch browser. And here is the site. There is no text, no little icon of the spider, which is spider has been completed or not. So this is the fresh one. We have nothing to show anything about which spider has been started. So now I will start the fresh Ajax spider. Every settings will be similar. Start scan. Now we can see the tags that are given here in order to differentiate that it has been Ajax spidered. As you can see, this will get index. This is the get Binance Christmas is Ajax spidered. Get support is Ajax spidered. So this is the difference between traditional spider and the Ajax spider. You need to just keep in mind that Ajax spider is best option if you are hunting for the cross-site scripting or handling with the JavaScript. And as you can see, this is still running at this time and this is one in progress. So the crawled URLs will be shown here. We can export that URLs as well in CSV, comma separated values. And we can see the alerts as well, that how many alerts are there and how many vulnerabilities have been triggered out by the passive scans. So this scan will be taking too much time. So let's close this one and stop it. So this is the way in which we can use the traditional spider and Ajax spider in order to crawl all of the URLs that are on the target site. This is the best way that all of the URLs will be listed and will get together with passive scans. And still, if the passive scan have not triggered any vulnerabilities due to predefined rules or the set of rules, then we still have the active scanner. That is the best part of this Zap tool. And all of the tools and techniques that we will be combining in this course, so that we will be able to hunt and find the hidden vulnerabilities. Fuzzer is a tool or the functionality of any tool that is capable of hunting down any applications or the functionalities that force the target site or the application functionalities in order to throw the errors or mishandle the request so that the application could be broken. And this is the motto behind using the fuzzer. So in this session we are going to use the fuzzer inside the Zap that will fuzz the target URL and web applications in order to find the vulnerabilities. So let's start. So this is the Binance.com target application or the target site. Now in order to fuzz this URL or the target site, we need to configure the fuzzer, that how it will be working. We can do so either by going to launching the fuzzing attack at that time, or we can also go to the settings or the options, move to fuzzer and change the settings from here. Some part of these settings can also be done at the time of running the fuzzer. So let's start from here. So this is the first one, default category. So a default category, that how it will be listing and showing at the time of fuzzing with the list. So this is with the attack, all attacks, business logic, control characters, disclosure directory and so on. There are large list of fuzzers that it will be fuzzing for a specific vulnerabilities or any functionalities, like this, the injection vulnerabilities will be selected at the time of fuzzing. So if I am doing more SQL injection like hunting, then I will do default category for JBros injection. I will leave it to custom fuzzers so that I can select at the time of fuzzing. We can also add our own file from the add custom fuzz file. Select the file and it will be listed in the custom fuzzers. Alright, so the next one is finished fuzzers in UI. So the Zap UI will be finished and show the fuzzers. How it will show in the Zap UI, that what amount of fuzzers have been done in the Zap. Retries on input output error will be there with the 3 count. Maximum errors allowed is there, that is the 1000. Payload replacement strategy is depth first or breadth first. You can select according to your own choice. Now coming to the best part is the concurrent scanning threads per scan. At this time this is the default setting number 5. This is the threads that it will be working per host per scan at the same time. So if you are running the fuzzer, then it will put load on your PC similar to the spider. So this is why do not increase the concurrent scanning threads number of setting. The last one is the delay when fuzzing in milliseconds. So there will be delay in fuzzing with per host per URLs, but there is no delay, and at the same time the delay will be also for the fuzzers to fuzzers, like scanning for or fuzzing for SQL injection, then going for HTTP injection, and how the delay will be there in between, you can select it here. Alright, so nothing more here inside the fuzzer options. Now start the fuzzing here. Go to the URL, right click, attack, and here is the fuzz. There are another methods as well that we will see later. So let's start fuzz. Alright, so now the main point of this fuzzer is here, that where you want to put the locations of fuzzer and which parameters will be first. So now we can select anything from the connection, host, or directly put inside here, like in the URL. We can also test in the referrer value where the referrer is there, like going from one site to another site. But at this time, if I want to put the first locations at the last of Binance.com, so what I will do is simply click here and go to add. Now here are the fuzzers, that how many fuzzers will be there and which one you want to. So this strings is there. Simply you can put your own string, anything from here, that whatever you want here. And the script is there that you can select. At this time there will be no any script that you can select because I have not loaded any scripts. Moving to the regular expressions, that is the experimental at this time. You can put the regular expression, that is the regex, and the maximum payloads. It will be doing at the time, and random order can also be there. Here the payload preview will be there. So for example, if I am putting the regular expressions A, B, C, D and maximum payload to the default 1000 and generate preview, it will be generating. Now if I do random order, then it will also do randomly like this. So at this time this is none of use and this will not be beneficial, I think so. So I will just not select that and move to another payloads. So the main payloads are installed in file fuzzers. Here you can see this is the custom fuzzers, that is the plug and hack DOM XSS Oracle. It will check for the XSS based testing, like this script XSS alert and so on. It will check for the IMG tag, and there are a number of 25 payloads that will be there. Moving to the first DB, we can see the attacks are there. We can select all attacks, business logic, control characters, all of the things that we can select from the starting or the options menu. And all that are here we can check one by one or all of them at the same time. So as of now I have selected the plug and hack feature and DOM based XSS site. This will test for that. Now at the same time, if I want to select for all attacks, it will be adding more payloads over here. And as you can see, this is also for SQL injection. And moving to business logic, control characters, disclosure directory, and just selecting one by one or selecting all at once. We can also select jbrofus, directory buster or the dir buster. So all of these have been selected. Now the number of payloads will be different and the number of payloads have been increased because all of the things have been selected at the same time. We can also filter and find the files by just clicking here. There is nothing to do more. So this is the file fuzzer. We can also change for JSON, numbers, and there are different kind of attacks, different kind of payloads we can inject directly inside the web application functionalities. We can also inject for the numbers. We can also inject the null value, that is the empty. There is nothing more, it will be just injecting the null value. Selecting for the files will also be there, that which kind of value you want to put there. Like you can see the files will be there. We can select the file and it will be processing from in line by line characters. Like the ignore empty lines is there, so any empty lines will be ignored. Ignore first line, it will also ignore the first line, so it will check the payloads inside from the file. So this is not of more use. What I like about the Zap is file fuzzers. I do select every time whatever the payload or the fuzzer I want to use for the specific target area, specific web applications as selected from here. Edit, and as you can see, this is the number of payload. One has been added for that location that I want to fuzz for. Now just click OK. And as you can see now, the number or this fuzz location have been highlighted with the color. Now the payload has been set. Now in order to differentiate that, I will set another payload. So the accept language is also there that we can test for. This is also the value parameter, and just add this. Add, going to file fuzzers, fuzzDB, attack, and I will check for injection kind of. So SQL injection will be there. Only SQL injections will be performed at this time. So add this, click OK. Now you can see there are two different points or the fuzz locations have been set. So all of these two locations will be fuzzed with different payloads because the payloads have been set with another specific kind of testing. So now you can see there are two locations. So the first one is here, and if you want to process that, how the processors, how the payloads will be managed, just go to that payload locations you have set, move to the processors and just click add. Now for the safety kind of thing or filter bypass kind of thing that we always face while testing for cross-site scripting, SQL injection, because nowadays every modern web applications have the filters that simply filter out every payload that you inject inside the web applications. So sometimes URL encoding or any prefix that could not be detected by the web applications firewall could also be beneficial. So at this time you can see the URL encode value. We can also prefix the string. We can also just make it hash. with the hash 12256.512. We can also put the script of your own. We can also trim the length of this payload. We can also URL decode and encode. So in order to show you, just let me check for URL encode. For this one, add it, and here is the generate preview. So if I am URL encoding all of this in order to bypass the filters or any limitations over the target site, simply select the URL encode and generate preview. Now all of the payloads have been URL encoded. We can change it to as well like the URL decode. It will be decoded, so there will be no any encoding value. Moving to hash, we can also make a hash value and directly check inside the web applications. Prefix string. This is also beneficial sometimes if you know that the SQL injection vulnerabilities is there, but you don't know the exact location. Simply put the single quote and generate preview. Every payload will be prefixed with a single quote. So as you can see, this one have no single quote, and here it has been quoted with single quote at first, or you can say the prefix. This is the way, and I will not make it prefix, but rather I will URL encode. That will be better. So add it. Now there are two locations. Alright, so the setting for the first location have been set. That is all done. Moving to the options. That still we can change any setting from the concurrent scanning to delay when fuzzing and payload replacement strategy. Moving to the message processors, how the messages will be processed. So the first one is the request content length updater. This will be updated from each request and the content length of the fuzzers, and all the messages that will be requested, it will be updated. Next one is the payload reflection detector. It will detect if any payload is reflected in the response. So just in case if you put the payload for the cross-site scripting attack and it is being reflected in the response, so this is the sign and symbol that it has been completed and we have found the successful vulnerability of cross-site scripting, or application have the issues with the input validations. We can also add our own message processors that have the limited one like the fuzzer HTTP processor. This is working with the script. We can also create the tag. Tag creator will also be like the match and extract. If any regular expression will be there, it will match with that regular expression and tag, and it will extract the data regular expression and show in the Zap UI. So I will not move to anything out of these message processors. There are two, and coming to the location and start the fuzzer. So as we can see, the payload placement has been done here. And now I will show you it has been reflected at some points once it is stopped. Let me pause this and check for it. So at first we can see there is one thing that has been reflected here. We can see here. So this was the message processor that it reflected back once it is found with or that payload has been successfully executed. Let me start the scan. We can see the number of messages sent and it is continued. We can move to alerts and see how many alerts have been generated from that site. This is still fuzzing. It will be moved to that if it finds any vulnerabilities. So many payloads are being reflected. We need to check one by one because sometimes you also get these false positives. If you mistakenly configure the fuzzer or any settings from the options, but this is not the case, we can check it later. We can also stop this because there are a large number of fuzzers and the payloads have been placed at that time. Now what I want to show you is that we can also use the fuzzer from the request or anywhere like many times I like the referrer value in order to fuzz for cross-site scripting or input injection or input validation related issues. So I always check for the referrer values if it is vulnerable or not. So going for this Mozilla site and check if there is anything that have the referrer value. Or we can also check for Binance.com. Alright, so now we can see here are the referrer values. What we can do is select this string and just right click it here and start the fuzz. This is also the best way in order to start the fuzzer quickly, so that you will also be saving the time while in the testing or engagement. Now just everything has been set. We can simply put the payload like in here. And in this case I am just putting the 25 payload for the DOM based and OK. Let's start the fuzzer. So now all of this fuzzing have been stopped because this is 100% completed with the 25 payload. Now we can see the progress of each fuzzer like from 1 to 0 or 0 to 1 or any number of fuzzers you are maintaining using this zap or just running any number of fuzzers on your system. So this is the way we can check for every results of the fuzzer. We can start the new fuzzer from here as well. With the site tree, simply click on any link, select, and it will be attacking. So this is how the fuzzing is done in order to fuzz for a specific value or the payloads of your choice. You want to put on the target site, and this is how we can also test for the SQL injection and cross-site scripting or various vulnerabilities that is found over the web applications. And you can test it using these applications which are available on Bugcrowd. So this is how we can turn the fuzzers in no time, and with also the settings with a large number of payloads. You can test for any number of URLs or any URLs that you may think that may be vulnerable, and that could also be first for finding vulnerability. And this is all just for the expectation that you expect this point this string is vulnerable, like the accept language is vulnerable, connection is vulnerable, because any option that takes input from you could be vulnerable from input injections. like refer also text input from the browser. We can also test set the payload at the place of cookie, but the cookie will not be always in case because cookies will mostly be valuable while you are testing for the authenticated sessions, authenticated users. We will see in the next couple of sessions. But most of the time you can test is the URLs here like this, where any parameter that you may think it may be vulnerable, or sometimes we can also check for the SQL injection that may be in place. So as much you spider the target site, there will be more chances that you will get more juicy information and more URLs to attack and play with it. So this is why it is recommended that before every attack, before every actions you do or put on the Zap UI or the Zap tool, you should first spider the target site so that it can passively scan in background, and you will also get the more URLs, or you can say all of the URLs from the target site in order to search for, in order to actively scan for and do more things on the target sites. OAPS Zap have the large number of active scanning predefined set of rules and the payloads. Every time you scan for any target applications, web applications and select for the active scanning, it will modify the request and responses to find the loopholes, insecurities and vulnerabilities. In this session, we will be hunting for the active scanning and the vulnerabilities that will be affecting the active scanning. How the effective active scanning of OAPS Zap is, we will find out in this session. Let's start explore. So the site will be binance.com. Now in order to actively scan the site, that is the binance.com, and all of its branches, all of its nodes and trees, we need to spider this site first. So just right click, go to attack, spider and start the scan. You may remember about the passive scanning that once the spider is calculated and all of the links have been fetched inside the Zap tool, and passive scanner is doing its job and found some of the serious issues on its own based on the defined set of rules. But this session is all about the active scanning. So the spider is in process and gathering all of the URLs and fetching inside this tool. What we will do is simply right click, go to attack and active scan. In the previous sessions, we have already seen how the active scanning configuration is done. But see a little bit in order to remind that first. So this is the active scan tab. Now here is the concurrent scanning with the number of hosts scanned concurrently. Threads per host concurrent scanning. As you already know that the number of hosts that will be scanned at the same time. And here are the number of scanning threads per host. So this is the same as similar to the spider, that it will be putting extra strength, extra load on your system as well as the target system if you are doing or increasing the number of threads or the concurrent scanning threads per host. Coming to the maximum results to list. This will be the listing of active scanning, that how much scans it has been done. maximum rule duration that it will be setting on the active scan. For example, if you are running for the SQL injection or the active scanner is testing for the SQL injection rule, then how much time it will be giving for the SQL injection. You can prevent this by setting this option, but 0 is unlimited and this is also recommended so that you will not be skipping any issues. Maximum scan duration is also there. That can also be prevented by setting this option, but the option is 0 is best so that it will scan for all of the serious issues until it is reached. Delay when scanning in milliseconds. This is also for scanning between each request or between the two requests or the two scans, that how much scans, how much delay will be there between two requests. Alright, so inject plugin ID in header for all active scan requests. So you may be aware about the headers of the HTTP messages. Checking this box will inject the plugin ID of the Zap tool inside the header, like the XZap scan ID with scan ID of this tool. This is beneficial in the organization where you are working as a web application tester, so that the coders or the developers will be able to know, or all the security guys will be able to identify that someone from your own organization is running this Zap against the application in order to test for the serious bugs or the insecurities. So I will inject this plugin ID at this time in order to show you how this is working. Handle anti-CSRF tokens, that is the experimental at this time. This may be also in the final release. I will not enable this because this will check for every request and responses for handling the anti-CSRF tokens. The next one is in attack mode prompt to rescan nodes when scope changed. Hope you understand the scope or the context menus. So this will always ask if you change the context. Like if you put in scope, or if you remove from the in scope, like make it out of scope, then it will always ask for scanning that nodes for active scan. If you deselect it, the next option will be selected, like the in attack mode always rescan nodes when scope changed. But remember, this is only applied to attack mode and not all three modes other than attack mode. So this will always scan, but this will ask you and prompt you to rescan. Default active scan policy, that will always be in place, so that you will not be needed to change always. So I will also make it to default. Attack mode scan policy. This is the attack mode, that the standard mode, protected mode, safe mode and the attack mode. So this is asking for the attack mode scan policy. So I will make it to default, that it will be doing, or the active scanning attack it will be doing. Allow attack mode to be enabled on startup. This is none of the use. You can check it on your own. Maximum progress chart in minutes. Once the active scan is started, I will show you what the maximum progress chart in minutes is. It shows everything from in seconds and how the responses are there, how the requests are sent and how the responses are gathered. Alright, so it is okay. Now the spider is still in progress. Now what I will do is simply right click, go to attack and active scan. From here you can change everything and something that you want for your testing, default site or the target applications. So as per the rules, recurse, if you select this recurse value, then the custom vectors will not let you add here something. So if I'm making to recurse off, custom vectors are there. We can now add from here. Alright, so I will just make it to recurse. Coming to the input vectors. Input vectors are that what are the input points that you are using for. So this is the kind of input vectors that it will be associated and that will be helping all of the active scans one by one. For example, injectable parameters or the injectable targets, that what it will be like the URL query string and data driven nodes. Add URL query parameter. For the post data, how it will be handling the targets or the post data. URL path, that it will be slowing down the testing. So any point, any vectors that will be slowing down, I will not add to active scan policy or the attacking mode. Cookie data could be used for delivering the input attacks or the input injection attacks. We can also select it, but it will also slow down because every request will be there for cookie and it will be attacking every request and responses, so it will make a cycle. Coming to the parameters, that it will be ignored by the scanner, and here are the parameters that will be ignored. You can change it, you can also add it or remove it from here or simply modify any of this. Coming to the custom vectors that we already discussed. So what the custom vector is that you can add any point similar to the fuzzer, that which point you want to attack for. So this is the custom vectors. So if I want to attack for content length, I will select the content length, that is 0 in this case, and I will click add. But this time recursive is on in the scope here, so that custom vector will not be enabled. So I will just disable this or uncheck this. Then this button will be highlighted. I will add here and this will be marked in color. Now if you want to attack only for the custom vectors that you define here, you can select disable non-custom input vectors. All the input vectors will be disabled and will not be in use, and only the custom vectors will be effective. This is also beneficial in some of the cases where injection, cross-site scripting or many input injection, input validation related attacks you want to perform on the target site. So this is the main reason behind using the custom vectors that you can use on your own, or input vectors defined will be used for injecting the target. But I am not going to test for custom vectors. I want to demonstrate these active scanning methods and how effective it is. So I will just remove this, click on the selected custom vector and click remove. It will be removed, or the best way is to go to the scope and select recursive. This will be automatically disabled. Coming to the technology, we have already discussed in detail that if you understand that the target site have the MySQL database, you can deselect all of this or uncheck all of this so that it will focus on MySQL database, and it will not waste your time testing for which database is there on the target site. Coming to the policy, we have already defined in the configured session. You can check over to the configuration session if you have skipped that session. We have talked in detail about that. Now everything is set for the Binance.com. Every configuration has been done for the active scanning. We will start the scan. So as you can see, this is putting which amount, which query, which payload on the target site. And these are the payloads that is being tested by the active scanner, and this is how it is tested. You can see number of requests over here, current scan, and you can see the number of active scanning over here. Now let me show you the graph that how it is shown. So this is the progress chart that shows everything, how much time it will take and which testing have been done already. As the Binance.com site is big, it is taking time for the active scanning. Otherwise, you would be able to see the progress over here for each of these analyzer and the number of requests it has been made by the active scan. Alright, so there are a number of attacks that will be carried out by the active scanner. You can see the number of total time it will take, number of total requests it has done, and if there is any alerts generated, it will be shown here. It will also be in the alerts panel on the footer. Moving to the response chart. This is the response chart that it responses in seconds. As you can see, this is the responses per second. So how the responses are being returned from the target site, target server, target application, it will be displayed here in time and also with the specific, that is the HTTP codes, like this is the 100, 200, 300, 400 and 500, that are the total responses. What time is being taken by the server and the application itself, and how it communicates in the Zap UI. It also says how much of effective it is. So this is for the response chart, or the response is being driven by the target site. Alright, so there are a lot more active scans going on in process. And here are the timestamps that it had taken to scan for that specific attack or insecurities or payload delivery. What was the number of requests that have been taken for that particular attack type, or as the name suggests, analyzer. But in practical, this is the attack that it operates on the target site. You can also see the number of alerts over here, if any, and the status is here. Many of them have been skipped by me because of the resource intensive. So this is still doing some of the attacks, and the large number of requests are already in the queue that it will be completing. And here is the response chart with the attack. Is that the remote voice, injection, and what was the time it has taken. So just close this, and at this time I will pause the active scan because it had been scanning for a long time and it is resource intensive and eats up the memories from your system. So now let's see how the URL and the payloads is being placed by this active scanner. So all of these are the payload placement. You can see these are the URLs it is testing. So that's how it is testing for active scanning. This is how it is really practical. Moving to the alerts, we can see the number of alerts it has generated. and this is the cross-domain misconfiguration. When clicked on it, you can see the detail about that alert. You can check the description about that alert, and here is the response. So that's how it is tested. So that's all in this site. That's how the active scanner actually works, and you can change your active scanner settings or the scan policy manager accordingly you want. But keep in mind that longer the payloads are stronger, the scan policy manager will take longer time to scan for each of the URL. And before starting the active scanner, don't forget to spider the target site. In our case, this is the Binance.com. Okay, and it is a big site and is available on the Bugcrowd program, so we can test for this. So don't forget to spider the target site, and similar to the other methods like this spidering and fuzzing. We can also start the new scan from this information window and click on new scan and go to select the URL. Like in this case, if I want to select different URL, select this URL, set the policy, set the input vector, custom vector, policy, and go to start scan. That's how it will be scanning for the new scan. And in order to switch between a scan, you can just select this and it will be showing all of the number of scans that it is currently performing. Scanning a real site that is already hosted for like the Google or Binance that is already under the bug hunting program, so that you will also be not fall under the trouble, and you can scan for, you can check for everything, you can put custom headers for different query string and different input parameters, attack multiple parameters as well, and you can register accounts over HackerOne and Bugcrowds in order to hunt for bugs, and Zap will be very useful at that time. You can perform active scanning, manual explore, manual hunting as well, because the Zap have the capability to hunt the bugs manually too, and hence the Zap will be too much useful. Zap has many features. Many features are specially built for penetration testing and the web application assessment. Two special features that are available inside the Zap is the first one breakpoint and the break tab, and the second one is a manual request editor that is similar to the repeater that is inside the Burp suite. And inside the Zap it is called a requester or manual request editor. So let's try to figure out how they can be used to assess the web applications and how they are beneficial in both cases. So starting with the breakpoint, how it can be set, let's open up the target URL, launch the browser. Let me open up the target site. So this is our target site. This is the budget store. Alright, so it has been caught. So first we are going to talk about the breakpoint, setting the breakpoint at the request and responses, and at the header, at the URL, or with the regular expressions. Whenever you try to access the URLs like if I am going to access the URLs and proxified through the Zap, and all of the links will be collected, intercepted. Like if I am going to click on login, it will be collected inside the zap. It is intercepted and that is also submitted to the target, in this case Budget Store, at the same time. But what from the penetration tester's perspective, if you want to change the request in the fly before sending it to the target web server, that is where the breakpoint and setting the breakpoint comes in handy and becomes useful. So let's start demonstrating how it is useful. So this is the login page, and we can check for the other things like your basket, that what is in there. So this is the total price that if I want to change for, and for the cart, let me add something here so that it can be demonstrated. So I am going to add it to basket. Alright, so it has been added. And here is the basket, that is the cart in this case, and the total cost is $3.99. And if I want to change like the traditional hacking attempts, that was really serious issue at the earlier time. So what I want to do is I will set a breakup point at the basket.jsp before it is submitted to the web server. Let's see what happens here. So here is the basket. Let's see what are the requests. Product ID is 26, price 3.99, quantity 1. But you can see this is submitted to the web server or the target server. But I want to submit and change something before it is submitted to the target server in the fly. So what I will do is I will simply set the breakpoint here. And here is the location, that the URL. We can also set at the request header, request body, response header, response body. So this is the URL. This is the match regular expressions. A string is this one. We can also change something from that contains. But the regular expressions are the best, and ignore case is there. So it will ignore for the case in there. Inverse is there, that will also check for if it is inverse. So there is nothing special in this, so I am going to set the breakpoint. Simple as that. So now the breakpoints tab is here, that says the type is HTTP and the condition is this, how the breakpoint is conditioned here. And we can now see that there are two little icons that say submit and step to next request or response. And the second one is submit and continue to the next breakpoint. So this is simply to send the request to the web server and search for the next two responses. The third one is the bean request or response. In this case request or response, so it will drop that, it will remove that breakpoint, but still the breakpoints tab will consist of this one. So this could be removed manually by just right click here, edit and remove. Alright, so breakpoint is set here. Now here is the break tab, that is the break here. So I will not open it, it will be opened automatically once I am going to visit that basket page. So simply searching for the basket, it will pop up once the request is caught inside the zap. Just click here. And that's all. The new break tab is opened here, that consists of everything. And now just click over the submit and continue to next breakpoint. And here is the next request or responses. So submitting this will show the request breakpoint. Here is it. And if I want to change for this to $1 only, and once again send it, and it has been sent, we can now see the total amount has been changed inside budget store. So this is the real basket that has been changed to show quantities, price, and the total is 3.99. But once the basket has been updated in the fly, its total shows $1. There are many ways that the breakpoint can be used and utilized in order to leverage the web applications and make serious issues. Breakpoint can also be used to search for and find the hidden contents, enable the disabled contents. All that is done in the same way that we have just checked the request and captured the request and changed the request to the desired amount of the basket and the amount that I want to pay, and once submitted, it will be submitted to the server. There is another method, that is this green button that says you can set the breakpoint on all requests and responses, and this is beneficial in little cases. Suppose if you are going to test for 1 or 2 links or the at least amount of links or URLs, then you can click it and make it red. Go to that target site, click anywhere, and it will be captured in the breakpoints. So this is how it can be done. Just send this and submit this breakpoint. If you want to change it and change the desired amount of what you want to change, then submit again. Login. Alright, so the request was dropped by mistake. And set it to red. Go to the budget, click to home, and it has been captured. Submit to the request response, and it is still alive. So this is how the breakpoint works. Sometimes you may find the hidden fields and hidden form fields that are always the mistake of the developers, and sometimes you can find and enable the disable fields. Alright, moving for the requester, that is the manual request similar to the repeater inside the Burp Suite. So this is here, we can check. So right click here and open resend with request editor. And another method that we can use is simply click this plus symbol, requester, and here it is. We can change the methods that we want to change or send request. Like if you want to check for the work tampering attacks, then you can also change. Like change the get method to post method and see if there is any response. So this is the requester tab similar to the repeater. Here is the tab opening. We can open the tab as you want to make available and test for the different kinds of applications, different kinds of functionalities. Like this is for the post method. If I am sending this to trace, then I can change it here so that it will be sent with the trace method. If I want to send, just send it. Anything, that is, if there is any error or not, it will be sent. So the domain name is not available at this time. You can see This is anydomain.org. That's why it is having the error. And the other method is directly right click over the URL that you want to open with. Open recent with request editor. And it will be opened here. You can directly type here, directly change anything you want, change the method, header, body. Here is the request and response tab. Or if we want to change, for example, the language, and I want to send this to en-us, just send this. And it will be sent and it will be shown in the responses. So this is how the requester or the repeater, you can say in other words, is used in order to manipulate the real application state before sending it to the target applications. Sometimes it is also used for the restricted file uploads, like the file uploads vulnerabilities are there and it restricts only for the images, but we can change everything in the fly and send the malicious payloads that will be uploaded to the target applications. Once the request is sent to the target, we can see the time in the milliseconds, body length and total length in bytes. So this is how it is sent for the requester. This is useful. Both of the tools, breakpoints and the manual request editor, is so powerful that it is mostly used by the penetration testers, web applications assessment part, and oftenly used by the security guys, security enthusiasts who trap the request and manipulate in the fly. And the way how the requester and the breakpoint is set and what are their settings that are limited to, we can go to the options, move to the breakpoints here, and there are little bit settings: confirm drop trapped messages, only break on messages in scope. This is also best option, that only breakpoint will be set and that will be breaked, while in scope URLs, and there is also zap always on top when breakpoint hit. So this is the best way that it will show you, it will let you know while it will be always on top with that window. It will show that the breakpoint has been reached and it has been caught in the trap. And break buttons mode, single combined button, or the separate request and response button, that will also be there. Click OK. And you can see one more button is there, set break on all requests and set break on all responses. So this is how it is done. Coming for the requester option, and there is only one option that is available, set focus on requester after adding a new tab. Alright, so one more option while it will be showing the hidden fields is this bulb icon that shows hidden fields. Once it will be clicked, it will be showing the hidden fields inside the request and responses, or the every pages where the fields are hidden and disabled as well. But we can also approach the other methods that will be apart from this technique, and we will see in upcoming sessions.